Hello, Flopson. Kicking my feet right now. I was waiting for this. Hello, chatters. Hey, Flipping C. Hey, Angel. Hey, Seth. Hey, Yalex. Cherry Burger. Cherry Burger. I don't think that'd be a very good burger. Long have we waited. Okay, so we'll wait for more people to come in before I start. I was gonna start explaining some stuff, but I think that we should wait a little bit. How was my vacation? It was very nice. I wonder if I could put any photos somewhere. Let me try and send myself some photos and show you. Mostly the photos I took were of cats. Or a cat. I kind of worry I dox my friend if I show you guys the place I was at. Oh, I tried that Brazilian soda too. It's quite nice. What is it called? This stuff. Because they have it in Portugal. It's actually pretty good. I'm a fan. This photo makes it look like piss, but I would recommend not drinking it from a bottle if it looks like this. I think the bottles they do is they purposely make it more green in real life so that it doesn't look like piss. But it's not piss and it tastes a lot better. Thank you, Oi Georgie. Oi Georgie. Thank you very much. There's a place in Charlottesburg. There's a Brazilian buffet on Sundays. I would imagine that's not very good for a vegetarian, but I'm sure good for anyone that isn't a pathetic human being. Where's my photos? Let me find some photos. Let me find some photos. Bro, my photo album's just spamming my friends. What they all like just uploaded loads of fucking photos via WhatsApp. And I can't find my own fucking photos. Fucking dweebs, man. One sec. Okay, let me see. What have I sent myself? How the fuck do I now get it up without Okay, one sec. Okay. A little bit of show and tell before we start. Okay. Nothing incriminating. Nope. Nothing incriminating. And then we'll start the water. So, let me see. This is where I was staying. And that is where I would watch PRX play. It's actually really like the photos never do landscapes justice, but it was much nicer than when it looks in the photo. And then the sky was a bit shit this day. And this was like the front yard area. The photo's not very good, but you get the idea. Then this is the cat that basically adopted the villa. I think this cat now owns the villa. I don't think it's actually my friend's villa. I think it's the cat's villa now. Now this is a picture of me, because the first night we got stuck in a car park for 3 hours, unable to get the car out of the car park, and I thought that it might be funny if I took a photo that looks like this, because I was getting really fucking angry. And then this is the cat. Not the best photo because my thumb's in the way. But the cat developed advanced technology to keep out of the heat. And I thought it was kind of cute. So yeah, so that's the summary of my holiday. Let's get into the VOD review. Right, so for VOD review, did you take a dive after PRX won? I was actually sat, when PRX were winning, we were playing poker. I was sat with my friends playing poker. And actually Kakuka messaged me, she messaged me choo choo. And so I looked at the score and saw it was like, what was the score? She messaged me choo choo when it was like here. And so I looked and I was like, oh, they've won. That's cool. And so I started watching and realized that they hadn't won and told her she's a fucking idiot. And then they went down to 11-12 and I couldn't, I just didn't, I watched like a round and then I just stopped watching. I was like, I'm not doing this to myself. And then they won. And so, you know, then I you know, celebrate. Are you a shark or a fish? I don't know. Right. So anyway, oh, fish or shark. Oh, in that context. I generally not bad at poker, but I'm not good at poker, if that makes sense. Like I understand all the stuff, but I'm not, you know, I'm not an expert. Right, we're gonna start watching like some of the pre-show stuff just because I wanted to see it. I haven't watched anything. I just want to watch some interviews and stuff. So I'm sorry if you guys were only here for the VOD review, but I want to watch some interviews and things just to see what's going on.
You might have an idea what the other person might be feeling right now because it is both of your first tournaments and you're ready in the final.
Can you let me know if the volume's too low or something? Because it's kind of low for me, and I don't know. I guess I could just turn it off my headset.
So I wanted to ask you two questions. First of all,
it's super low. Okay, this is the problem with playing games on stream.
What does it mean to you to make it already this early on in your career?
Let me know if this is better.
It's a dream come true. Like before, I'm just watching everyone, and now I'm playing in a grand final. So yeah, feel excited.
And Kaya, you
Still low. Bro, you gotta be shitting me. Like, I have to turn down OBS by half when I play video games, but then I got a full it.
won Ascension, you know, like 9 months ago, and now you're already in a global final. How does that feel for you?
I mean, it means a lot, but
What about now?
it's a game same as other games, so no extra pressure, no anything, no expectations. So hoping for a good game.
And of course, the final match, the opponents are very interesting as well. What do you think about PRX?
I think they are good opponents. I wanted to face them like before the grand final, but didn't get a chance. So finally,
Still
we did it.
low. I don't know what to do for you guys. It's maxed volume. It's maxed volume here. It's maxed volume OBS. The next stage is to me just up my own
We
headset, I
see
guess.
each other, and I think both the teams have much different play styles, so it's gonna be a good game.
I hope so too. And what about you, Patman?
I mean, like what he said, we play like both different play style, so it's gonna be like playing a chess, I guess. And yeah, I feel so excited to face against them because before I'm just watching Bolster do like cool walkouts, and now I'm facing with him. So yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see your walkouts. Thank you very much.
Earlier on, we asked you for the master. They
Double ban advantage, but still, when you look at this sheet, a lot of us thought Fnatic would win today. And for me, a lot of that just goes to the back Fnatic. Brackets was
like
Okay, just play side.
best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Toronto Grand Final starts right now.
Late mid lurk as well coming out from Jing.
When you're in the arenas for this moment, is like it's the most intense feeling I've ever had. Like this moment right now is you're basically like Tokyo was the best example because we're like waiting like before we're like about to walk with all the fans, you know what I mean? Like can we do the walkout? But that you see the screen here that's showing like a frag movie, but the audio quality is so fucking good and like everything's so loud and bassy that like it's impossible to not feel hyped. Like you really don't get the experience. I'm almost shilling for Riot here on some level because like I guess we don't get as many people come into these events as like maybe like Counter-Strike or something, but genuinely the experience of like waiting to walk out for a grand final and then playing this video and that the quality of all the audio and like how loud and big it feels is fucking insane. Like it's the only reason that I did my head was in the way of what? It's the only reason I did that like ×2 like walkout thing was because in the moment everything felt so hype, and then the Tokyo music was hype too. Like the Tokyo music kind of pushed it over the edge where it's like I can't walk out to this music and not do something kind of cool. Like I'm on a team of Boaster. I can't be showed up by him every single fucking day. So yeah, so like my stomach has got like butterflies right now because I know how it feels to be stood where the boys are right now watching this video. You're basically just watching yourself just fucking own. And in Tokyo specifically, like we were playing so good that like the montage they had for us was just like it was like insane, right? Like it was like some of the best Valorant I'd ever seen. So it's kind of like quite emotional. Getting PTSD, I'm not getting PTSD, it's the opposite. It was like probably one of the happiest moments of my life. Like for me in Tokyo, I stood there I pretty much knew we were going to win that game. So to stand there knowing we're about to win a grand finals before we even played it, being glazed as fuck by a montage, waiting to walk out in front of like loads of fans and stuff, like it was pretty good.
Juicy tries to make something of it.
Thank you, Grand Judge.
The number's still good.
PRX is like one mind together as a team.
Keep moving, boys.
Listen, guys, just play side.
People's thought and feeling come together in that moment.
In this though, it's all going a little topsy-turvy.
last mid.
We just play like usual, but there's some pride on the line here.
Together, boys, together. Round by round, a track by track, the final destination is now locked in for PRX.
I think this moment is really exciting. We barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific, so really proud of my team.
2 years in the making, but PRX are finally back in another grand final.
First time I ever made it to grand finals, it was Copenhagen. I mean, of course we were kind of sad, but at the same time we were so happy and proud of how far we went. Second time I was in grand finals was Champs LA.
EG are your Valorant World Champions!
I still remember the feeling of walking past EG and watching them hold up the trophy. Their loss was quite hard on all of us. We thought like we had the experience from Copenhagen and we would play really well in LA Champs, but unfortunately that was not the case. After the tournament, everyone received so much love from the fans. That made me really happy as well, and it made me push harder to keep being good at the game. Just like us, it's been long since Fnatic has been in the Grand Finals. It's gonna be a great match.
It's been a while since I've been in the Grand Finals. But damn, does it feel good to be back.
Fnatic bringing out a brand new look. Beautiful from Fnatic. Sentinels left in ruin.
Let's go! Well played. I'm here, boys. I'm here.
Coming to this day, I have already 3 trophies.
And they sent G2 packing.
Doesn't matter what happened in the past.
One hell of a lower bracket run so far.
Nice guy! Let's go!
What matters is the current moment and how you handle it.
A Fnatic Grand Finals now awaits.
This is my first time to have a chance to lift a trophy. I will remember this moment forever.
I think the best aimers is Turkish players. If they try to pick me, I'm gonna show them where I'm from.
This time, I'll be the one lifting the trophy.
We're on my home soil now, so it's time to take over.
We're gonna show you that we are the better team.
With my boys, I know what we're capable of, and I know that we can reach the top.
You are all my family. Let's go get that trophy.
Let's make some bloody noise.
Get ready to get wrecked. The train is coming.
Train is so to be what happened in the past. How you handle it.
We had to
make some.
Welcome to your Masters Grand Finals! Today!
So I was just thinking like Leo says that all the time, right? Leo, what was it that Leo used to say? You're living in the past, bro. He used to say something very similar, and I thought Kron was maybe referencing it.
Are fighting for a place in history to hoist this trophy. So let's introduce our first team. It's Paper Rex! The rookie, Pac-Man! On the up, something! The Sentinel dives! The Flex Master, Forsaken! And your duelist, and Coach
I like how I like they found the what would have been funnier, I think. I mean, a couple of things could be funnier, but one thing that could be funnier is I just like maybe it is funnier this way, but why is it so small, man? It's like the smallest one ever. I wish they got like an adult size one just to make Jing look really small, but instead they got a tiny one, which kind of almost looks normal size because Jing is quite small. But yeah, I think they could have gone for 3. I think they should have had one with him wearing one, and had two over the top.
and representing
You think PRX is gonna win this? Yeah, I think so too.
That's been here since the beginning and a former Masters winner. Let's introduce the
Respect to Vance for fucking sending it. He couldn't do the double. He couldn't do the double this time. I think the width of the crowd is too much. They couldn't double up. Alpha's doing the same thing he did in Tokyo. I think he's trying not to curse himself. Hey, Elzen. Or Eslin.
It's been over 700 days since Fnatic lifted a trophy over
The song?
and for PRX, it's a feeling they've
Okay. I want to go back and watch this quickly though. Sorry. I want to watch this. I got a little bit emotional thinking about it. I want to go back quickly. I'm sorry. We're having an interlude quickly. I don't care if you guys don't want to watch it. I think this was slightly more hype, and I mean I'm very biased, but I'm sorry, guys. I apologize if this becomes a self-glaze session. Like, even in the stadium right here, like, I know that's kind of quiet, but in the stadium it's not quiet at all. Like, it's...
Looking at the past, it's funny to see how everything just changed these 3 years. Starting from Gambit, no one would know what
I like this what is this style? Like the
achieved.
For me, the past doesn't matter. Only the present.
What's that TV show?
We have, we can make situations that are impossible possible, and just make it.
No, the
like
TV show. Fucking sorry. Not Severance. The one about the dickhead CEOs in America who the family business thing. Succession. That's it. Maybe it's just because Japanese is just so crazy cool to listen to as like a Westerner. Maybe that helps too. But also at the start there, all the pansy fucking popping off. Pansy popping off for some Japanese man talking is enough.
Everybody doubted us. Everyone said we wouldn't make it. But look at us now.
疑いの目は重圧となる。だが EG にとってそれは反骨の魂に火をつけるエッセンスだ。
I've been watching esports since I was like 11 or 12, watching Double If, Sneaky, all these old LCS pros. To finally make it to the grand finals at an international event, it is insane.
高みへと駆け上がる新星、その圧倒的な力を言い表すならば、まさに悪魔。
I would also say that the
We almost had him last time. The series will be different.
外野の声に惑わ
I think it's best when they use minimal amounts of lines like Demon 1 just did, where like you can tell it's like forced. It's a forced line, right? That they've been asked to say the line, and you could tell because they're not good actors, and so like they're saying it. And I think the less they use of those, the better, because it feels very unnatural to me. And I think they used too many of them in the last one. Like let all the kind of slightly cheesy but like impactful lines come from the voice announcer.
We're making future.
Do you get to see the frag movie?
Big congrats to both of
Hey,
you
it's me.
making grand finals. Either A or start you and
Wait.
defense. Map number 3. Bind, and then side on bind. Okay.
Didn't need to complete the video there. Actually, we this was GG. It's already done.
Through the bind with.
This guy's a legend. I forgot his name, but I did some content with him. Well, we did some content with him. Uda.
You ready?
I thought he could put the bow tie on for the finals as well. Yeah, this music was disgusting. The problem here is that whilst we're walking out, you don't get the full thing. Like on the screen, it is the montage, and the montage is going fucking ham. So the camera's obviously going to mostly looking at a walkout, I'd imagine. But yeah, the screen. You could. You could. Bro, you can feel it. I'm feeling fucking stressed just thinking about it. Like that bass sign you hear there, that bass sign, like it's because of the song, right? It's quite bassy. But like, imagine that in a fucking room like this. Like, it's so loud. Oh, they did the montage before we walked out. I think that was missing from the walkout for Toronto, right? I think that really, really elevated things. Like, having that little montage before the walkout for each team. I think that was... This UI is kind of cool. I don't think it is big. I don't think it really matters that much. I think it does elevate it, but I think it's the montage before the walkout for each team is the thing that really peaked, though. Like we've just had to stand there for like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, waiting. Which is what it feels like fucking forever. Bosa went for the tweetest dance ever with this music, though. Like, this music I genuinely still listen to because it's so fucking good. Like, I love how intense it is. That's how the walkout should feel. It should feel intense, you know? Like, this music just intense. Look at me. My little fucking arms. I felt bad because Leo and Alpha were before me, and neither of them were like fucking doing any fan service at all. So I was like, I kind of need to make a bigger deal of like trying to. Get as many people as possible. There we go. He knew. Anyway.
Yet to experience, it's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It's time for the grand finals.
PRX, this was not supposed to be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok.
Does it count now? Does it count? Does it count?
This train has been on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals.
Haven Ascent. So I have to cast my man back and try and remember. So Permaban. And then Fnatic's Ascent was looking quite good, and PRX's Ascent was looking kind of iffy. So it all made sense. The only problems here that I had was that I didn't watch Fnatic's Ascent, but watching back it was pretty good. It wasn't bad. I was worried that they were catfishing. I was worrying that, because I know that Fnatic historically don't love Ascent. So I was worrying that Fnatic were catfishing their Ascent, i.e. they were doing better than what they actually were, if that makes sense. Like, they were doing better in the matches, like results-wise, than their actual comfort on the map. And so I was a little bit worried about this ban. I think it makes sense. Like, I think that it was the correct decisions by Alex. But I was a tiny bit worried that, like, secretly this is Fnatic's not a great map for them. And I was also worried here because Fnatic had started playing very poor on Haven, struggling on Haven quite a lot. So in actuality, there's a lot of maps in this pool that Fnatic like. Like, Fnatic will like these two maps a lot. They're pretty confident with this map. It was here and here where PRX had to win these two maps, otherwise it was going to be a very scary series. I read the finals as being a 3-2 either way. I thought that it was going to come down to like a PRX win on these two, and then whatever these two might have been, I thought that maybe Fnatic would have been okay, and then it would come down to like the 5th map or something. But I guess they chose Lotus, and Lotus is good. So my read was like PRX are fine here. They weren't going to win this one, and then this one is going to get like a 50-50. So maybe I was favoring PRX just a little bit because of the Insta 2 map advantage. But Fnatic playing so good in this tournament that I thought that they might have been able to sneak a win somewhere.
Now is only if they can get their first trophy.
And as we take a look at the Omen map select, we see
What's my title?
in the Veto. PRX are going
Oh,
to take
that's
out
like
the
shots.
Haven, something that they've been doing the entirety of the tournament, and Ascent, a very good map for Fnatic, where they've been showing a different face. Sunset is where things are going to start. And I'm surprised that Fnatic, even though they've been leaning towards the Lotus, towards the split, they decide to go for Icebox as their first map pick.
I actually like this idea. They leave the Lotus, the split. I think the two most even maps in this series for the end. Fnatic, though, they need to win on Icebox, because Pearl's their permaban. They've never won on Sunset. They are massively unfavored against PRX on those two maps. If they win today, I think it has to be a 5-map series. It goes all the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very testing the resistance of the team. I think the third one is the one that is the most exciting, and you have a very good point. Fnatic, they probably will suffer in the first half of this Veto, but this is what it all comes to. Yes, you've been learning a lot throughout this event. You've been showing new faces, new compositions, and you've also
They have one on Sunset.
How far can you take it?
In this tournament, I don't know. Analyst, like, let's say that Kukuku was wrong there. Like, I don't think you guys realize how difficult it is to remember the amount of information you need to remember to be on the analyst desk. And to be even more, like, not trying to glaze myself, but it's like because I'm within the system in a way that like a lot of the analysts aren't. I don't know how they do it because like I have a lot of memories tied to narratives within my own experience in the team, and it's very easy to remember stuff because like I lived through a lot of the history. Whereas like for a lot of the analysts, it's like they were on the sidelines watching, and it's like a bit different. I feel like the amount of information that you have to remember is insane. Like the amount of times I've made mistakes on desk just saying something slightly wrong is insanely high. Like it's very difficult.
Every decision perfectly. There could not be teams more opposed in the way that they want to play Valorant facing off in this final.
But you know what's really interesting to me here, girls, is that look.
I don't know if she did say anything wrong. No, I don't know. I'm just saying if there was something wrong.
They have a game, and I think that Fnatic are going to struggle, especially and mostly important is not when the round happens, but after a very quick round. If PRX hits you with another quick round, the downtime, the pre-round becomes the most important part in the game.
You're getting hit with a jab and a right hook, right after the other, and that is something you do not want to have happen.
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think. Most of these players, they've been on these stages before. They've won trophies, or at least gotten damn close in the case of PRX. But for two of them, they are brand new rookies where this is their first global tournament stepping onto this stage. It hasn't even been a year since Kayak won Ascension in EMEA. It's barely been any longer since we saw Patman lose out on his opportunity to even go to Pacific Ascension before he got this.
Have you seen the Platoon video on this match? I saw some stuff.
One of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make
it's a lot of time being brought.
We're into the agent select.
Reach, see the look at full.
Now these two teams
special went with NRG. Well,
so yeah, so we have seen Fnatic Sunset. There was some stuff with Viper I didn't love. PRX running, and I'm gonna start questioning Cypher a little bit. I think Cypher at this event did very, very, very poorly. And Neon did. Both of these agents did very poorly this event. And Neon's just been nerfed again, right? The only player that made this look good, like truly good, was Texture. I think everyone else was pretty much losing with it. On PRX side, is there anything to really highlight? I mean, no traditional Sentinel to play their kind of micro game a little bit better. Like they preferred to play micro games than macro games. And it's something they're very comfortable with. I do love the fact that their comp in the past did not have like a recon agent as much from what I remember. I think they ran Gecko quite a lot in these kind of comps. And so I do think that it was, you know, they took the risk of having something on Sova. And it's one of those frustrating things where you then read, like, the comp pretty much works on the basis that something plays Sova here. And then you'll read like after the game being like, oh, something's not good at Sova. It's just like, bro, he has to fill in the agent because it literally makes or break the comp. Like if it's gonna make or break the comp, like I guess there is an argument that you could have something start to learn Omen a little bit more because it is more naturalistic, I guess. But yeah, one of those frustrating things where what someone he's genuinely trying to fill to make the team do the best possible thing they can, and then you get weirdos not understanding that it's not like Alex built the comp with Sova first with something playing Sova. You know what I mean? Like it's not how it works.
At another grand finals with a completely new roster.
And you know what's really impressive about this?
Like it's not his duty to pop off with the Sova. Like it's fine.
Feel like they're relishing in this atmosphere.
Yeah, there's been
You could technically do something with Sage and Device over to it. No, I don't. I think you really want Devi on Sage.
We're seeing here and how exponential his run through Valorant is also alpha.
The trophy lead the two of the greatest
of the sport, to be honest. Legacy teams that have been there since the beginning, and they are battling tooth and nail now. Football all up against the best.
Genuinely, I should have reached out to Bren actually. I hope Bren's okay. I know that he got sick or something. So I hope Bren is okay.
It's the team that has a strong claim as best of all time up against the best team that's never won. And there are many squads out there that would love to.
I'll be honest, like I know that this is a weird take, but I think that Fnatic solidified undoubtedly that they're the greatest team of all time, despite losing this final. Like, I know I'm very biased, but like, it's been 5 years now. Like, it's been 5 years. This team has reached a grand final in 3 of the 5 years, right?
This feels like the moment.
And in the years they didn't make a grand final, they made every single international event.
The upper bracket, double map ban advantage. In some sense, it's PRX's trophy to lose there in the middle between these two teams. But both are going to be
like they're pretty close to be. They might be the. There's like maybe PRX are the same now too. If they make champs, like they're going to be one of very few teams who makes champs every single fucking year. You mean? And that's so big for an org. Okay, right. Straight off the bat, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like this wall very much. I don't know how much I want to go into detail about things, but I don't like the wall. I thought about it a lot, and I talked to Wendler about it a little bit too. Things that I find interesting on Sunset right now are this idea that the backside of B is maybe something that you can contain a little bit more. So like, what do we mean by contain? Contain just means like holding, I guess, but like it's not as strong as holding. You're just basically kind of just sat there watching, making sure they can't come through, and that's kind of how B backside feels now, is that you can kind of almost like watch them just come up. They're not going to be able to get up here because they got to jump up like an idiot. So like if the backside of B is slightly more containable, because of this jump up thing, and there's only a tiny choke here, then I can see like there might be some value of having a wall here to like help like flood in and control this backside. So I don't mind this aspect of it, I guess. It's this part that I really am a bit question marking, I think. Especially this part here. It feels very weird. It's almost like it forces you to like, it almost like forces very awkward play pattern for yourself, where you're like looking through your own Viper wall and then you're like almost letting them scale up on you. It's very strange. So I don't mind this part. I don't like this part, and I don't care about the middle part. If they have lots of plays around using this part of the wall, then sure, show me something cool. But I am not the biggest fan. In general, I prefer the walls that are like more taking up more of the B main space. Like there's that one, there's this one, there's a couple on A that I quite like. So to me, it comes down to how useful is this. The other thing is that I think you can also do this kind of idea and position the wall slightly differently, and it'd be better. I think there are better versions of this wall. But that being said, it is what it is. On A, we see, I believe this is Kron's orb. Is this Kron's orb? Usually PRX did an orb like this too sometimes.
Trophy to lose there in the middle.
Yeah, it looks like Kron's orb. So they have a very strange. This is like you know Bosa's been cooking. When you see something that looks normal but isn't, like, you know, the normal thing would be here, right? The amount of discussions and thought going behind moving the orb from here to here would have been a lot. I don't know if it's good, but I guess some of the ideas involve you're able to scale up behind it on retakes. You're able to scale up behind it for the holds. It allows you to escape the space. On your retakes this way as well, it blocks off a little bit more, I guess, but it's not that big for this part. It's more about this part here. I'll be very interested to see how they play around this orb if it is theirs.
Between these two teams. But both are going to be scrapping for every inch.
It could be a pistol read, yeah, it could be a pistol read.
A map that Fnatic are forced to play. All steady.
It almost forces, yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know.
For now, PRX nice and grouped up.
This wall, I do quite like this wall. The advantage to this wall is Team Liquid do it quite a lot. One of the major advantages is being able to push up and pressure CT, and then it forces them to have to fully re-clear CT and then clear more out. So they have to use a lot of time in utility to actually like push you out of this space before they get to the bulk of the retake. Team Liquid have some cool strats where they like split the wall up. You can like start looking up this way. You can kind of crunch at the same time. Post plant wise, it's a bit awkward. Like you can't do a post plant like where you're like using this space as like a crossfire, because obviously your wall is blocking the crossfires that you might have. So it's a more of a post plant where you're kind of looking at this, like these kind of areas, and then maybe like a little bit down here. Like that would be like the heat map, I feel like. I do remember last time PRX pistol, I think they went A and then stuck to the post plant. So I think that happened versus Sentinels, right?
It's a confident start, taking this kind of risk. You could well run into somebody holding a one and done, but they're relying on the fact that Fnatic love to play for retake in these situations.
So much util saved for PRX. But again,
so what do they have? So the other thing to note is that if preparation was done correctly, they should know this is happening a lot. And because they got no Senti, it hurts a little bit because it's quite good. So the retakes having this and a little bit here is very strong, and Fnatic know that, and they're going to do that over and over again probably. Is there a way to counter that? Because I don't have a Sentinel, it's kind of difficult. Like if I was playing Cypher, I would genuinely sometimes just stand here against Fnatic, but they don't have Cypher. So what are they going to do? They got a Sage Wall. They should be trying to plant open, and they should probably Sage Wall. I would unironically probably even Sage Wall here and stand on top of it. And have one person on top, one person here. I wonder what they do. I think they just wall CT, which it probably isn't the best idea. Like if they did like a wall like here and like all swung off of it, I could see that working quite well.
player in emotion and already trying to take a fight straight through spawn. Nade sailing up and overhead.
This is fine. This is fine. It's just that something messes up here, I'll be honest. Something cannot play like this. How do I explain it? On a rifle round, what he is doing is okay. Because he is far more likely to immediately kill someone and just be traded 1-for-1, and potentially even spray down 2. On a pistol round, you know there's a much higher chance that it's going to be multiple people running at you at once, and that the speed in which you're going to kill someone is much lower on a pistol round, right? The time to kill on a pistol round is much higher. So if you don't immediately kill the first person, you're dead. And so on a pistol round, if I was something here, I would be playing up here, spotting, and as soon as I see someone, I'd just be playing for time, spotting again, playing for time, and letting these people make the plays. Like, boys, they got 2 on flank. You guys need to fucking do something. And he just contains the space and just keeps falling back. It doesn't take the immediate draw, but instead he goes for like, okay, I mean he tries to run away from it, I guess, but he basically gets squeezed, yeah. So he kind of recognized his mistake a bit too late, I think. This is a mistake from Pat too. Pat is now... How do I explain it? And it doesn't look like a mistake actually because the orb is up. But as soon as this happens, he needs to just dip. They don't know 2 on flank though, I think is the problem. And then they just full defuse with the orb. Yeah. It's kind of a bit silly. I mean, fundamentally, they just needed someone here to play off of. But to be honest, that orb was kind of annoying. They didn't read the orb very well.
And here, looking like there might potentially be a crunch play in B. Boaster's got a paranoia he could go for.
Cycling through the util. Chronicles hunting for heads. Not gonna find too much, but PRX are not
Where's
far
the orb?
behind. Rattling a few shots at
They're just
around here.
containing B main, denying orb.
Talk about, I think, some of the expectations of players, I think, so far, but Fnatic are stacked with storylines, talent.
It's a bit of a stupid camera, I'm not gonna lie.
Good time to talk about, I think, some of the expectations of players, I think, so far.
Guess it's
but
fine.
Fnatic are stacked with storylines, most storied players.
Bit more aggressively.
To paranoia to try and set him up. Aggression
There's not much to say as an eco round. They're just gonna get farmed. Okay.
Alpha's trips and cam. And this round expecting a B pot.
Okay, so bonus round for Fnatic and they're 4 stacking B. This is what I like to see from Fnatic, is like understanding it's a bonus round, and so on a bonus round you have to do something a bit differently because your economy is slightly worse. And if you can take a gamble on this round and come out of it with a win, then you just fully fuck the economy of the other team. So taking a bit of a gamble is usually good on these rounds. Yeah.
4 players stack from Fnatic.
So this is where like, we might see like the preparation from Fnatic come out. Like Kayak walking middle here is probably a very game planned idea. They probably know that like Fnatic that PRX don't have camera from middle, and they probably don't recon middle very much. And so this position, yeah, they've got a full setup.
Is clearing these kind of spots.
Oh wait, yeah.
Slight miss shot.
So like this, what Fnatic just did was perfect, I think, in terms of like a bonus round and then a game plan round. Like Boaster misses, which is unfortunate. But Fnatic should win this round. What is? I don't know what Crashes is doing right now, honestly. I don't know. I don't know what Crashes is doing. He's on the not only the weak side of the map, but literally the weakest side of the map that you can possibly have. We know that PRX has made some noise B main, and they have made some noise middle, but ultimately are probably falling back here, and we don't know what's going on here. He is in a very likely situation where there's going to be 5 people about to walk into him, and he's pushing past the wall and orb almost desperately. So yeah, I'm very confused what he's trying to do. He gets away with it, but that was not, in my opinion, a good timing. I do think on a bonus round, what he's doing is more justifiable. Just create some chaos, meet PRX with PRX. But in terms of like macro theory and like just genuinely like a timing that makes sense, I think he's losing most of the time there. The one thing I do like about it on top of that is it enables Kayak now, because there's all this distraction. Like a lot of this game is distraction. So Crashes has created this giant distraction towards A, where everyone in PRX is now thinking about A ramp. And now that means that this guy can walk out here for free, probably.
What a challenge to take. He might think though that that's the only lurk player. It's difficult to explain.
And he's playing it smart now with the knife.
Kayak has read it. Here comes the
Yeah.
pincer. Here comes the crunch. Kayak.
Hello Val, thank you very much for the sub. I am good. I'm good.
On their buy round.
Donable? Did I donable? I'm generally not going to be able to like answer your questions if you mean that as a donable.
It's going to have to be raw heroics to see if he can stand a chance in this one. PRX none the wiser. Lurks on lurks. Alpha Year dropping Divine. A spike.
Alpha Year might have the best looking at someone aim. Like if someone's looking at Alpha, he will kill them. But if they're not looking at him, he'll struggle. Like he's got the biggest dissonance between if you face me, I will kill you, versus if you're running away from me, I might not kill you.
And deny it away from PRX. Kayak is feeling confident enough to go for that kind of play in round 3. This is a rookie player coming in, having just won Ascension.
So to me, I think that that's a good narrative arc from Sideshow. It's good narratively. I do think contextually, strategically, it made a lot of sense, and I would probably be talking about game plan. This felt very game planning.
played fantastically.
And I think the Crashies move here is actually the thing that needs to be like, oh my god, are we about to see a game where PaperX are getting PaperX'd? We got Fnatic using like a lot of their structure and cerebral play and saying, fuck it, we're just walking down ramp on a bad timing and just gonna kill you.
Just, I mean, even in the current Yoru Breach era is a bit of a mad idea to
Hey, Vi.
They were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what
Okay, I get it, guys. I know that everyone struggles. I was about to say, I know everyone struggles with back shots. I know everyone struggles at shooting people in the back. But what I'm saying is that the difference between Alpha's aim when he's looking at someone versus when he's shooting them from behind is a bigger difference than any player, I think, in the world. Like, it could be a hot take, I don't know. But like his aim when he's like looking at someone is obviously one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. And then he looks like me a little bit sometimes when they're not looking at him.
Thrive in this setting. See your players on half armor. The dart immediately dealt with. Kayak is safe.
Never a worry, never a doubt that recon was going to get broken.
Is it true that Fnatic just worked with different defaults depending on the comps and they were facing? And they were just switching between those defaults? The way you phrase that is almost like you could be like, isn't the way PaperX play just like, oh no, isn't the way that like you could almost reduce anything down to using language like that. Like what you said actually sounds quite complicated to me, but you put the word just there. They just did it. It's like that requires a lot more thought. Like that might be some of the highest complexity of Valorant that you might be able to implement is doing different defaults based on different comps. Like it's ludicrous. That's not a simple thing to do. And the answer is kind of, and I can go into it later if I get a moment. So Stinger buy from PRX. And Fnatic have stack 4B. So another good read from Fnatic. The problem is
increase the tempo, increase the heat. Taking control out towards market already. Stray shots, no damage, and need a couple.
The problem is there's a complete disconnect with the way that Bose is trying to play. Bose doesn't realize that his teammates are just leaving him, and he's just looking like a noob right now. And so, and because PaperX is so aggressive, he feels like he can't pull smoke. What should have happened there for Fnatic? I don't know. They fuck up massively, to be honest with you. They really fucked this up. Like, to be honest with you, if they just both came, like, these two players, like Crashes and Boaster, just went market together, I think that would have been more consistent than what they're doing right now. It's like, it's very strange to watch. I don't think Chronicle should be doing this either. I know that he needs to kind of make a play. Kind of. But I think that this backside positioning is so strong that he's about to get kills even when this wall goes down, I think. If that makes sense. But to do the jump up play, you know you're going 1-for-1 probably. Like I'd rather be in a 3v4 than a 2v3 in this situation because we contain backside and now we don't. We don't have backside control anymore.
Trying to do some damage towards the end of this one. Alfie has left it down to the 1v1. Forsaken.
Oh my god. A little bit of a mistake from Forsaken, but nothing big. So despite that, they still came out fine. Oh, that's so unlucky. If Jason didn't pull smoke, he would have killed Chronicle clean, and the round was won.
Interesting moment in that. Both through a counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Pac-Man just ran through. Just kept running forwards. Has the PaperX have the util to push him off.
Wall in your face too, and he hears it. Footsteps around, trying to take that one into the up angle, but there's a rocket.
This is going to come to get his back like he did in B main early. But PaperX have the util.
You can't ult here against Ray's ult. I think Kayak's messed up here. Against Ray's ult, sorry, I don't think I get that. And like Jing is a beast, right? Like, you know how quickly Jing is going to be able to close space on you. So I think to buy an operator here at this angle is optimistic. Like, you're gonna die pretty quickly. The Sage is quite nice though. Look at that. Sage slow for all of this. No flood. Crashes is just fucked.
Skipping, hopping, trying to survive.
If Jing had thrown an aid in there, then surely he would have been dead, but instead focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward, he's already taking the timing against them, and he's trying to take it forwards. Fast and loose is the play. Wall into the back of the side.
I do wonder. Yeah, the wall is good. The wall is a bit of a skill check in a way, where it's like, you're basically saying, if you don't send anyone here, we win the round a lot of the time, because we can just hard focus the short choke. Again, I think that I'm not loving this way of playing for the flank, but it did work, so.
He's already jumped away. Boaster and Alpha going to be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist, the hat goes out. It's going to be good information. Hammered up. Start rebounding. The time is going to start ticking soon enough. PaperX is still a bit more disciplined.
It's a weird plan.
Going to try and play this one together now. First tap, first target down.
Guys. Look how Alpha genuinely could win that. What are they doing? Just fucking frag hungry or something. Like, they're not on spike. Just chill. Instead, 3 people line up.
So PaperX, they do show up and they get that round on the board. A critical one at that. A little.
Okay. Pansy discussion. The thing is that it's very likely that Pansy will cast the Finals of Champs, right? Can you turn the volume up? Yeah, a little bit, but it's really loud for me. Wait, one sec. You want to turn up the game volume? Do you really want to hear the game volume that much? It's a VOD review.
Now Kayak's going to have to play with his Neon Ultimate.
Okay.
Already invested pretty heavily
Volume's
economically
fine.
in the previous round. And now PaperX going into the Cypher setup.
That tucked around, it's an instant drone and walking, wading out through mid. Batman looking to contain it.
There's only so many times that Fnatic can just go do this. I'm wondering if they have a punish in mind at some point. The other thing I'm thinking about is that this wall doesn't do anything against PaperX's preferred A side. Like, they prefer A, I think, nowadays. It feels like they go A a lot more. So this wall pretty much doesn't do anything. It's something I'm thinking about.
Players have already slipped straight past. Kayak. He's going to hear some damage. Oh, surely hears it, yes. Tip tap of the footsteps, and he buys his time, buys it well. Here's the ult.
It was a nice try.
Down, but up through mid. It's Batman. Straight up the gut, instant res as well. It's going to be undoing that damage.
I mean,
a massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken. Down, but up through
what's Crashy's doing?
Straight up the gut, instant res as well. It's going to be undoing that damage. And a little bit earlier. A massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken.
This is knife out.
Through completely. Pac-Man as well. They've again, I just in there. Instantly denying the Neon. And once again, he's going to put it all down on B. So
Yeah, so at this point, I honestly would consider a timeout from Fnatic and just say they're going to go A. How do we fight A? Fnatic's comp doesn't love shutting down this space. I don't know if they're good enough at the map yet to know what to do against teams that abuse A. their one protocol right now is what we did last year a lot of the time, which is 2 flank, play mostly retake. I think they need more options than that. And I think right now it would be very simple. I hope that Crashies is ready to just ult. So I think that this round specifically, they can get away with just doing a solo ult round where they just fight on ramp with the solo ult. In later rounds, they need a different solution.
As you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly, then Pac-Man could still find a timing.
A real switch up as well from the game plan of PRX.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure. Trying to get big value out of Pac-Man's utility, even if it's not actually Pac-Man who's there taking the space.
Okay, so I think PRX are worried about middle because Fnatic keep pushing middle.
Really trying to mess with expectations.
And then this Recon's Catfish. In a nice spot. I think Kayak knew that he's fine there.
He's going to be sweeping forward start. It's going to be blinding up Alpha. They rebounding. We'll have to respect it. Market control. PRX is for now. And Cena Hunter's furious and there's signs of life.
The irony here is that PRX did not go A. For whatever reason, for some strange reason, they didn't go A. They started like exploring middle. I guess they were inserting and just Patman died. This is stupid. I told them about this. Maybe I didn't tell Patman, but I told. Do you remember when Devi said that like Yinsu asked like I felt sorry for him a little bit. Yinsu asked like what did Mini help you with specifically, and he said something about ults, lurking with ults. Like this was one note I had for him very early on was that Devi was lurking on Viper with his ult a lot. And I said that, bro, like when you have your ult, please can you not lurk? Because when we don't get value from your ult. And this is another situation where Pat is doing the same. Like obviously he cannot win the round with his ult if he's lurking and potentially dying. All they need to do is go to a site and exec together and then use the ult, right? Like that's your win condition. And then hopefully by the end of the half, hopefully, it's unlikely, but hopefully you get it again.
Really trying to mess with expectations.
The dart doesn't clear. Kai was sat nice and pretty. Patman none the wiser. Thought he caught a timing there. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forward start. It's going to be blinding up Alpha. They rebounding. We'll have to respect it.
What is this B hold?
Patman none the wiser. Thought he caught a timing there.
They don't really. I don't know. Like Alpha. If the orb was here and the wall was here, wouldn't that be a lot easier for them to hold this space? Like they could literally be doubled up right now, even just chilling. Like this could be Alpha, this could be Kron watching here, and then they could just turn and fight. Instead they're like 1-1, and then Alpha goes into a really awkward spot.
Is going to be sweeping forward start. It's going to be blinding up Alpha.
I love this idea from PRX though. Just this on-the-fly call of just going up this way. Especially when the ult comes through, it's like they start speeding up immediately. This is very nice. Like Kron and Alpha already look uncomfortable on this site, but then they had no clue how to deal with like this.
This train is not stopping. Not here. Not now.
They barrel through unconventional pathing.
Hello, Alex. Commentuva. I don't speak French. What does comment? Commentapartu is what is your name? Commentuva.
Chronicle didn't know which way to look.
What does va mean? How are you? Oh.
An adaptation here for PRX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from
What's désolé? Je suis désolé. I can't remember what désolé means.
Slower and more deathbally. They're not trying to
Je suis désolé. Je suis anglais. Non, 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 non français.
It's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't.
Wait, where was I mentioned?
That undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined. I think Fnatic eat that up.
Sides.
Was I mentioned?
New heights and evolution for this team now. A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them. The slower play, working the map on their attack sides.
And I think they have to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long. They're a disciplined too.
Oh, I gotta go back to see here, Glaze.
Adaptation here for PRX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too.
No. I'll be upfront. I had no, like, I had very if like almost no help with game plan. Alex would talk to me and ask questions sometimes about certain aspects. But when it came to game plan, in the start of the process in APAC, I was doing a little bit more. Like, you gotta remember, like, they didn't know what working with me was going to be like, and I didn't know what working with them was going to be like. So at the start of the process, like, I was trying different things out to see what worked and didn't work. And what I found out was doing game plan stuff with them definitely didn't work because the way that I think about game plan stuff doesn't fit well with the way that they want to play. So it was better if like Alex just did his normal stuff and then would just ask me some questions sometimes, you know. And it was very like, I don't think I probably even had more than a couple of sentences to say about this final, you know. So I really wasn't involved with game plan. This isn't being humble at all. This is being real. I didn't do anything. Like,
Fnatic head coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad, but the game plan appears to be slower and more deathball-y. They're not trying to split. They're just trying to stay together and take out Fnatic piece by piece on rounds like this. If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, then working through market and up they have to team ever breaks and much success. Any point in the party and Stinger a little bit different.
this is causing Fnatic a bit of problems. I guess Kayak's solution is I can just sit in the corner and just pray.
Spread out. Control one away from some big ults as well. Jing. Looking forward to that show.
And they're just pushing off of it. Okay, so this is quite smart from Fnatic. So Fnatic's read is, it's almost like one of the things that I was trying to do with them a little bit and get Alex to like figure out how we can implement is there are times where, you know, what Sideshow's talking about, the death ball, right? So like the death ball is happening right now. Luckily we do have someone here, but usually where PRX make noise is often where they are, right? So if you know that like they're a death ball team who, you know, and they start making noise B, the death ball is probably B. What does that mean? It means that this is probably quite weak. So this is the adaptation here from Fnatic. It's just like, if they're death balling one side of the map, we can probably push out the other side of the map.
Contact plays going for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite rebounding. Ricochet Chronicle looking to try and slow them
And then because Jake has power Omen ult, he can go back. This is a very interesting spot. I know they're low buy, so it's probably not going to be the best example. But I'm very curious as to what happens in these moments where like the defense has a lot of players flooding in backside, and then, you know, and they have control of this. This recon should get value from Alpha, but the paranoia recon timing is a bit off. Yeah. It's subtle, but it's off, and then Alpha's whiffing. And ironically, I know Alpha had a very good series, but that's a pretty big whiff. I mean, it's a bit awkward. Phantom moment, maybe. That's maybe why he doesn't like the Phantom.
Already taken up that timing. Slips into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate at a bit of running gun.
How did everyone else die?
And Jing already taken up that timing.
I mean, Crashes is trying to solo flood. Kayak got killed on flank. Yeah, there's something wrong. There's an interesting theory here about like backside, I feel like, but something feels off. Maybe it's not as good as I think, or like it isn't very good, but something didn't feel right. Again, Pat, I'm gonna have to be honest though, like Pat has Viper ult again and he's flank watch. Like something's wrong here from PRX. They win the round, but at what cost kind of thing. Luckily, when they Viper ult B, they always lose anyway, so I guess it's fine. But it's because they do this Viper ult, which is kind of crap, I think. Is this your first time watching the series? Yes, properly.
On something. And Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the kill. His crosshair resetting onto the next target before even confirming that something had hit the deck. And after a 0-4 beginning to this map, actually for PRX, really not trying to challenge early on. It's been more about contacting. And then the question becomes, who's actually holding the contact for Fnatic? Because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling and Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs alive, Jing. That's his cue to go, sending it ricocheting against the...
I quite like that idea from Jing. So I think what he's trying to do there is like... Is he trying to use... Maybe I'm just overanalyzing. It looks like he purposely tried to hit the box because he knows the box is like low. It's like a penetrable wall, right? And therefore splash damage is high.
Ricocheting against the wall, that's no damage done to Boaster. Is he going to draw that blood? Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle.
Or Kayak at the AWP again. They bought an AWP again against Razor, which I think is a mistake. Yeah, wall banging with a rocket. Yeah, penetration affects Ray's ult, I think. You know when you get those ults that happen that it's like it hits like something and you're like, how the fuck did it kill someone over here? It's got something to do with the way that the pen works, I think. Or JJ's just an idiot and just shot a box back. So I don't know. Like either could be true.
Crack open the A site. Crack heads while they're at it. Jing, not content with just a few. Device steals them.
But JJ is probably the best Razor in the world, but he can also do stupid shit sometimes. So both could be true.
Step out of reach. I think it'd be fair to call them as the barrier between PRX and have been pretty much flawless since then.
The early timeout has worked wonders.
I personally, yeah, what would I... I got a Viper. So I'm just thinking. I think I would switch Viper to this side of the map, I think, if I'm Fnatic.
Once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down behind this box in mid. Last time, didn't find too much value from it.
Deep pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic. There's Boasters out through A main, down through mid. Getting a good idea now. This is going to be landing over towards B. Chronicle tucked to the corner. He's going to be feeling that heat, takes the peak. Dealing with these players out towards the extremities, but not through bottom mid.
The Sage ult values worked twice now. It's ironic that it's like almost like against kind of weaker weapons. They need to use it on.
Good connection, Kayak. Trying to make some moves. Alpha dominates market. This.
What do you say at the half as a coach when they went back up? What do you mean? What do you mean?
So Kayak may be the target. Feels like PRX need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Setting ducks right now. Alpha low enough. Shot to the dome though will do him in. Kayak.
It's a very weird 2v2.
They split apart, trying to get on either side of the neon wall. So Kayak may be the target.
No, it wasn't about the neon wall, was it? It was just about Jason saw a play. I don't think he's reacting to the neon wall here at all. Like, watch. So I think he sees, okay, I could play behind this wall. That looks kind of fun. That's like that's almost like PRX thought some up. Like he's It's like when PRX are playing, you know, like Terminator has like sorry, or like RoboCop. Terminator. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to try. Oh yeah, like this. Like when you know the Terminator from the film, like he sees everything like in terms of like this, you know, and like he's like seeing everything. Like this is like what when PRX are playing. It's like this. Like there's no rational thought. It's just in Forsaken's vision. Like this is flashing right now. This is just flashing. Like this is just a big red flashing thing, and he's just like that. Go, and it makes sense logically. But there's just intuition, right? He's just like, there is a play to be made here. I can TP behind this part of the wall. They're not going to expect it, and I will probably do something good. Like it could be as simple as this looks like fun, because it is a good play. It's not maybe the best play, but it's still a good play. Can you meow for me? No.
Shot to the dome that will do him in. Kayak. Got to do it in a 1v2.
To even ask when you're not subbed, I presume, is not acceptable.
Changing things up. Do they expect Kayak is going to be tarred? Similar setup. PRX not changing things up. Do they expect Kayak is going to be tarred?
I don't know what I'm allowed to say TOS wise, but
coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping, crashing. Up onto Alpha, he steps forward. A bit of spam.
If I'm going to degrade myself, I'd like to do it for money, not for free.
Trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping, crashes. Indomitable from this spot.
That's probably the most TOS way I could put it. Alpha again. So what is going on? So it's just a full. They have not solved A site at all. Yeah, they have not solved A site. They don't know what to do. And Kayak's been abused a lot.
Just the aim, crashes. Does trade. Now the heat and the pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forward, a bit of spam coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos.
Ilya might need to do some work on Hunter's Fury. Like, as a genuine note for his solo player. I think there's times where I watch him like, could be better.
But they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Clear him out. Rifle in hand.
As a Hunter's Fury expert, who never misses.
Nice, beefed the movement there. Was just trying to get on top of the box. He was in the spot where he could support crashes, and now there's a dangerous timing.
He couldn't make the jump. Like, he couldn't make the jump. I think if Sideshow wants him to stand here the entire round, I think that's like an optimistic play for Boaster. I think someone like Alpha would make that play, and I think it's a fine play. I don't think it's a great play. So I can see why Boaster didn't want to stay on top of a wall.
This spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
Part of the reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated.
Who's the IGL of PRX? I haven't listened to the comms for this event, but it's not really like it's not.
Trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
When I listen to scrims, it's not 100% clear. Like maybe I'm not giving Forsaken enough credit here, but it's not always like it doesn't work like other teams, to be honest with you.
This situation though finally winnable for Chronicle, an opportunity for impact.
Looking for an easy fight first. The first most spots it out. Snake fight. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect. Something. Sits it down, fight is picked. Thought about committed. Let loose entirely. And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time.
Honestly, this is a pretty bad. Because Fnatic haven't solved how to hold A site or what to do on A side of the map, I think that one solution is going to be something as simple as, again, Crashies has ult, Chronicle has ult. For the rest of this grand final map, until we get home and understand how to play A side of the map, let's just win the rest of these rounds by using ults. And so what should happen is we should have a round where we're just fighting with Sova ult, and then we should have a round where Chronicle is just like pushed, like they push him up deep and then he just ults the ramp, you know, like, and instead Crons used it kind of desperately in the 2v1, which I kind of understand. The problem is that it is a perfect solution for what they're struggling with. So again, like, they're struggling on A, they don't know how to solve it in the moment because they haven't been tested enough in scrims. They've not solved it in their scrims. They've not realized this is a problem probably. And so in the moment, they're not able to solve it. They're like not really sure what to do. And you need like a band-aid right now. And the band-aid is literally these ults. Like, they could solve it with these ults for the moment. And then when they come back to Europe and figure it out, like, they can do that then, you know? How can a coach help here? A coach might be able to give a solution to this A side of the map. I'll be honest with you. There's two problems with it, though. The first problem is that whatever the solution might be, we have never practiced it before. We've never practiced it. Because if they had a solution, they would have just done it. So the problem number one is it's not practiced. And when you do something new that's not practiced, it means that everyone's a little bit more uncomfortable to the point where it might be worth not doing it. Especially on a map like this where they already don't look super comfortable. And then number two is it's difficult. It's difficult to find a solution sometimes. And that's why we practice and go through these iterations of ideas and try and figure out what to do. Because in the moment, you might not know the answer. Like, I have some theories as to what they can try to do. Like, thematic theories. I don't have every single detail down. So, like, in the moment, like, there are very few coaches in the world who would have the exact answer to every problem, you know? I'm not one of those coaches that knows, you know what I mean? See ya, Boaster. Hey, what are you doing? You ain't comfortable anyway. So, yeah. To give Anders credit, I think Anders is one of the few people in the world who probably, like, in this moment would be like, okay, boys, you could do this, this, this. And, like, it might be a good solution. The only thing is that I think that, like, I think I'm good. I think I'm best at blending the two, you know? I think that, like, I might not be 10 out of 10 here, but, like, I'm strong enough here. And then I'm like I'm a 10 out of 10 here, understanding the ways in which the boys like to play and their comfort levels. And so if I'm only like an 8 here, it's good enough to blend those two together. And that's why, like, I felt pretty comfortable being the only person. When I took timeouts, right, I did them mostly by myself, right? I didn't have someone with me. And I felt pretty comfortable because I knew that my knowledge was good enough. It wasn't maybe 10 out of 10, but it was good enough. And then I knew, like, I knew exactly how the players, like, felt comfortable, you know? And even if I'm at 8 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 or whatever, like, the discussion I have with the boys and mostly Boaster would mean that we probably come up with a solution that's, like, reasonable. Like, a lot of the times it'd be like, this is the thing that we're struggling with. Like this is a perfect instance of a mini timeout, really. The timeout might go something like this. Maybe I'm like, I don't fucking know the answer to this problem, but I know what the problem is. So I'm like, Boaster, the problem is this. They're going to keep abusing us on A because we have this flank protocol and we're playing retake A all the time, but it's not working and it's kind of readable at this point. What do we want to do to stop that? Like, I don't have the answer, but, like, let's talk about it. And, like, that is a very common timeout that I would take, would be that I wouldn't know the answer to the question, you know what I mean? I've even been told this by referees. Like, referees have, or people behind the scenes have said that, because a lot of people behind the scenes can hear me talk, right? And some people behind the scenes have said that, like, my timeouts were very different often to other coaches' timeouts. And I think what that means is a lot of coaches probably try to... I mean, some of them probably say nothing because they're not very good. some of them probably have a very... sometimes probably overconfident, but like they're probably like, we need to do this thing, and they just call exactly what they want the team to do. I think there are very good coaches who probably do that. Like Anders is probably pretty good at that, but like people like Sean Garris come to mind who like have a very like, we're probably going to do this exact thing and I'm going to call it perfectly for you. Whereas my approach is a bit more like collaborative in those moments. Because yeah, frankly at times I don't know the answer. But I'm very good at noticing the problem.
Just go for a rifle afterwards. Just watching mid. And a little pacier perhaps, going for a B pop here.
Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting though. Deep push down towards A main. So
Is someone asking me someone being weird again?
Jing, one away from a showstopper, but choosing
in a case you don't have a solution, your players neither, do you hope they find a solution in time? We'd always have a solution. It's just about how good the solution is, right? So we'd at least discuss something, you know? Like even at worst, if I could tell that they don't have a good idea, I'd be like, okay, maybe we could, and I knew I didn't have the best idea. I'd be like, okay, like this is the kind of thing I'm thinking, and then we kind of vibe off of it a little bit. You know, some of the timeouts, there have been timeouts where like both sides of us are just like, we don't really know what to do. And, you know, we kind of over talk to each other and we kind of talk past each other, and then we end up not coming up with a good solution. And then we kind of just look like noobs in the next round. Like that does happen sometimes, but it was quite rare. It's not like, I guess the answer to your question is like, a great plan done shit is worse than a bad plan done well, if you know what I mean. So like at the very worst, we planned something, and as long as we did it together, like at worst they might still exploit the thing, but at least we got a plan, you know. Why is MR12 better than MR15? Because MR15 takes way too long, especially in a BO5. Competitively, MR15 is better. I would argue that MR12 is the best if they figure out an economy system that makes sense. I think the economy system is too brittle in the first 4 rounds. Pistol rounds matter too much, and bonus and anti-bonus rounds matter way too much. Right, the whole server's got timings.
That is a ballsy TP. Wide off angle played.
Could be on Kayak here. Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards it, but all 3 players on PRX trying to make their own individual timing play.
That's crazy. Just the whole server had timings. What could Fnatic have done here?
Looking to try your faces, and they're going to be disengaged. And PRX thought
I'm a bit confused why Crashies... Oh, Crashies came to here because he started thinking he might have to rotate this way, I guess. I think he needed to stand here, though, just to be... And then if he got contact here... Like, this is always going to be fine for A. As long as... What I would be doing is just making sure these two are doubling up with each other. So, like, Kayak comes to here. Alpha B's the contact here. As long as that happens, they're allowed to concede all this space. And so whilst they concede that space, you just play 3B. And at a certain point, it'd be nice if they could get a timing to push back out middle or something. If they get contacts here, I would be trying to push out middle probably. But I think... Crashies doesn't have, he doesn't have anything. So I think that like for Crashies to go this way is a subtle mistake in my opinion, because I think that this way means he's got the option to go this way, but he doesn't need to because of this great crossfire that they have deep on A, and they don't need to worry about their back. Like if PRX go this way, then these two just push out and just control this side of the map, I guess.
It's a ballsy TP.
And then the trips do help on the flank too.
Wide off angle played.
It is awkward to just give up all that A space, so I would like to see them do something on the B side of the map together in that moment where they would group up a bit more. But yeah, this looks awkward.
It should be in a good spot for it. Site needs to be cleared out here. In through the back of the site, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Watch for Lions wall on a bit as the curtain drops. So does Alpha. Rocket to your feet.
Jing's ult again. It's crazy.
That's even
I tell you, this is such an incredible city. It's home for me. I grew up in Brampton, so it's really special. Yeah, that's right. It's really special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the Val logo and to be a part of this community. You guys bring such incredible energy to this event. It means so much to us. This is one of the greatest cities in the world, and so to have the opportunity to showcase this to all of our players around the world, that's great. I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to all the players here, to all the players who are watching this online, to the co-streamers and the influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I got the chance yesterday, by the way, to go back to Brampton. The food is the best in Canada. I just got to say, so.
I completely agree. Now, it's made it even more special by the fact Valorant just celebrated its 5th birthday. I remember being there when the game came out.
This is the problem, is that I can't like. So Yinsu, I would put gun to my head, Yinsu does not agree with that statement at all. But she's a good broadcast talent and, you know, keeps the energy, you know what I mean? Whereas my fucking semi-autistic ass would be like, I don't agree with that, but next question. You know what I mean?
Now, so I wanted to ask you if you could maybe reflect and tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was
like I take everything so literally and like so on my sleeve, you know what I mean? Like I'm so like I'm almost incapable of looking past something that like isn't the truth.
Thank you so much. And also, PRX might lift their first trophy in 5 years as well. So let's jump back in the game and see if they can close this out.
Is eager to get back into the fight between each other.
Like the problem is that I knew I have to give like a white lie, but my white lie would be like, I always lie by using the truth, right? So I'm like, maybe I do like the food in Canada, but obviously it's not the best. So I'd be like, yeah, the food is pretty good. Food is pretty good. Like it would just come across so like unhype at all, you know?
I think that they don't choke another.
I'm too cynical.
At the moment though, set up in a great
too I know.
They should have been favored on.
The fuck? So yeah, so the wall at middle for Fnatic. I personally don't love the wall. Fnatic's attack is weird to me. I've watched enough of their attack to know that they basically scale middle a lot and then try to use this wall as a bit of pressure, but ultimately it looks a bit weird and flat sometimes. So like if you are going to do a wall like this, you do have to put pressure on. The problem that they have is that one, they lose, you know, a wall that's good on A, which is what everyone does, is like some kind of wall on A. They also, if they were smart, could think about walls on B that I think are probably better than this too. And the other thing is that when they do stuff with the middle stuff, they smoke this anyway, which I think that just makes this wall a bit like, well, we're using loads of resources for this. It seems weird. So I do think that is an interesting wall for like a game where like you throw off an opponent. But I'm still curious about the consistent value of this wall. I don't think in order to do things here that you need a wall, is basically what I'm trying to say. And so the opportunity cost is having something to allow you to scale A a bit better and to exec A or to post plant A. And the same on the B side of the map. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Toronto's food's probably great. You know, it's just that, you know, I know Yinsu well enough to know that like what kind of food she likes. You know, and I presume that it was great, but
I mean, they just put those players in
I'd be
the
surprised if you
backline.
said Toronto. You know.
Something's going to try to recover this one. Actually might have caught a timing. Back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha even going re-exploring.
Yes, gonna have to take down Frank.
Did they lose this round? Surely not.
No, this is impossible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol round in their sights. Already.
This wall that PRX are doing is, I personally think, a lot better than one that Fnatic was doing. I think that there's probably little micro things that I'd have to check to see how it's all interacting. But on the surface, I think this is much better. Like, it allows your player in market to play comfortably. And then the middle space, like, you can still go for the mid clears in a less awkward fashion. Like, you can fight middle and block off this choke and have it all open for you to fight, if that makes sense. So I actually think that PRX's... I think PRX's Viper Wall theory might be the best in the world. And I had no say, or like I had no, like I didn't do anything when it came to that stuff. The other wall prevents the jump up. The jump up is already a prevention in itself, i.e. you have to jump up, therefore it is shit. What do I think of the PRX comp? I think that if it's... My current read on the meta is that Breach is pretty shit. And Cypher is kind of meh. And so... And Neon is meh. So as long as you're not playing those three agents, you're probably in an okay spot. And so PRX aren't... PRX's comps may look wacky, and they are a bit weird. But they fundamentally suit them, which is number one. And number two, they avoid playing all the shit agents. Like... So it's like kind of a win-win, in my opinion. There are holes not playing a Sentinel, but it's almost better to play for yourself and then also to avoid shit agents. I don't know if they realize that they're avoiding shit agents a lot of the time, though. Like,
does still exist here on their defense side, that lack of information. For example, in this round, how open market is.
Seagull, yeah. I mean, I sometimes have a seagull that perches up on my window, to be honest. It's pretty scary.
Deep control, PRX.
A seagull. I live near the seaside. I live on the seaside. I live near the sea, sorry.
The slower that Fnatic play, the more that PRX are going to be worried about those gaps.
Like this wall too. I like this wall. Like walls that I like, the walls that like I call them like Anders walls, where like they cut off multiple. Like, I think about Haven. Let me just explain it on Haven quickly for you guys, because I think Haven is the best example I could possibly give you to explain this kind of concept. So I obviously used to work with Anders. And I remember the kind of walls that he'd bring to me as like ideas. And I started just calling them Anders walls a little bit, but they're just good walls a lot of the time. So the way that like he would like think about walls is like the way that a lot of teams started using walls around defense is like they almost use them like horizontally. Where it's almost like the idea is we're gonna cut off multiple chokes on our defense that are like, and then we're gonna bunker. We're gonna bunker and play with our bunkered setup. And sometimes that can be very good. Sometimes on some maps, like these kind of bunkered walls can be good. But the opportunity cost is you're basically just drawing a line on the map where the attack is allowed to walk up on you, and you've lost all this map control. Like, I know it's not technically true, like you can obviously fight for the space and stuff still, but technically what you're doing is basically saying you can walk up and you're allowed to walk up into my wall in a weird way. Like on Bind, I think that Bind is actually an example where this like horizontal wall is actually pretty good, and I would probably still want to use the horizontal wall, I think. But yeah, these walls pretty much are like, yeah, you get all this space and then you choose when to exec. Whereas like the wall that I like on this map is far more like what I would call an Anders wall. And what does that mean? It means that like, number one, it's usually less flat and it's more vertical, because you're trying to go through multiple layers of terrain, right? So you're trying to get through step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. I mean, there's multiple aggressive layers to the wall. Whereas this wall, what are the layers? It's one. There's one layer. There's one layer. Here, there's 5 layers. You see? Sliggy's wall. This is Sliggy would do this wall back in the day. This is what I call loud wall. So in my opinion, most of the time, the walls that are a bit more like cutting off multiple aggressive areas are better because it requires you to use utility to go through each part of the wall, and you can play for many different setups. So you could have a setup that uses this part of the wall where you're pushing down. You can have a setup where you're using this part of the wall and you're fighting here, and then you can do like, you can basically always set up aggressively like this and then fall back one and then, you know, fall back another kind of thing, if that makes sense. In this version, you're kind of like, you're mostly just going to use it here and then fall back to the back of site, but it has multiple still chokes to help. So it's almost like, the way I'd explain it is almost like this part of the wall here is doing the exact same kind of thematic idea as what this wall is doing, i.e. cutting off chokes. And then this part of the wall is your kind of map control, re-clear part of the wall. So you, in the mid round, you can use this. At the start of the round, you can use this to re-clear. This part of the wall is your aggressive chokehold, and then this is your passive chokehold. So it's like, it's just doing so many different things at once, right? There's so much different layers to this. On some maps, though, finding these walls that are useful can be difficult, and some maps just, it's kind of better to bunker up sometimes, I guess. So it's not always like, it's not always true, but like most of the time it's going to be true that these type of walls are better, in my opinion. And that's the kind of wall that they're running right now. I don't think that this wall is as good as this wall. Like, I think this wall is like borderline, like one of the best examples you could possibly find. But I think this is the kind of style of wall that we're looking at here, right? It's got multiple different ways to cut across, you know?
Means that PaperX themselves have to
sorry, someone asking, where's the orb go? This is the beauty of that setup, is Gen.G don't do this, and I think they're making a mistake for not doing it, and they're getting away with murder. So Gen.G will put their orb here. When they do this, they do this and this. Some teams might do this and this, but I think is a mistake. So what Loud would do when they use this wall is they put the orb here. This is probably the best orb, I think, on Defense Haven, and this is the best wall. And so when you can do both the best things at once, why not do them, you know? It's not a retake orb. This is not a retake orb. This is a hold to the fucking bitter end orb. This is we can play lots of different spots for free, and we can flood in a bit easier and focus this if we need to.
proactive in the defense. If you play against PaperX,
What's the time right now? 12:30. Okay, I've got to go. I've got a hard cutoff at 3 o'clock. So I do have to speed up a little bit.
And they'll have to take timers like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
All of that 3-2-1 swing. Now get immediately there, at least the due diligence. Sight clearing out the way. This is PaperX looking to try and flood their way back in. They've only got pistols, trying to make the most of it right now. But again, bodies topple and fall. Complete collapse. A healthy one.
But fast paced. So far in this tournament,
holding this A, bro. We are defending now again on side.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even Chronicle making a joke about it, like they recognized that A was fucking up.
We are holding this A, bro. We are defending now again on side.
Yeah.
Like, I think Chronicle is trying to make a joke that, like, we obviously had troubles on A on defense.
They're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play these really calm, controlled post plant setups. It's going to be frantic. They're going to feel like defenders, just as Kron said.
Fnatic are getting a glimpse into mid. Jump spots. Info gathered.
So one thing I'm looking at here is how do PaperX deal with this orb? I think that they're going to, it looks like they're going to keep this smoked and probably just disrespect it. And then you see the value here. Pat is just getting a lot of value, just being by himself B main, getting information, and then can put the wall up and then threaten Fnatic always. Like, I don't think we saw Fnatic do enough of this kind of thing. And if you can get away with it, you get away with it very hard. And Omen's playing this side, watching here. And can TP this side if he needs to. So it makes, like, Omen playing here is quite cool because he can be a bit more cheeky.
Waiting to see if any of the PaperX players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
It's a deeper wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but...
So Neon's got to this point. So they've used the Cypher Cage. Well, I thought they used the Cypher Cage to get across, but I'm not sure if they did. So now Neon's in position to use this Viper Wall. The weird thing to me, though, is that when you're playing Neon, you have the fast lane, right? Fast lane, I think. Which means that you can already make these kind of weird plays through middle anyway, without using the Viper Wall. So to me, this Viper Wall would make more sense if you're using it with someone who's just going to lurk without, like, on a timing, rather than a Neon. Like, in this instance, I'm hoping that the Neon actually goes this way, and that someone else uses this wall. I would imagine from this map control, Fnatic are just going to B-split. But do a B-split using something up top middle.
Cleared out now by Fnatic.
Never mind.
Is really good
I am wrong.
blocking these gaps.
Never mind.
So he's popped it down over towards A right now.
They want to drone market
which means in theory that
and fake market with Neon, and then they're going to walk up A,
defenders can
I
back
think.
out of A and go to cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
And now they're looking to go through top middle.
Poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down. Gonna be fading in a moment's notice.
Okay, so okay, so what I said was true. So Carrick was just prodding for a second, but they're gonna drone market and fake with the Neon and then go A afterwards. The problem is that the timing of all of this is off because they sage walled A and they're making noise here right now. And so this isn't a fake anymore. Like Fnatic are kind of like, they're making noise here and here at the same time. So what the intention I think was from Boaster was to put a fake in and then to scale up A. But to do that is impossible because they sage walled. We need to break the sage wall. They're breaking the sage wall, and then we've immediately droned, which means that there's no, they didn't leave enough time from breaking this wall to walk here, to pretend they're walking here, sorry, and this drone. So it just feels like there's a noise everywhere on the map for PaperX, which it's kind of not the intention of Fnatic here. And so this fake has now become the area of the map that they want to actually go to because they made all this noise here breaking the wall. And so in actuality, what they should have done is just break this wall, come across, droned, and then just be split if they wanted to do it. They're on two different pages.
Paranoia's going to be sweeping forwards as well, putting a bit of...
They're on two different pages.
Slow as they go. Time to be taken. Crashes the one with a spike here, and he's going to be dropping it into Forsaken's lap. Full control here. This is the round has got a bit skewed with Fnatic.
This is one of those things with Fnatic where it's like, it's when it doesn't.
Fnatic are getting tried to take a trick. The defenders can back out of his
When Bosa's microing is at its best.
Causing some concern, but cleared out now by
Like this looks like Bosa doing his micro quite well, but like there's times where this micro style of cooling, you see, like it looked like he was gonna go join A, and then Bosa's like, nope, you're gonna go stand here and you're gonna drone market for us to fake B, and then he's probably having to explain to these two what they're gonna do, but at the same time they're now saying, but they've walled A, Bosa, like, and so like because Bosa micros quite a lot, he has to use a lot of the comm space up, but then important things like this, it's not like it gets missed, but it's like the plan now has to shift drastically. And the tempo and rhythm of the call is now difficult. Like it's like what Bosa tries to do is very difficult if the other team is disrupting what. If he gets disrupted during this call, like it's quite hard. So let's see this. They break the wall. I just really want to see. They break the wall. Do they leave enough time between breaking the wall and droning? No. Boaster fucks up. I think Boaster's getting worried about time, but Boaster's basically said break the wall. And as soon as they've broken the wall, he's immediately smoked to start at the fake. But he needs to give it a couple of seconds to make it feel like these guys have ran away. But right now, Jing just thinks there's two people stood in front of him, and then Forsaken thinks there's people here, and they just know that like something's not right, you know.
Gonna be sweeping forwards as well.
With Leo secondary call in these situations, I don't want Leo to become this mystical figure that is like almost like when Kurt Cobain died in Nirvana, like Nirvana became like the most popular band of all time because the mysticism around Kurt Cobain. I really don't want Leo to become that person. I do want to paint a realistic picture. The realistic picture is that I think that in this moment, if Leo was this one on this side of the map, he probably would have said to Boaster, like, we need to break the wall, wait for the drone. He probably would have. He's the most likely to have coordinated the two ideas best. And if he was this player here, he was probably the most likely to coordinate this best too. The problem is that Boaster literally threw the smoke, so it's not like Crashies couldn't really do anything. Like the smoke came down. Boaster coordinated it, and it was just slightly off timing.
At a moment's notice, and while that was occurring, something was the only player holding top mid. He's gone. Kai takes him out. Forsaken responds. Forsaken's lap for Alpha. There's not much left that they can really do from this.
In height.
One enemy remaining.
And then catches even a timing on Crashies.
Don't mess with me, okay?
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause Fnatic to use more utility, be more cautious, always doubling up. Forsaken steps forward again. Oh, he's...
I think I would like to see Fnatic just go A. Just use this A orb. Push this player back. Push this player back. Do that in the first 15 seconds of every round. See, and then put a question mark on the map and just see, can PRX deal with that?
On the other side of the wall. Yep. It's going to be dropping down in front of him, and Alpha just drops him in his stead.
That's rough. He was trying to break the cam there and still get back into market in time. That's a fumble.
To clear
This is what I love from Pat, though. Pat is very good at doing this. He does this on Lotus too. On Lotus specifically, what I noticed recently is that like how little he gives a fuck about. He'll just be here, Prowler, and he'll just hold you, and he'll fight you. And so now on Sunset, he's doing the same. He's basically, it's a very Turkish way of playing the game. Like Turkish players on Ascent do this quite a lot, where like if you pressure them on a point of the map, and they think that they can still stand here and fight you, they will just stand there until you really need to push off a Turkish player on Ascent. Like you have to literally go and check that they've pushed off, you know? And that's kind of what Pat's doing here. It's like he's basically like being kind of pushed off a little bit, but then because he has this wall and because he's like surprisingly aggressive, like I don't know how to explain it. Like Pat is probably secretly low-key one of the most aggressive players on defense that they have, in a way that like he's not gonna just like walk out and push like every single round, but like his way of controlling his part of the map is like, if you don't push me out fully, I will just stand here. And even if you put a recon above me and you might scale up a little bit, I'm gonna take the risk and I'm still gonna stand here and ask you the question of like, are you actually coming B, you know? So like he's doing that here right now. Like he's got info back immediately. I mean, he's done it with the recon, which is smart. He peaked way too early, so the recon actually doesn't do anything technically. But you can see like there is this thinking happening.
Where they wall up and leave, but they're pushing the other side of the map, getting Pat-Man in a pretty deep inserted position in B.
Macro-wise is strange to wall, leave, and then play solo here. I think that they should be doubled up here and probably push out together. They might be walking into several people though, so it's a bit weird, but it's a bit weird for Pat to be solo in the corner. Jesus Christ.
Like a rocket man, but the bodies are toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage in the edge, just left to Patman. Scrambling, running.
Peek from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jing got value from that peek.
Is this the first time watching? I think so.
Another good start to a half. But that didn't stop
How does he manage that risk? What if he gets run down? If a team shows that they don't they're gonna disrespect it, then he would probably respect the fact that they're disrespecting it. If that makes sense.
PRX are just clearing out A right now, allowing something to build up a little closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is a...
I mean, Forsaken last round fucked up. I would say that they need to... Patience is difficult to have with this composition they're playing. They can't exactly just have patience the entire time because they don't have enough information. So they do need to be moving around the map and doing things.
Fnatic are going to have to fight to get into these post plants. Wall down, barely broken. Not quite there yet. That's going to be signs of life.
That's okay. This is not patient. That was pretty shit. Not gonna lie.
A lot of the biting around the PRX were hoping for. It's going to be dissipating now. Deep drone is rather reckless.
It's pretty shit for several reasons. The first is an eco round, obviously. The second is it's an eco round, but like, in order for him to go for that aggressive play, like, how do I explain it? The way that you win eco rounds is that you get a kill and then you snowball by taking their gun, right? Or you stack up and just get lucky. Whereas what Jing's played there is basically he's not isolating anyone to get their gun well enough, because like they could easily be a lot of people around here that just protect the gun. And so it's almost better for him if they came in and then he did a big ult, then maybe that's better. But fundamentally, I guess what I'm trying to say is like you kind of need a 5v4 and then you kind of need to ult to snowball. And you have to think about the ways in which that you're using, like, if you are going to get a kill, it's all about retrieving the gun, in my opinion. So you either need a massive ult that gets 2 people, or you're trying to get a gun for free. And the problem with ulting like that as well is it's kind of a big signal that they're playing heavy towards A, and that B was probably free.
Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize.
Apologies if you can hear it.
There is a huge gap in the defense, all the way up mid into Market and Boba. And they catch these players.
Forsaken. Hey, how are you, Jason?
From those defenders that would love to rotate and support. Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex. This was what made all the difference before. It is very passion of you fast the retake.
We met on Val, dating for 2 years.
Opting into the operator might still stick towards it. Change his mind, but maybe a central piece.
It's mini wanted. I got 5 stars.
And I think the interesting
the police are coming after me because I was leaking Fnatic strats. They the fucking strat police are after me.
He's the sage, and the wall is also...
Because I'm only allowed to coach one team my entire life. I'm not allowed to coach any other team. So the police are Have you got a license for that strat, mate? You got a license? You need a license to coach more than one team. That's the police. That's my impression of a policeman.
Taken out and a double phase.
We have died mid several times now. Can we not face Alpha? Oh, okay. I guess he's got a... I guess Devi has an operator. I guess that's fine. The only thing I'd say is that Devi should be opping because he's a good opper. But then... Him playing the most aggressively is a bit annoying because he's got the ult, but it is what it is. No ult, no res. No ult, no ult, no res.
Good pick.
What's the background sound? Sounds like a monkey. It's probably a seagull. It's a seagull.
Potentially find.
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap.
Is it really that loud? Is it that annoying?
Something and Pac-Man were doubled up.
So PRX have brought it even 4 versus 4 now, and another 3-2-1 into the space.
Like, is it loud enough to like be annoying?
That's disgusting work.
That's beautiful.
Like, is it loud enough that I need to pause the stream and figure out how to stop seagull noises? Or is this just added flair to like a mini stream where it's like, oh, Mini's the guy who sometimes you hear seagulls in the stream. Okay. It's a nice touch. There we go. Yeah, there we go.
I look to try and save some of the guns. Operator perhaps, but drifting in like they want to try and...
It's a bit of flair. It's a little bit of something extra. I mean, it's the only thing you're gonna get from. You can't get that anywhere else, you know. Valorant Analysis. The strategic police coming to lock me up, and seagulls.
No Malaysian prize. And then the kayak 1v2. But he's surrounded potential.
Why are we dying every round? Okay, it's Eco now.
PRX are willing to take the risks on rounds like this, and it's Forsaken who goes straight down with the...
Already the deep TP, but he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately. Patman going down.
So I think Pat thought that because Jason got all that pressure that maybe he can make a play B main there. The only thing is I do have this like pet peeve where like if you got guns, like these players should be more passive, but it is what it is. We had lots of ults. We have lots of ults. So the other thing is like on these rounds we should be looking to get a 5v4 and then close the round out with ults if we can. Otherwise we just save the ults.
Pressure, and like I've been saying over and over again, PRX have to do this. It might look like PRX are just kind of walking into their demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense. They can't just sit back.
The problem is I would close my window, but my room is so hot that if I close my window, I might die. But genuinely, I might die. It's not so hot today though, but
this is a dire circumstance for PRX.
Like the guy who fixed my internet yesterday was like, "How do you sleep? How do you sleep in this heat?" Because my room is ludicrous.
There is no denying.
When PRX came through that upper bracket, the first time that PRX ever had a chance at a trophy. Another slow beginning from Fnatic, never allowing PRX.
Okay, now we're doing a bad wall. What the fuck is this wall? This is like a worse version of the Fnatic wall.
Easy round.
Out of all the walls that PRX has thrown, this is the one I like by far the least, I think.
Tail that they're weaving across the map.
A drone up over the top, trying to get a
Oh my god, something cheating. Hello?
Tucked behind the pillar. And they might want to go for that same 3-2-1 mid re-clear. Even Divide coming to try to help it out.
Alpha Spurt's camera. Is this on purpose?
Come towards it, broken up.
I doubt it.
There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and lurking up onto the angle. Patman.
Oh my god.
Deletes poster.
That's
Start
big.
for PRX, and they put the wall up as well to reinforce towards Market. Watch the lie up towards it, but Alpha! My god,
So that wall didn't really do anything for Alpha, I don't think, really, did it?
That's big.
He was just going to make that play anyway.
Reinforce towards Market. Watch the lie up towards it, but Alpha! My god, that's instinctual.
Beautiful timing, but
Sage res again. Sage res has been big.
No clearance, Forsaken, ducked right underneath it.
Oh my god.
The full spam committal to the clip, but already the timing forwards at near sight just catches onto.
Unnecessary. Mr. Jason.
The blink of an eye, there's only 15 seconds left. Slow orb, stun rattling the nade, ricocheting, kayak, being chipped down.
Okay.
Most experienced people when it comes to the grand final.
I mean, can we use these ults, guys? Does Pat ever want to use an ult?
The game level though, and PRX with a really critical one to win in that prior.
He should just ult B main as soon as he's pressured, right?
That if they can run the time down, are going to be handshake with
What's Pat doing? Mr. Papman, give me a Viper ult. Make it the best Viper ult that I've ever seen.
Is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Questionable. Jason's just facing by himself, killing people. Fair enough.
these smokes causing issues.
So they are using this wall, I guess. Like you can see that they were trying to pressure out and see what's going on. Don't love it though. I still think it's awkward. Jason has had to just literally 1v3. I don't know what Pat's doing. Don't know what Pat's doing.
Around previously. Look how much Fnatic are struggling to be able to even get information over here.
Like imagine right now, we'd have Sage Wall down here, we'd have a Viper ult here. Unless if he uses it reactively on site, then fair enough.
Pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid.
Okay.
Forsaken is here again.
It is Whiffy.
So that he was able to make the so Boaster's able to make a play like this, but he still needs to use his own smoke. So it means that he can always go into this smoke potentially, and then make a play through it. That's pretty annoying, but is it worth the amount of util? And is it worth if you know that this play is possible, don't you just re-clear it immediately? And then probably get a kill? And I don't think more about it.
No control over the rifle in that spot, something puts a stop to it in a 3.
Jing's playing on this box with that ult.
Still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing propped up. Timing onto the
God, he swung wide, man. When you got an ult like that, you don't swing that wide.
Back and forth with the bullets. Fnatic have access towards it, but Hunter's Fury is let loose to try and deny the plans. He's giving them hot feet. Crashes up for
Okay, nice.
Important. The Fnatic players would. They wouldn't take, but not getting punished for it. And he's just making all of this map control.
I have to ask again, if Fnatic had just walked up A at the start of some of these rounds, would they have just been okay?
Spot over towards A. And tag and push
They're using so much utility for like middle.
He's not keen to give it up.
They do have a camera that they can pop that should be able to get a tag and push him off potentially.
Standing ahead. Utah's going to be sent flying forwards though to TP. Evacuation back to the side. Paranoia. And the dart up and over towards the top. There's a smoke to play in. Forsaken. He's safe for now. Utah's going to be sent flying forwards though to TP.
Okay, so they faked B and they had... Okay, so that's kind of cool. So they basically... They were faking B a little bit with a little bit of pressure. And so they now call an exec. Like, they're not scaling here and then going. They are literally going from... They're execing from here with the Neon ult. So you can see that because you got like the recon coming in fast and like the speed at which things are happening. So look, so just go. Go, 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 go. Paranoia recon is beautiful. When I watch teams play, there are teams that I know are good a lot of the time because I can steal stuff from, right? I think Fnatic will be the team that like I would steal the most amount of stuff from nowadays. In terms of like, I think we were the best team at coming up with shit. And I think that they still are. I think for me it's G2 and Fnatic are the teams that I probably would learn the most from and steal the most from. PRX have cool micro plays though. But in terms of like a blend of macro and micro, I think that like I'd steal the most from G2 and Fnatic.
They had to use the anchor. The villain would do not like the trophy.
Deep hold again. This is aggression though by
So they did pressure A at the start of the round. They got a kill immediately. Why have they not just? Why are they running away? Number one, why are they running away? And number two, why didn't they just do this the entire game? Why didn't they start the game doing this? And now they're trying to. They know that Viper ult was this side of the map, and they're going. Looks like B side of the map. And Jason just walks up behind them. I don't. Okay, they get away with it. Okay, they get away with it. Bit confused though. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows the Boaster's going to play for the ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
I don't think that's what something was doing, but it could have been true. Do I recognize anyone here? People in the back are too blurry. I don't think I recognize anyone.
Can they give overtime in map one?
You're at the back?
And here Dubai gets overwhelmed by a stun and something caught up. Has to turn, pivot in a moment and catch his Chronicle. Almost made
I asked this one. Do you think DRX Vision Strikers was the most innovative team in Valorant so far? I think at the start of the game, they were. At the start of the game, they were. But everything was so new that being innovative at the start of the game was easy. They were innovative in a way that was like culturally impactful. Whereas I think that, let's be real, like we played Viper on Bind before Viper was played on Bind. So like it's like I can't even take ourselves out of this discussion where like I think of all time, I think Fnatic are the most innovative or most culturally impactful team strategically on this game. Because I'm even thinking like I'm giving Vision Strikers all their props, but I'm thinking like there's literally maps where we created lots of the metas for. South Glaze. I mean, it's just true. I think there's a lot of maps that obviously when you're the best team in the world, when we were the best team in the world, like people copy you, and that's not quite the same as what I'm talking about. Like to be copied as the best team in the world is not the same as like not being the best team in the world and yet people still stealing your shit, you know? What about Gambit? Gambit created the Viper wall on Bind that still be used today, which is impactful. And there are definitely ways that they kind of pushed things for sure. But I can't think of too many instances off the top of my head. It's harder because I'm obviously not. It's obviously easier to think about the impacts that we had versus another team because I didn't work for another team. Who started the double controller meta?
Paranoia forwards. Fnatic with that grit pushes to the final round of regulation. Can they give overtime in map one?
So they started doing a 1-1-3. So you know they did this last round too. So they started just prodding 3 people here, and they wanted to contain middle and B, which is a solid. I think this is a solid game plan against PRX, and they probably should have started the game with this, and they found it way too late as an idea that they could have run. And unfortunately, the second round they run it, PRX randomly go for this play. Forsaken actually was the winner there too. You see, Forsaken needed to actually get that kill, I think. Oh no, he didn't. Jing whiffed a little bit, but it's fine. Pat fucks this up. I mean, he's got 1 for 1, but I think that's a mistake.
They want this first stepping stone. PRX, this first map feels just an inch away. Viper's pit offloaded. A blight onto the site that's given them that safety net. Fnatic trying to play through,
oh.
But immediately it falls. Play a perfect decision.
The Lorax is on the train. What's that?
A gorgeous
play. I'm a big fan of this guy. I'm a big fan.
Perfect decision. The tactic immaculate at the end.
Red Bull Home Ground, New York City, November. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to work that event. New York City for a Valorant event? Bro, who? Bro, guys, Red Bull is the best, guys. Red Bull is the best. You guys should all drink Red Bull. And you should all say nice things about me on Twitter in relationship to Red Bull.
Esports is a series.
Bro, I can't stop drinking Red Bull, man. It's just, I'll be right back. I hope I got some Red Bull. Nothing to do with the fact that I want to go work in New York City. I'll be right back. 1 sec. I need to get a drink. I would get a Red Bull, but I don't know if I got it. I wish I had Red Bull right now. Maybe I need to... Do you think I could... November? What I do is I try and figure out what teams are invited to the Red Bull tournament. And I sign as the head coach to one of those teams just for a free trip to New York. And then leave after that tournament immediately. Or leave as soon as I land because I have no interest in head coaching that team. I think that's what I should do. Because the idea of going to New York for free sounds fucking good. That's so mean. You know, they had the chance, the opportunity to be technically officially coached by me. They would blacklist you from coaching. I think there's a chance I could pull a stunt that horrific and still be asked to coach teams.
On a stage, was that you during the timeout? Was that Divide, JJ? Where did that come from?
It's definitely not me. We had it in our bag a long time, but we were running out of timeouts already. It was, I think, Ting. I think it's his favorite move. So haven't shown it. Finally, it's out.
I can't wait to see more of that. Good luck.
And we loved it. What a way to wrap up that first map. And you ended up getting PRX Forsaken.
And he's giving the credit to Jing for bringing that game back, but I think you have to give a lot of it to Forsaken, this guy who's stepped up much more as they Leon was in Golden Day.
Oh, she's here with us here. The timeout.
They collect 8 rounds back to back, but then they swap sides, and then it's Fnatic that ends up taking the lead again.
And in this first half, PRX, I think some of the lack of experience.
Mel was generally received quite well on this, so I need to go back and watch Mel, I think, and see what she was doing that people liked. But I'm going to have to skip because I don't have time.
Let's go ahead and jump over to the coach of Fnatic to get his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Milan from Fnatic. Now, you know how good Forsaken is, we know as well. How do you deal with him for the rest of the series?
I mean, you just gotta keep an eye on him, you know, see what he's doing. They're always in your face. They love to get in your face, get aggressive, and I think if we take it easy, allow them, like, absorb their aggressive-ness, we'll be fine.
Well, I hope that game plan works out. Thank you very much.
I almost said let them be aggressive, which
into their anchors, whereas
it's just so beautiful, guys. It's just so beautiful. It is beautiful. I'm happy with Icebox being in this map pool if we continue to see more Sage. Like at least let us see, at least by the end of Icebox being in the map pool again, I want people to realize that Sage has always been the best agent on this map and always will be. There's probably a reason why you win, you know, almost, I'm gonna say, like, this is probably like 35 wins out of 42 or something ridiculous. So we did that a little bit last year and we were struggling, but like we got unlucky, I feel like. think we got unlucky. And then Sage, like, we went on this spree. We lost here because we had... This was a disaster, and we had a sub here. This was a seeding game, and back then seeding games were not really taken all that seriously. So they're realistically in what, like a year? In 2 years of playing the comp, we lost to Furia. Pretty much. 2 years of playing like a Sage vibe. We lost to Furia. But nobody else. And we couldn't really play many teams with the comp because everyone just banned it against us anyway. And then we trolled against Team Liquid by playing Reyna in a Red Bull home ground tournament. And then BDS and Furia. And we lost it a bit more early on, but then we went through a streak, man. Like, that is a hell of a streak. And remember, seeding game, substitute. I count this as the most legit loss. Like, the Furia, they had our number. They got us. And then, so now we see G2, unsurprisingly, because Anders works for them. Now with Icebox, Sage, 100% win rate. Fnatic with the Sage, I believe 100% win rate now. Or maybe they lost to Liquid? Yeah, they lost to Liquid with it first game. A 13-11 loss, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row. Like, Na'Vi started running it in like a tournament too, I think. It's so funny. This is the problem I have. Like, maybe I need to make a video on this, and I say that a lot, but like, the idea of popular and good. Like, when we talk about the meta, everyone thinks about popularity, and no one discusses good. And Sage is not popular, but she is good. And therefore, to me, Sage is the meta. Like, I know it's not the meta because people are stupid, but it is the meta. And then the way that like the community frames it is like you'll get Reddit threads asking questions like, why is Sage not played on Icebox? Or like, why is Sage not good on Icebox? And then you get loads of people responding with like reasons why she's not played in a way that it's just like, well, they're wrong. Like, it's just wrong. Like, it's just like, you can't frame it like that. You can't frame it like pro teams don't do this, therefore it is bad. Like, pro teams aren't, like, they're generally quite smart, but they're not as smart as you think sometimes. I don't care about the rest of the comp. We're just looking at Sage. Go start, coach. I apologize. Long story short, PRX are probably going to struggle to win this map because they're not playing close to an optimal comp. Like, PRX comp is fine. It's fine. It has some of the things that you need on this map. But I think the is slightly overrated in this kind of composition.
And it's also paranoid. You can think about it in a certain sense like that. It is a best of 5 and the double map ban advantage.
When's the next Coach Potatoes released? Just for reference, Sliggy has made some strats. Sliggy's made some strats with he's made some strats. So I'll be working on that as soon as I can with Corrode. Yep. Am I watching EWC games? Nope.
I think this though, so in this half, be expecting PRX to be.
I will be, so for reference for my schedule, I will be, sorry, this weekend my parents are coming down, so I'm going to try to see what I can do in terms of like streaming and stuff, but I probably should spend a lot of time with them, right? They're coming down to visit me. Next week, I have some content to do, but ultimately I should start preparing for stage 2. Because I'm going to be doing the analyst desk for the first 2 weeks of stage 2, and I need to kind of figure out some things. So I could continue some of the VOD review next week for Toronto, but some of it might be from the angle of we're watching Fnatic for stage 2 or something.
Hoping maybe just to find Alpha, taking a timing. He's normally going to be the solo player on A if the rest of the team is working B.
My casting, I should be doing a tri-cast with Hypok and Panzu.
Where are they fighting?
But now that Mike is seemingly fine, I think that I should just be doing this. It's kind of frustrating that like I wish that like I was like my casting level now when I first started. Because when I first started, I was obviously terrible, and I'm still quite bad. But like, it would have been a lot easier if I was like at least like at the level I am now. Then you know what I mean, and then I would have had like a good go at it. You know what I mean? But it's kind of this awkward thing where it's like, I got to do it enough to know that I sucked, but like, and just get over some of the hurdles. But now I think that I won't have time to actually do anything meaningful. I consult for PRX, yeah, so I was paid. What's the strength of Sage? You're able to plant the spike easily, especially on the B side of the map. The B side of the map is impossible to plant the spike on a lot of the time, and so you need the Sage wall to plant more easily. So it's good for planting the spike, and it's good for retaking the spike. So when you plant, you use the Sage wall, and when you retake, you use the Sage wall. That's like fundamentally the strength of Sage, but there's obviously more. Like the retakes with the slows are quite nice. The stall with the slows are quite nice. The kind of gimmicky walls that Kayak throws in sometimes is quite a nice like addition, because on this map sometimes it can feel like you're playing retake very early on with the way that Fnatic plays it. So like to add in a few TikTok walls at times, adding a few TikTok walls adds a layer to the game that is otherwise hard to get.
That's ridiculous.
How was some people would mold because this comp doesn't have flashes or mollies. It's not mollies, it's flashes. People seem to think flashes are necessary with every single map in the game. Flashes are not necessary on this map at all. Is KJ a staple, or is there any other alternative Sentinel except for Sage and her? Ignore Sage. Like, you need a Killjoy. You can play Vice, but I think Killjoy is easier. And Killjoy's probably better. Why is Flashes not needed on Icebox? Because there's no positions on the map that you need to flash, to put it bluntly. Like, there's no position on the map that needs to be flashed, and it's hard to flash areas that actually are impactful. The only reason that I think logically people like the flashes is because to go through this Viper wall and to take yellow control, but I don't think you need a flash to take yellow control, and I don't think you need to actually brute force this wall. If you're brute forcing this wall, you're a noob. On defense, playing KO here with the pop flashes around backside is quite cool, but I don't think there's any other really like big, you must have flashes reason, you know? So where are flashes absolutely necessary? On almost every single other map where you need to actually, like on this map, you can scale up with the Viper wall, up B, and you can scale up this space with a drone and then contact a lot of the time. Like you don't need to, there's like so many angles to come from, you don't need to flash one spot, right? Whereas a map like Bind, where you're going through traditional choke points, feels like you need a flash to get through those choke points a lot of the time. Like maps that require you to execute the site, you're probably going to need some flashes on. On this site, on this map, it's not really like you're executing the site as much. It's not like a wait at this traditional choke point and then exit, you know? It's a bit different. Wallback flashes in Corrode. I think as long as you have Yoru flashes for that map, you should be fine. In general, right now, the other thing is that flash agents are kind of shit right now. I.e., initiators are kind of shit at this moment in time. I think KO is bad. I think Breach is bad. Gecko is generally kind of mid. So I think that in this moment, like, as long as you have a Yoru in your team a lot of the time for a lot of these comps, you're fine.
Him and Batman trying to take this one. Batman snaps to Kayak's dome. One left to start.
Oh my god, he doesn't lose clutches, does he?
Him and Batman
5 HP.
take this one. Batman snaps to Kayak's dome. One left to start.
You both shouldn't be losing that, to be honest.
Lights him up.
What a beast in the clutch this newcomer to PRX is. He's won some mightily important 1vx's. And here dismisses the rookie on the other side of the stage before taking down a player with a ton of experience too. The Red Bull clutch to win the bonus in a spot where it looked like Fnatic actually were in control. But the more that they went forward to try to get the plant down, the more they opened up opportunities.
KO is still the best flash, isn't he?
Boaster, he opens, but couldn't close. Alex is happy.
I hate KO.
The more
But
flood defend aggressive style really is working here for PRX. Fnatic are finding
you're probably true. Probably true.
It's broken early. Crashies was just looking to clear that space. They know there's something.
Gecko is the best flash initiator because there are maps where Gecko is actually very fucking good on. There is no map where I think KO is a must play. Ascent is the closest.
shock dart there as well that did pretty large chunk of damage.
Oh, yeah, cancelled it.
So, whereas Gecko I think is almost borderline must play on Bind. And I think on Icebox he's good.
Trying to refight this one, a crunching Fnatic. Slow take. Stopping his tracks once more. Forsaken. Pushing them back and away. PRX are not content with just scraps. They want to go even further. Forwards again. Damage.
I don't know what Fnatic are doing.
I think it was a shock dart there. He's got his full setup here.
Trying to refight this
They just... Okay.
A lot taken and honestly have in some previous tournaments been punished for. But this time, today, it is really working. Really early on in that.
Out the one.
And honestly,
I mean, the start was very good for them here.
accelerating.
How did they lose with a 4-0 start? I guess Fnatic threw a 4-0 start on Sunset.
Snake bite. What's frustrating in this tournament, I would imagine, is that it's at quite different timings compared to usual. Here's an adjustment. Snake.
I think Jason peaked that kind of wrong. I'm trying to explain. So Durka would make this play a lot, where you could kind of jump up on this part of the pipe without being seen over here, and then swing. But it looks like Jason kind of like jumped up in the open almost. I could be wrong. Oh no, he is doing it. Okay, see what he's doing here? If you do, this is like a rank, like something you could do in your rank games. So you jump up on this part of the wall, and then you swing out and go for the jewel. And whilst you're here, you can look down and you see, I think, down here, and so you can still get a kill from this angle too. But the ultimate goal is to take a timing and look down below you. But yeah, he's widening it. Yeah, okay. Kayak just hit a fucking shot. Oh, it's Jing, it's not fucking Jason. Sorry. I think that Jing's...
Here's an adjustment.
It's strange to go this wide. Like, usually when Durka's doing it, he's looking for a kill in this space here. So he'd be like here right now, looking down. Whereas Jing is literally wide swung to try and kill someone in the open. It's a very, very dangerous idea. The other thing that Durka would do with this play is he'd often ask for a recon from Leo.
And what's frustrating and a shot in the tournament, I would imagine, is that it's at quite different timings compared to...
Yeah, he'd ask for a recon if he could, like behind them somewhere, so that they would have to break the recon, and then he could like swing. So the recon would either be here or... So either here or here a lot of the time. Like one of these three recons. Just as a little distraction so he can swing
Here's an adjustment as Fury
whilst they're
arrive,
trying to break a
and they found
recon.
themselves in a 5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
Push, that's a cheeky one, Patman.
Pat again is holding ult a long time.
Something's going for another bite of the
Okay, nice from something.
and he evens the score.
Can if Pat just ults A right now and they rotate forward to B? No, they need to protect the body for the Sage ult, actually. In a Giga Brain move right here would be to Viper ult right here, right now. That'd be kind of Giga Brain.
I don't think that's too
To
bad
protect the
for
body
Fnatic.
from
They
being
do
rezzed.
still have a res to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
Yeah, and he's pre-aiming in the wrong spot here. Just spotted it. Something seen it.
No, they shouldn't have reconned. Jason shouldn't have reconned. If Jason doesn't recon that, they almost certainly kill Boaster.
Score 3, Alpha exploring on the other side. Device done. The spike in the hands of Chronicle is going to be against it. The spam expecting the Boaster would cross out. And
I don't think Device should be peeking that. When he's got full setup here, he doesn't need to peek.
Score 3, Alpha exploring on the other side. Device done.
Seagulls are giving it.
It's going to be a quick plant now.
Yeah, so this round's kind of rough, to be honest.
Fnatic were anticipating that PRX would be denying the res, and so B would be more open. Instead, Divide was holding it and got deleted.
First round on the board here for Fnatic. Brute force and mechanics. Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken still going to be making a go at this one though. Alongside Patman, time no ticking.
Are you streaming there at beach? Yes.
Push forwards, pressed. The advantage.
Yes.
Alpha, yeah. Smelling
That's kind of funny. Seagulls. I don't know if I'm gonna live here. Like like there's a chance I move to Berlin next year. But Seagulls being part of my stream could be funny, like a street Seagull emote or something. It's kind of funny.
He still played fantastically in the first map. Don't get me wrong. But we've seen
I'm not gonna dox myself,
Fnatic
but
have been playing, honestly, not just at this tournament, but at the end of stage 1-2, where he just took over. In my opinion, probably front runner for MVP at this point. Alpha, yeah, but competing alongside Jing, maybe even Forsaken.
so like
That kind of title.
this is where I live, and I live like somewhere
They'll need him,
like
though. PRX
along
still
this
up
line,
4-1.
so very close to the beach.
few ults online, Fnatic. Another bit of util, gotta respect that.
Yeah, that
Sub sound.
transitioning of taking
I have a
the
good
ult
sub sound
already
where
is
Sliggy's
awesome.
flaming me, but I had to delete it because it kept making the noise every single time someone was like following me or something. I can't remember. It was like brutally loud.
Steps out a bit. Look at the
So when I
big
become a
background
better
rate.
streamer,
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing.
why am I
Sunset.
doxing myself?
You want to force Fnatic to earn.
I mean, there has to be some level of
Season advantage.
you
Spot
know,
to try and play
there has to
in,
be
but the
some level of like,
on either side here, smoke up in your face. And PRX re-exploring.
you know,
empty here, Brent.
back and forth. Like I'm not gonna tell you where I live, but
There's a dash active. Kai wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards it. Alpha, my God, tapping away and snap into the domes of any adversary.
what's happened this round? So they're just scaling B, and I go for a B split.
All up, all down. Boaster sees an advantage and a spot to try and play in, but the first shot just missed. On either side here, smoke up in your face.
You guys who've watched my stream long enough know that I hate yellow.
PRX have got the right read to play it for retake.
Mid as a dash active. Kai wants to try and go with it. Updraft.
Okay, so Alpha hit a shot, and then they just play yellow. Yeah, yellow's catfish. Like this whole like you need flashes to clear yellow is bad because you don't need to clear yellow. Yellow is you don't really need to like do too much. I don't think. I think yellow is catfish.
They're in a punting and not in a going. That was probably a one trophy without being able to glory.
A testament, I think, to the quality of the core on Fnatic.
What do you hate more, yellow or women?
Trailing when it comes to that economy, but not with the rounds. They take the timeouts. Discuss what has been going
Yellow.
wrong.
Yellow, I think.
And I think, really, the type of fights that they've been going for, there's still a decent chance of success in these spots. But it's about getting Fnatic in
The only reason I don't like those jokes anymore is because I like to work for GC, right? Like I do want to work GC. And so the problem is that it's already like not really my place to like, you know, work really, like, but it would be nice because I like the GC scene and I followed it for a long time. And so I do get worried. Like I do get worried.
Cut out the picture now, Swarms. The Nano Swarms themselves, lockdown even being committed. PRX are using this ult on ults. They realize it's winnable. Up towards the top though, Boaster needs to be managed. Bullet to the side, Sheriff's there, and he needs to try and break this one.
If I had no intentions of working GC, then I wouldn't care. And you'd be able to just be like, oh, it's a joke. But when potentially people who might hire me might see clips of me saying these things, like, it's not a good look.
To no avail.
And a round win for Fnatic sides. Definitely felt winnable when some.
It's obviously a lot of fun when Kakuka and Yinsu say it in the middle of meetings with producers, and the producers like, what does that mean? I'm like, guys, come on, please.
The end result of all of that has that ult to empower the rest of his team to flood defend, and something with an op.
Deep push by Jing as well.
His op was amazing earlier on in the tournament. We got to see him pull it out on Ascent.
I still want that try. Yeah, it's all a ruse. It's got nothing to do with working GC. It's just that I want the Herman Miller chair from G2 Gozen. And Bind is back in the map pool. And so I have a deal with G2 Gozen. Well, I have a deal. I have an offer on the table that I will make their buying good if they give me a Herman Miller chair.
Towards B with 4 bodies, 3, sorry.
And
making sure that they're grouped up, able to trade out.
You know,
if he goes for something.
let's just say I'm not sitting on a Herman Miller right now, and they're also not good at bind. Still.
Just him even going for a bit of a fight towards Taken. I mean, he's lucky to be alive there.
That's so bold.
Pop it up onto the
Hello, Big Dick Bear. Talking of Kakuka. How did I find a gem like Boaster? Because he was a friend of mine who I played Counter-Strike with.
Something from the side, and Alpha wants to try and slink in himself. There's 28 seconds left, and they're getting cold feet. They're going to go towards A. It's all on Alpha.
Alpha's found a beautiful timing here. Might be able to catch something in the back, and he's already calling for Boaster to make the rotate around.
Absolutely, and he bites his time perfectly. Just deleting.
Alpha's just taking over, right? It just feels like Alpha's final boss a lot of these rounds.
Alpha wants to try and Boaster. Forwards as a TP back behind as well, obfuscating the intent. Jing can really just put a stop to all of this right now, but Alpha through mid, traded out, cleaned up. One left.
Kron wins the round with the ult. Nice little play from no, Boaster, sorry. Nice little play from him to like get an extra kill. And crashes alert all the way from B. I have a feeling Boaster loses this though, because I feel like I would have seen a clip or something if he did win a 2v1. Yeah. Okay. Well, Fnatic did a lot of good shit there, but still not enough. That is a hell of a turnaround from Divide. I like the Fnatic watch party stuff though. I still don't recognize anyone.
And Forsaken, I think it was.
Usually there's at least people who work at Fnatic that I recognize. Did you work on vacation? Yeah, I did. Yeah. A little bit. There were some other work I was having to attend to too. So I did have to work some of the days. But the work for PRX was easy. I wake up in the morning, or one of the days was rough because like the time zone difference was kind of annoying. So like there were days where like I would be hanging out with my buds, they would be playing a game, and so we'd be like, you know, hanging out, and it'd get to like we'd hang out to like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and then I'd feel bad if I fell asleep, because by the time I'd wake up and give them notes, like it would have been too late. So I was like a lot of the time, before I went to sleep, I would work from like 2 a.m. to like 5 a.m. sometimes.
An inch further forward, and Kayak for sure
Or like
would see it.
sometimes
Take it
later.
hand.
Or more.
From the jump spot there, attempted a punish, shot draft. No committal, Alpha is right.
And then I just wake up at like
Insane adjustment from Alpha here as well.
late morning.
Divide tries to swing into
I
cover.
go sunbathe again.
Trying to plug up those gaps, but up through kitchen they are none the wiser. Again, it's Kayak. Drifted in, walking in. Dash is active, missed the timing.
You like the Shoreditch HQ more? The Shoreditch headquarters was
Tears open the map.
smaller. It had a nicer vibe of the area. And downstairs was cooler because you were like, you felt like you were like with people who were working there, and everyone was kind of like Google co-working space kind of vibe. The new office is better because there is a dedicated place for fans, I think. Like downstairs is like more fans, and it's kind of a bit separated, which does feel a bit nicer, and you're able to kind of actually do, like have it a bit more separated in a way. It's probably useful for them. The and the other thing is that the gaming rooms in the new places are significantly better. Like if you're to boot camp at their office now, it's actually very good. The problem is they have no teams that are based in London anymore. So when we were in Fnatic at the start, we were based in London basically. Like me and Bosa goes to the office every day, and then we bring the team there quite a lot. But the office was not very good for the gaming rooms and stuff. And then like their FIFA player would go there quite a lot for boot camps too. But nowadays, like they have this really nice office, but no one, I don't think they really have the team. No teams really use it. I don't think. So they use it. They do offer it up for like if you need to boot camp there. If you're a different team coming to the UK to boot camp or something, like they can have people come. I know the Apex team has been there. The CS team has definitely been there, but like not often.
All about what Fnatic are going for here today.
Patman's reaction, that still makes you laugh. I mean, he was being funny. Yeah, I don't really understand what that turnaround was, to be honest.
He's got bodies with him too, PRX.
Is there a reason why tier 1 orgs don't sign a contract with a female player? Can you give me more information on what you mean? Like, what do you mean?
End A into 3 at least. The stack is here.
See how this one goes. Darts being held as well for the signs of life. There's smokes on smokes. Propped up into the face, but all contact. Slow and steady is called for by Fnatic, and that's the time to strike.
I felt like those questions are always framed in a way to get me to say something mean or something.
Perched up, Kayak. Just dishing it all out now with the bullets.
Jing tucked in. Patman deleted on the flank.
There's not much that Jing can really do from this spot. I mean, surely, yeah, just a bulldog. Can't quite get it under control, and Kayak is the one online now. Take a look at this player.
As in, why are there more arcs that sign female players? Well, because there are more non-GC players right now that are better at the game.
Finding their opportunities to be the playmakers as well. Opening up these rounds. From the entry and from the lurk. And as well. Pacey opening.
That's an interesting take. Killjoy Nano into straight dash.
Previous round and he still got it here. So looking to try to shut down something if he
Instant dash.
A pacey opening as well though. Taking this exec space quickly.
Alpha's bought an orb. For a second, bought an Odin on A. It's weird.
Trying to punish Divide, for example, if he was going to be playing for the orb, or Patman as well.
Jing has been prone for a little TP play or two.
That might have been an anti. Yeah, it could have been anti-orb. I think it was just a take that they wanted to do. So no orb middle, orb A. They are going A. We're being a bit slow on B. I want to see what do they do on B.
Lights out. All of those to try and slow this approach. PRX trying to stall this one out, but as a drone through and Kayak is already.
So like, look here. Like, at what point did they need a flash? You know what I mean?
Up towards the top, and he spotted it. Players, but he's taking bullets in the process. Tucked to the corner. Now he's going to be able to survive as a wall to try and at least block some of the bullets.
What the fuck? They just.
Grabs himself too, crashes right back at it. But no
Okay,
coverage.
nice.
In through the back of the
How the fuck did Jason get 2 with the Odin? Oh my god. The Odin is actually legit.
this lead that they've had, at least for most of this map.
Look how disgusting it
These
is.
are the timings I'm talking about.
Hello, Iman.
You watch Crash's POV here towards the replay.
Christ.
He throws out a recon dart, which means that Chronicles alone get in the plant. He does an amazing job of picking up Divine and Forsaken, but he then thinks he has a timing to send utility, and he's not ready for Jing's fight. PaperX take timings that are just slightly...
Kayak. Jones going to be spotting it. Clears something off the line. Patman. Looking to clear, but yeah, reposts it back up. What a Kayak. Jones going to be spotting it. Clears something off the line. Patman. Looking to clear, but yeah, reposts it back up. What a read by Fnatic.
Now that is gorgeous.
Jones going to be spotting
Jason has ult here.
it. Clears something.
Like, if PaperX are playing as well as what they could, they should be waiting for Jason to come here and then do the stupid shit they're about to do. Because Jason can pair it with an ult.
Off the line, Patman. Looking to clear, but yeah,
Like, both of these faces with this ult now would be beautiful. But now we're just ulting, like, pretty much nothing. This push height by Jing is very good. I like this a lot. This is some good shit. It's just if we wait a couple of seconds, have this ult come in, fight, and then we got Jing on the flank. Like, beautiful macro if we actually did that.
Looking to clear, but yeah, repost it back up. What a read by Fnatic.
Now that is gorgeous.
Hunter's Fury pulled out. Jing, he's in their spawn. He's already taken out Alpha yet. This is PaperX offloading everything at their disposal now. Lockdown, drop down.
Gecko Flash is way better than KO's, yeah. Gecko Flash, I think, on this map is good. I think Reyna Flash on this map is very good. Like, if you are going to have a Flash, I think those kind of global... The ones that are, like, more global are ones that work better, in my opinion. I think. What the fuck?
Striking straight at them. And Fnatic have to rely all on Crash. He's up from the high ground, half on the defuse. Forsaken. Surely he's earned this now, but he's in that 1v2.
The last hit. Towards paper backside so here. In theory, PaperX should actually have a ton of room to be able to get onto these sites.
PaperX just walking for now.
This has been their style in all
I
of
thought about Gecko for Crud. I haven't thought about Crud
very
much.
The smokes, they hide the intent pretty well. Drifting up through window, a couple of random
Smokes hide the intent pretty well. I mean, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
Against the bloody world, and they're ready to deliver. Crash is already with quick 2-1s, and now missed around ideas. All gone a bit skewed.
I'm pretty silly missed around.
More cautious positions.
Just chill this noobs,
Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster though backing off instead of stepping up. Looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More of the classic Fnatic style.
Following those sound cues, looking to potentially take some early fights. Kayak. Shot to the body, Marshall will do that. There's no armor on the board here. Trying to go for that plant down. And if to push this one back, not quite, it's going down. Slowly being collapsed upon here. PaperX don't really stand a chance. Just from the hip.
So PaperX on. But yeah, Boaster, always the selfless leader.
Kayak trying to post himself up. For the supports and wow, something.
They got an op on first round. How do they have so much fucking money? Look at this shit, man.
Shot to the body, Marshall will do that.
How do they have so much money? They have done the FPX buy, but it's ludicrous.
They're trying his contact side to take the fight to PaperX.
He still has 4,100 after buying an op. Oh, Boaster dropped it.
Kayak picking up an operator. That's come out of the Boaster bank.
Christ. Yeah, they've won the game. Like, they win. They won. Like, it's over. They've got an op every round for the next, like, 3 rounds.
At the end of this one. But yeah, Boaster, always the selfless leader.
Kayak trying to post himself up. For the supports and wow, something. Eager to try and take down fight. Kayak makes him regret it. Shoulders just poking out.
Look, just full retake A. Imagine if they didn't get that pick and they're playing full retake A.
Pick advantage.
Like, they're just so comfortable, man.
Love to be in.
Jing's down to go really
So do Fnatic just concede to the retake? It's going to be hard to play full retake with the op. What they should be doing is getting Kayak to go for a pick quickly before they play retake, in my opinion. But the timing might be off. Okay, so they are trying. He was trying. You see that? Like, he was trying to do that. They wanted to go for something again. And I think that because they're going to have to retake with 2 snipers, it's like a rough spot now. Even in a 5v4, you know? If they're a 5v4 and they didn't have snipers, they could probably play full retake. But I think because they have snipers to retake with, like, it's kind of tough to retake with them. Like, Kayak was trying to get another kill if he could. Hunter's Fury here is kind of average. It's okay because Crashes is good with Hunter's Fury and he might be able to get a pick. But it doesn't, like, Hunter's Fury is like 2 things, right? It's getting a kill, but it's also helping your teammates get a kill, right? And it's not doing anything here to help your teammates. Like, no one's using this ult to do anything. No one's flooding in with the ult. So, I'd say it's pretty average Hunter's Fury. Well, he gets the kill, so it's worth it. So a great snowball round for Fnatic. These are the kind of rounds that Fnatic win on defense at Icebox, and it's over. You know what I mean?
But how the hell are you going to dig yourself out of this one? Mistakes need to be made, and Fnatic not in the habit of making them often here. The dart against the back, all is revealed, and Forsaken can't do it all.
Fnatic of the attackers were almost a pretty lazy way of trying to get onto that angle. One dart that didn't even land towards back yellow and something swings at the same time.
Aggro here with a slow orb just to try and deny that belt space.
Both teams fighting for belt space and the ult orb.
Batman, hold on, walk about, Sheriff in hand, he just can't quite control it. Steve, they can fully aware of this one and how it's going to be landing, but that's a
Crashes.
sideways swing. Sets up Divide perfectly. Stinger in hand. Plan can now go down here. They brought this to a 4v4. Close quarters weaponry. PRX are going to be looking to try towards screens. The rifles looking to try and dissuade any chance of PRX getting away with that funny business. Grouped up together with the discipline. Chronicle.
It's close.
Bailed out by the rest of the team. A lot of these on it to the BO5 and tried to fix them back onto the right path. They shift.
What did I say? Alex, what?
Individual players can come and go, but Alex has been there to witness every.
Alex slam counter. Okay.
Tapped and go, it puts them off entirely.
Couple of stray shots there. Sheriff in hand.
Yeah, I mean, this could be it, right? Let's see. Let's see what Fnatic do. So Fnatic, typical retake B style. They're going to play delay here. They might get something cheeky going. Might re-clear middle. Let's see.
Attempt of a punish. PRX are making this one fast and loose. Playing it forwards. Risks to be had. This is that PRX of old. And just missing the top of Nez. They time that straight up. An attempt of a punish.
Pat is so aggressive with his lurks, man. I did note this after, because Pat had a really good game lurking Icebox, and I remember telling him, like, you've had a fantastic game lurking, but you're so aggressive to the point where, like, you might not be able to get away with that again. And for 2 reasons. One is that, like, you genuinely, to have an aggressive lurk game where you're winning every single duel is just can't happen every time. And then secondly, teams will start just knowing that you're doing it a lot, you know? So I think there's like 2 rounds in a row where Pat is kind of being too aggressive with his lurk. Especially when with Jason, like, if we take the context of Jason's literally TPing across the snowman. Like, I don't hate what they're trying, but it feels like we're disconnected. It's like TP snowman deep whilst also doing this. It's kind of weird.
Loose, playing it forwards, risks to be had. This is that PRX of old, and just missing the top of Nest. They're timing each other. Alpha A still active here, trying to drop back as well. He needs some safety, and he needs some backup.
And then on A, so like Fnatic are the best at containing this space usually, making sure that middle's fine, and doing stuff like this. Like they play the map a lot better than most teams.
Kills happening all over the bloody place.
Something's got to hold off a double flank, but Jing might be the playmaker over in Snowman.
And it's the same shit we would have done like fucking 3 years ago.
Three, but for the repeat, all expected.
When people say the game's progressed, there are maps where the game has not progressed, in my opinion. It's progressed a little bit overall, maybe, but like, I think Icebox regressed generally.
Yeah, and Crash is brought back into the fold now. This is feeling inevitable. Updraft dash. Q play indeed, isolating the fight. Forsaken trying to make a go of it now. Trying to really
The problems this round were that they didn't contain the site well enough, and the flank was a little bit optimistic, I guess, for 2 people. But because it all fell down as soon as I think Kron died site. No, sorry, Boaster died site, I think.
Kayak on another pretty aggressive position. The drone designed to try to push him off, and he dips, not giving away the fact that he's got the op.
Trying to repeat it as well. That's a wide face.
Christ, he's had so many free opportunities.
Does Kayak take Alfia's advice and refight? Or is he looking to play risk averse and set up the retake with the rest of his team?
No dash available. It would be risky just trying to take that timing.
He's doing the in-between, which is good. He's like going for a pick. Like, look, this is what Fnatic are really good at. So like most teams are going to fight for this space and then fight for this space and then fight for this space and die at some point. Fnatic are almost like one of the best teams at kind of creating advantage opportunities whilst being very non-committal. Like, look how uncommitted they are. Like, Kayak is the most aggressive Kayak going right now is like, he'll go for a pick, and then he'll come to like an angle like this, and just like try and get a free kill. Kron and Crashies are both in very uncommitted spots that if they get a free kill from, they'll take it. And every single time so far, Fnatic have found an advantage, even though they're in these like very uncommitted places. And their comp is very good at retaking. So they get to an advantage spot. They want to play for the retake anyway. This map wants you to play retake. They have a comp that's good for it. And then they win a retake. And then things like this happen. Like, it's just they contain. The interesting thing for me, for Fnatic with this comp is what happens when they slowly lose a lot of map control and do not get the picks. Because their game plan becomes harder when that happens. It's kind of the fact that like this map is attack sided, right? It just is attack sided. So you can't have everything be perfect for defense. But in the situations where they are in like equal retake situations, like I'd wonder how games would go for Fnatic a bit more. But unfortunately, teams mostly just give away picks against them.
Knowing that PRX are going to run into the more. Hit them.
Once again, like now full retake, but it's like against a low buy, so maybe not that bad. The problem for Fnatic here is that if Divide times a good Killjoy ult here, PRX should win the round.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go to Divide, wondering when he's going to try to use this.
I like he's pinging for flank. I think because they knew that Killjoy ult was going to come down, both started flanking. Why are they fighting? PRX refused to not die is a problem here. Like, again, like Fnatic's whole game is going to be try to get a pick if possible. And then play retake. But they're letting Fnatic do exactly what they want. Yeah, I don't either. That is crazy though. A quick scope.
A ludicrous one for Kayak to be bringing out. Earlier on Sunset, I think you could argue both teams were really bringing a good game, but now PRX letting Icebox slip, and this could be Fnatic equalizing.
Kayak been unbelievable so far with his form. Icebox really is his playground, but he's forced to concede that space. Jing forward, sees it onto the shoulder poster. Gone, Alpha responds. It's traded out, but there's pressure in mid. And Device still looking through.
So they're going for 2 middle again. Yeah. It hasn't worked.
You get into finds broken.
Kayak swinging and looking to just draw blood out of them. PRX. They are still there though, Tavai. Can sense it. posturing occurring in a deep. So obviously, dart towards the back.
Sorry. There was eco, so.
They just.
Yeah, I would love to have seen how this series would have gone if they didn't get so many picks.
Jing going for another really deep push.
I hate this strat, honestly, but it is what it is.
Jing's all the way around towards the side. One more TP. Try and get out of dodge there, but committing that paranoia. Kayak filling in the pieces. Alpha tip top in with the movement.
That's huge from Pac-Man, being able to pick off the 1v1 fight against Alpha and trade Chronicle.
It's all over the place.
Pac-Man can't reconnect with the rest of his team to really pop down this Viper's Pit on site.
Oh my god, that was another free.
On either side.
It's just both.
Down though into that 3v2 Boaster. Might have just caught eyes onto Pac-Man. Pac-Man tucked up close, but Boaster is wise to it.
Did you see Genji Icebox versus G2? Nope. I did not, I don't think.
I thought for a moment there, maybe you hadn't realized that Boaster had spotted him, but repositioned into a spot.
12-10.
But 3 stingers to support.
The rifle and a lot of bolts on top of it.
Huh?
Can't even escape.
I mean, that's insane from Jing just running through, but he has full trust in the paranoia.
They just keep doing the same thing though. So we dash TP, and then we go very aggressive into B, and then we just have 2 people mid. I like it, but at a certain point, like I do like it in terms of like it looks like a game plan to punish Fnatic's like very contain heavy style that they're not used to people just literally just running at them like this.
Smoke in your face to try and obfuscate. It's the Hunter's Fury that's coming out swinging.
Nice.
They thought it was another one of those fast hits. Crashies gets the ult baited out as Paper
Easy round to win now. Drone A, and you got a drone A to take it. Viper ult down. This is nonsense. Please don't commit to this, Jing. And then on the retake, just make sure that we have server ult to break the Killjoy ult and it's GG.
Device one away from an ult of his own now. Slower tempo.
I would honestly use this Omen ult to literally check the site. I wouldn't use it for. I'd use it as a recon right now.
That's supposed to draw bodies away from the A site and make it easier for PaperX, but there's still a pit here. There's still a lockdown.
Yeah, it's a lockdown for a lockdown.
Okay, we got Killjoy ult, so we can. Okay, this is nice. Boaster should tank. Yeah, this is nice. This is all nice. Boaster should tank the ult. If he's smart. He's not smart. He didn't want to tank it. He didn't want to tank it because he's more worried that now that they've broken the ult that they could just be up in his face. So I guess it makes sense. I thought he's not really protected by anyone. He's not got enough space to play in.
Boaster beefed it. That pit, you're supposed to get back inside, and he got detained.
And PaperX not slowing down. Still that res brings Crashy back into the fold, back into the fray. Watch the lie up through mid. PaperX eager though, looking to see if they can topple Fnatic before they stand and get a grip onto this retake. Pressing forwards, shoulder to shoulder, discipline. It's helped so far.
I'm not gonna lie. Again, Pat here. We talked about this earlier. Look at this bad habit he has. He wins the round immediately on A, right here, if he ults.
Topple Fnatic before they stand.
Instead, he's lurking again.
Onto this retake. Pressing forwards, shoulder to shoulder, discipline. It's helped so far, but Fnatic need it now in spades. Jing, that extra element. Drifted into the side here, double.
Okay, it's fine, I guess.
Greater.
What is with the stream title? I don't know what the stream title is. What is the stream title?
Tiptoeing around, a bit tepid, but trying to dissect the map. Going overhead, spots out the jet.
Oh, it's just a joke.
Yeah, spotting Kayak there gives you some decent information.
Because people were getting unreasonably angry with me helping PaperX. Because apparently I'm only ever allowed to work for Fnatic, and I'm never allowed to do anything else.
with exactly the right idea of what's happening here. Boaster calling for a little bit more pressure over towards B, and PRX, they want info. They want to step up a little. As Boaster sniffed this out, he's calling for Fnatic to reposition.
Into the B split, perhaps.
And this is going to put Patman's head on a swivel.
Yeah.
And maybe Patman's head on a spike.
Really turning up the heat. 25 seconds left down to the wire. Patman still has a snakebite to try and deny some space. Shot darts in your face. Walls up. Same with the orbs.
He's dead.
PRX starting to get a bit of a...
This is, we did this strat literally versus Loud, right? I think Durka would do this a lot. So it's a variation of a B split they have where they put lots of pressure here and then updraft dash onto the thing, and then this player here who's getting pressured often just gets shot immediately inside the back. It's a bit harder these days because this box exists. The map used to be a bit different, but it's still quite it's a free kill quite a lot of the time. And the other weird thing is this player on LAN cannot hear this dash most of the time.
The read on this one here, but again, Patman needs to try and deny. He steps forward, blind as anything. He does not know what's going on. PRX trying to even it out. Kayak with the peak, but the plan needs to go down. With no issues further. Crashes commits.
Oh, my fucking... One sec. Phone call, apparently. One sec. Hello? Okay, I'll come down 1 sec. Guys, honestly, that has been broken for like 6 months, and I didn't realize it worked. I have a delivery. I need to go get it. I'll be right back. 1 sec. That was funny. So like, there's this guy downstairs who like kindly let the guy in to sort my delivery out. But I was wearing a PRX jersey and I forgot. And he was like, "Bro, what's that jersey?" But I thought he knew that I was a gamer nerd. And apparently he didn't. I was like, "Oh, it's some team I helped out." He was like, "What sport?" I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't." He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Decided Chronicle may be, but this guy will not be denied. Something's still there though, swinging wide. The operator switched around, weaponry now with a rifle. Time starting to tick.
I think he said, "Oh, GG, bro."
That's funny. Oh my god, pure distance.
Opportunity to close.
No, I said it's a video game. And saying esports to people, they get confused. It's a really bad term to use. I just say video games.
Kayak still there though. This guy is eager to just try and play into the mechanics.
I just sound very American saying video game, but yeah, PRX literally done the same thing over and over and over again. 3, 2, every single time.
The feed is filled with red and blood being spilt out onto the site. Tricky task.
If I was Fnatic, I would focus a little bit more on the B player. Probably has to play around here, and then the other players should They should try and get into a formation like this around middle and just shut down middle, in my opinion. Hey, Sergio, thank you for the raid.
But surely, Chronicle. Last one left. 5 bullets left in a swing from Divide. All the confidence in the world.
So frustrated with Jing in this entire OT. So many bad TP players. Oh, how long is the OT? I don't even know. Like I genuinely didn't realize it went to OT.
Despite the fact that Fnatic had so many map points to be able to work with, this
15-17. Oh, okay.
pulls out the operator. That's a little performance.
So yeah, so PRX literally doing the same B split kind of idea every single round. It's a bit of like a loose B split. It's not even like a split. It's just we're gonna run at you at middle on a weird timing. And then Fnatic seem to have the complete read on the attack side as well. They seem very in control of attack.
Less important, arguably, here in overtime because everybody starts.
So it's almost like I would favor Fnatic here anyway. I know it's like a bit hindsighty, but it's like Fnatic feel very in control of attack side, and there's a very clear pattern as to what PRX are doing on defense. So as long as they can beat the pattern, they should win.
Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to counter.
MVP of mini resistless sticky slow match. That is true. Sideshow did carry. Although no, Sideshow and Mitch were like Chronicle and Alpha. Yeah, I guess this event.
By Fnatic is put to an end, and now I set over towards A.
Yeah, I upload on YouTube. I don't do videos, but I stream to YouTube. How does Paranoia get value there? So it's a trap play, right? It's the alarm bot triggers the Paranoia. But in my head, this shouldn't work. Like, it looks like it should on Valorplant, but it just... My sense is that this should not work. Yeah. I mean, it didn't really work. Kron whiffed.
Oh my goodness! It works perfectly. Absolute perfection.
Cutting them to shreds, and Fnatic now left.
I like that. I like that. Obviously, like, Sideshow has to say that it works, but...
Took onto a position that's really tough to clear.
Kayak is going to try and win that. Final bullets left.
Spike down.
Mid-animation poster. The captain himself is going to right the wrongs of the round.
14-13.
Feel like it's that fast B pressure. And Kayak is taking liberties.
This time, okay, so Fnatic's read is to just essentially push out this space, hold more here, and then contain middle. It looks like. So it's a weird. One of the thoughts I had against what PRX are doing was to do this more, but it's weird because right now there's so much space at middle for the two that should be there, that were usually there to work with.
Finds it. That's huge info as well. You see Divine on this side of the map, you know at least that they're defaulting. You don't know for sure that they're coming back over towards A, but you know it's not that fast B hit.
And then Alpha's literally, like, this is like the... Like, the thing is that because PRX death ball a lot, Alpha's allowed to just do this kind of play.
Takes all of this space on B.
Oh, yeah, deep push. Mid-round information going to be given up here. The rest of his team, an attempt of a punish with a jump spot.
Pat has lurked every single round as well.
I mean, what a decision from Forsaken to try to fake.
Yeah,
like, you watch Nats lurk on this map, and it's like half the time he's sitting like here. You know what I mean? It's, yeah. Pat needs to add a few more like layers, I think, to some of his lurks sometimes.
Bodies out wide to the open. Patman just sidesteps it, alternating with the movement, but tucked behind Dice. Forsaken.
Although having a PRX player sit in T spawn is probably not the approach that they're ever going to take.
Dash active, wall up into your face. Throw into the corner, clears him out though. We'll have to use it to disengage.
Chronicle can step in to cover that though. PRX still, even with all three players here, have got a difficult task.
3v4 wars down as well, out to the open. Jing is dropped.
30 seconds left.
The Fnatic have found it. They're footing the foundation. A bite, or the option.
Happy that they've got to be watching out for something. Still going for the operator. Every round on defense has been trying to make it work. Did find a little bit of value with it over towards B. They've got to be watching out for this paranoia again. It worked so well last time for Jing, but he's not really in a spot to use it now.
Cheeky with the positioning.
It looks to me like they're trying to fake that it's only Alpha here on A. You know, he's the player that's getting up, getting forwards.
Crossman with the dart. going to be a drone. Fnatic faking like they're taking B control. Looking to see if they can pull bodies to make A a little bit weaker. Soften it up for the take now.
That's nice. Pac-Man takes contact, which disguises well.
So Sancho was about to say that, but they pinged immediately. They heard something. Like, there's two things here. One thing is that the drone literally heard something here, so they know. The second thing is that why on planet Earth would a Viper swing out this far to break a drone? Like, Crashes could, like, without even him hearing this, if he just saw what Pat just did, a good sober player would know that there's 2B right now.
Where the operator is. So it could still be on A.
They're drifting though. PRX are losing control. Hard anchor it now, but they're seeing signs of life and hearing it on top of it. Nano swarms dead.
He got the line back on B well, but we didn't rotate quick enough.
All up in your face to delay.
Do they play to flood? Do they play to defend and deny the spike?
Devi is hard committed. He's seeing just a body. He's peeking over towards the top of this row. And we're seeing it now. Paranoia's forwards again. There's a wall into your face. Fnatic have access to wall. What's it? Spike. Devi is hard committed. He's seeing just a body. He's peeking over towards the top of this row. And we're seeing it now. Paranoia's forwards again.
He tried. He tried. Recon Paranoia.
Momentum of this map.
For going for the play. It felt like they might
draw us early. It's an operator in his hands. Wall up.
Oh, they do the wall play.
This one, it's a classic play. Or do you?
I want to see the replay of that. Like, what does it look like? Why did Jason know?
They were born in it, molded by that play.
Beautiful anticipation from Forsaken. Now the wall does still block Pac-Man off. And Alpha, he's pushed up.
Bro, Pat is aggressive Lurk again. Alpha.
Does he deliver? Taken out eventually. But he's brought it.
It's good this time though.
Hearing the footsteps, the rumble. Pac-Man, there's a timing to be taken.
Okay.
He just grasps it immediately, jumps on a chance.
And this isolates Crashies. Crashies would have to be a hero for Fnatic to get this across the line.
Towards the back of the box. Walking forwards here, there's a wall into their faces.
The way that I would describe their cooling structure is that
surely not long for the world. And there it is, Pac-Man from
they all cool in a way.
Not done yet.
Like, some of them do take up more responsibilities depending on the context.
Around where Fnatic tried to pull out a cutesy play. And it leaves the caller in a 1v3.
A lot of them say a lot of things.
Both teams have got
shot to the dome. Jing is gone. Wants a little bit more with that dash active. It's going to be used on either side. Something just needs to try and escape.
Sorry, I missed this completely. Was this just the replay?
All compliments. Back up on their feet here. 15.
Alpha put an open OT. That's funny.
Aggro as anything. Kayak though. One shot to the dome. Jing is gone.
Yeah, I felt like they kind of lost confidence on their A hold. They didn't know how to hold A. And then they didn't do enough on the map to play retake, and they don't have a comp that can play retake that well, so it's typical Icebox shenanigans, really.
Alpha almost got an opportunity to pick off Pac-Man in mid with that attack off.
Like, A should be hard.
Pac-Man is not going to go for it again. PRX are anticipating a re-hit.
I think the way they played A probably wasn't playing Killjoy A.
Fnatic always with these opportunities to pivot back to Boaster. Boaster's done a very good job in this map of just
something probably should have been A more.
Himself options to work with. His is the more
pass. He's going to try and push forwards. Take the fight to it. There's an orb in the face of these players. Wall up now on top.
And the problem is that this is technically the correct way to play what Pat's doing, but you're playing against a Sage, so good luck. They've just walled you off. They're planning. He doesn't realize that it's
Spike planted. Best scenario you could really hope for if you're Fnatic in this spot here again. Alpha.
It's been planted right next to him.
Taken out. Deep down against the back. Prime's ready and finally let loose with the slow orbs. And you see that 3-2-1 with a swing.
Oh.
Timing to be taken. Something's on the flank. Already ripping his way all the way past. Needs to be taken out. Something. He's found it. Dash back already. But the time is ticking away.
2 bullets.
And 2 bullets. 2 players. Not
to take.
Jing TP's forwards. This is it. Fnatic.
And then for the first time, you see that, like, for the first time, like, we see Fnatic play like this most of the game, getting free picks a lot of the time. and then they have this specific micro setup now to deal with like a kind of aggression, like to do a bit of aggression. So it's like when you're a team that plays passive a lot of the time and then you throw in just a normal bit of aggression, it pops much harder because you condition the opponent to start thinking that you're playing defensively, and then they just don't expect you to do something like this. Like against PRX, you would expect this every single round, but like against Fnatic, with the game plan they have, the style they have on this map, doing this little bit of aggression is like the equivalent of doing like a PRX like fucking plus W player. It's 16-15. You can't expect that all the conditioning and all the kind of layers are going to be there still. So like it's a great call from Fnatic, to be honest, to do it something like that.
Energy here on their sides.
Alpha is hungry. Normally we say respect everyone, fear no one, but they don't give respect to them, okay? Just swing them, just...
I'm not going to get through this VOD today. I've got to go relatively soon. I can watch the next map probably.
Are we good for that?
Alright, yeah.
What are they doing?
How many steps do you do a day?
Oh.
It'll be intense then. What, you ready for that one as well? I saw the votes up there, and it's...
Oh, they got to pump a balloon up.
PRX fans in the audience and around the world, so all PRX fans louder than Fnatic. PRX, make some noise! And Fnatic!
What?
In case you're wondering, Fnatic won the balloon thing, Majigum, whatever that is.
What?
That is the actual name of it. Indeed it is. But we are all knotted up 1-1 in this series here. It's now time for our Fnatic in the audience and around the world, so...
It's so ludicrous.
Alpha been so successful
Kayak
pain in the ass to deal with for Fnatic. Kayak also the team.
What PRX trying to fight deep into side, because the way you counter.
Wonder how they set this up, by the way. Because this is obviously phenomenal, and this is like kind of meh. It's just whatever.
Down. Kayak.
Oh, they think that Patman had a good performance. Okay, I don't agree.
To be the one actually spearheading from the defense.
And then I think that like the stats don't show it. You know what I mean?
Wonky, though. This could have gone either way, especially with the way OT played out.
Yeah, so when you could read on that, just
your heart, however, now has played out because Bea, it does feel.
It's not because they're rookies. It's they're building a narrative around the rookies, and they have been all series. But you can't just say that the rookies have both been playing well when they haven't in that map. Like I don't think Patman played bad that map, but I don't think he played well enough to be like, hey, he's had a good map. You know what I mean?
This map after third
month that we saw T1 be very successful with when they were playing and when they went on to win map this turn.
Because you know,
then
going back to how this
here's
an advantage
of Team Her. One example, very good map for them domestically though, and so if you look back there.
The thing that I would have liked to have done on that desk is maybe show some B-roll about the ways in which PRX were challenging Fnatic in ways that they've never been challenged before, and then talk about how good Kayak was, probably. But I don't know. Like I have to figure out my role on desk a little bit and how it's gonna work.
These teams, when they have a level of recklessness that you wouldn't expect sometimes.
I recommend the team for EWC now.
Fnatic had any map that they just decided.
There'll be some. I'll let you guys know soon what I'm exactly doing, but I'm not working with them for EWC.
After they just lost in OT.
Seeing Fnatic on that attack side here as we step into
something a divide, looking down B long, wondering if they want to take contact early. Really start to heat up in a BO5 grand final here. Something a divide.
Okay, right. So, I haven't watched PRX play pro for a while. They had that one game early in the tournament against Team Heretics, and they banged them. The thing was is that they banged them on attack, and then we didn't see their defense, right? So it was a very attack-sided thing. So this is the first time we've watched PRX's defense in a long time. And I'm interested to see how well it's gone or not gone. Pro is one of the defense maps where, one of the defense sides where I feel like I gave more notes than some of the other maps. So it'd be very interesting to see what they took and didn't take, or what they remember or didn't remember.
Looking down B long, wondering if they want to take contact early. PRX trying to fight over both edges of the map. And now spreading back out again.
I probably won't go too much into detail, but they're already fucking up a little bit, I think. So things that I like that PRX are doing, I love the fact that we have an A line. I love the fact that we have literally disrespected the B line, and we're just gonna something should scale up probably. What I don't like is this here. I think that PRX's understanding of this part of the map on defense is pretty weak, I think. And I'm not going to explain any more than that because I feel like I'd be giving stuff away. But it's this in general, but specifically this, and sometimes in context with having this, like they're a bit lost here. Like all of this is a bit lost. It stems from their A side of the map, to be honest. Like it's this part of the map they're a bit lost on sometimes.
But exactly as Chronicle and Boaster go to take some art control, Jing was backing up.
Posted now. Oh my goodness. Forsaken, not to be outdone. First kill immediately evened out from Fnatic side of things here, but that Gareth, yeah, short work is made to the opposition. Fnatic now cleaving the map into partitions, and they're not going to be denied this plant. Divide would have to go absolutely crazy.
Is there comp with Raze better than the Phoenix one? Yes. I think so. Because Jing is very good at Raze. Raze is a better agent than Phoenix. Double Dive is a genuinely strong compositional idea. And it stops them from doing things that I think that they shouldn't be doing on the map. Like Raze, the Phoenix, they got obsessed with parts of the map that maybe they shouldn't be obsessed with the Phoenix. And I think the Raze means that you're less obsessed.
But it's worth keeping in mind here.
Time to jump.
Every player apart from Boaster, freedom.
Just an eco round, so I'm going to kind of skip ahead a little bit.
Players are posted, getting into spot and position. They're seeing signs of life here, but immediately eviscerated. Divide doing backflips towards the back of the site, and rifle in hand. Okay, Kayak trying to test himself a little bit. Sharp with the aim of the first shot, but step forwards. It's all anticipated and recovered when it comes to the weaponry.
Sorry, I'm opening and closing this like head earphone thing because it's fun, but it's making a loud noise. Okay, A main. Or Fnatic. Oh yeah, Fnatic are playing Yoru Neon. I'm not watching them right now. I'm not watching PRX this game because I'm actually interested to see what they were cooking. Okay. I'm a little bit annoyed. I'm glad I paused it before they died, but I'm annoyed. Like I said, they don't understand the A side of the map. They don't understand this side of the map. And it'll be a problem in the future for them, I think.
Yeah, so they might be expecting that Fnatic will go back and try to recover that over towards B.
Where's that one going?
Eddie on the other side, though. Doing good work.
Over the shoulder, finding that gap. Something snaps down, and Boaster's done. Pings it out as well. I think even spotting out that they did invest into that.
I mean, I don't think that Kayak's ever going to actually take that one. Certainly not with Divine.
Defense solution, Sova B, play retake A. Hard. What? Sova B, play retake A, hard. Retake A hard? What? Can you speak English? Are you saying retake A is hard, or are you saying... You've spoken in breaking English to me. One sec. Let me try to deconstruct what you're trying to say. Sova B. So you're playing the Sova B, right? I got you there. Play retake A, but then the hard bit is throwing me. Take that jersey off? Bro, I can't. What am I supposed to do, bro? It's just easy. It's so easy. Oh, solution was Sova B. But what about A? What are you playing? Retake A? Play hard retake A? Or is retake A hard? Okay. 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 I'm not watching you guys at the moment. I'm watching them. Because I haven't watched their pro in a while. And I did help them with some stuff on pro. It was mostly, honestly, the notes I had for Ilya, which he's doing well. But they don't really understand this, honestly. I don't think they understand this. But it doesn't matter. Who needs to understand things when Forsaken just kills you all?
And yeah, Alpha's like, wait a second.
Over to the defenders.
With it, get up into their faces, perhaps.
Yeah, like.
And he's gonna look to do that over towards it.
Okay.
Nasty stuff from Forsaken. Takes control of the rifle in his hands. That's a hard target to hit.
And Alpha denied immediately. Maybe trying to push his luck a little.
I kind of interested now to look at Fnatic just because they're in the chat and I want to flame them.
With some of the sharpest aim in the entire server is going to bring a judge out.
Yeah, the judge play when you're full buy is weird, but it's an interesting idea. He fucked up, but it's whatever.
Maybe trying to push his luck.
Bits and pieces of util now.
Okay, this is looking slightly more reasonable. Got C's nade ready.
Bit of mid control, clone. Got stuck onto the corner, doesn't even trigger the wall. And the C's and an aid.
Oh! Oh! Oh, look at him. Look at him. Absolutely cooked. Bro, what am I supposed to do? They paid me money to help them, Boaster. Like, what am I gonna do? Just pretend that, like, I didn't want them to win? Like, oh, one sec. I'll just pretend that I didn't help them.
Even all the way through mid, putting a little bit
defense was generally weak here, yeah. But I called it early, right? I said that when they were lined up here, I was like, oh, I like this. It's the other stuff they do I don't like.
Previous one, like I said, with that judge.
This is reasonable. This is reasonable.
Just sitting pretty on the other side of the map with.
But the thing is that Ilya's not being challenged at all on B yet, so I don't know why we have to play 3. I guess they're thinking that Fnatic haven't explored this yet, so play 3 here. Just because it's a read, I guess. And Fnatic are being stupid. They should be probably exploring this a bit more. But they don't really have the tools to do it that much because they've got double duelist. So double duelist, you're pretty all in to whatever spot you're going to a lot of the time. You can't cancel that often. You don't have enough utility. Really? So Bursa's trying to put some pressure here. And they are gonna go. Okay, they're gonna go reclear. So they've inserted A main. And they're running towards B. I guess that with this pressure, Alpha might be allowed to go for a lurk. Which is kind of a cool idea.
Something's really trying to min-max these timings, I think. The gate crash, backs himself out here. Gonna be hearing that drone.
But the drone actually doesn't clear him.
Ducking, juking, but now
And they need to use another dissipate. And look at all this time they're wasting.
Do you expect something to be here? That's the question.
It's a great flash.
To the side here, just stepping up. Wow.
Yeah, all that time wasted, all that util, and he still gets the kill. I know it's a low buy for Fnatic though.
Alpha does have his ult to be able to.
So, yeah, so they were basically letting Alpha go lurk, basically.
Work with, but maybe.
Oh, it's not Alpha, it's Kron. Fucking Kron, sorry. I'm so used to Alpha playing fucking Killjoy.
You see Chronicle inserted over towards A. As the rest of the team tries to go back over towards and connect with this guy.
That's true. That's what Mr. Yasser said there is true. Fnatic could have just paid me to not help the opposition. It's true. It is true.
Down below it, he's going to be swinging wide. That flash is a good connection. Forsaken, already ready to supplement.
I'd be wearing a Fnatic jersey right now. I'd be wearing a Fnatic jersey right now. The fuck's going on? The seagulls are scrapping outside, man.
And he's got a perfect idea of where the player's going to be positioned. Chronicle core.
Siggy said he hated the drone Crashies did because it didn't clear anything. I don't love it either, but the problem is if you never... In order for you to clear out anyone here, you have to drone from that position. So it's like, do you risk scumming up here and trying to drone with a person who just peeks you immediately and kills you? Like, there isn't a good answer. So that's why I think that... That's why I think on this map, you have to think about that a lot. And I'm not going to go into details about it, but you have to think a lot about this idea that, like, if we are going to default the other side of the map and come back, like, there is a massive disadvantage to this drone not actually clearing out anything substantial. And you have to have good ideas around that problem.
Yeah, that recon just to see if he could push away an opper that was going to be playing pillar. This is going to be a fight though from PRX.
Trying to use far back here. There's going to be that flash play. It's going on either side. Fnatic up there with a dart.
Yeah. You've got eyes on.
So I like this from Fnatic. So now they just literally just send some people there to deal with it.
3 players though from PRX on the other side.
So now they've got the line immediately. They don't have to go drone back. The problem is now is that if they want to go back A, they probably need to fucking drone back A. So it's like whichever side they're going, PRX just has control of the other side right now, which is the problem with their comp. Which is the problem with double duelists in general, I feel like. And I think that Fnatic playing this comp almost a little bit too Boaster-esque, and we probably should see more of just Alpha running at people with Neon. I think when you're playing this comp, you should just be all-inning a lot more. The problem is it doesn't really use Boaster's strengths as much, and they probably didn't have time to make loads of cool strats. But this is cool. Another round where they're doing like something to like allow for lurks to come in. And they got all the picks towards B. Nice round from Fnatic.
Full control and only something here. Fnatic should be on the line before the Yoru player.
Doubled up into the back of the site here, but again, oh my goodness, it's the minor of margins. Just spotting another player, but is he expecting from behind? Now, I should say Chronicle.
I mean, the movement's amazing there from something.
Doesn't want to overstep himself. Chronicle still holding control towards the back of it. The turret was placed down.
Yeah, I think Alpha's won the round.
To shine. He's going to be the playmaker here into this spot. The clone going to be taking a bullet to the brain for him.
Okay.
Putting that crunch on though.
Tried to trace towards B. Crashies is hearing this. Something with the P.
Ooh.
Op v Op. It's actually Alpha, yeah, who's going to be running it this time. As they try to take space towards B.
It's interesting.
Crashies is hearing this. Something with the P. Punish.
It's interesting idea.
Insanely brave.
But yeah, Fnatic side just defaulting towards B, so they don't have to use that drone to re-clear. They have 4 ults, and they should have 5 when Crashies picks up an orb. This is round 1 for Fnatic, I guess. The only thing is that they'd have, okay, for a fucking Vice Astra ult Raze ult combo, finishing B against this might be rough. Against this might be rough, because they can just literally do Vice ult here, and then just Astra ult, and then just defuse. Although, I guess you wouldn't even want to Vice ult into Astra ult. You might want to just Raze ult into Astra ult, and save the Vice ult. Because what I'm thinking is the Vice ult actually doesn't do much, because if they got shorties, they're going to just play here anyway, and just shorty you. And then if you wall here, like, does it really matter whether they're running through rifles or not? You're still going to kill them. It's probably safer to Vice ult.
Incredibly pushed forwards here, but okay, just spotted out there with the info. Shorty of his own, Hunter's Fury.
It's a nice ult for Crashes.
Looking for a little bit more, but just the one tag. Lights up a few of them. Showstopper.
Oh.
It's going to be committed. And Alpha trying to hold his ground down, but like a rocket again, Jing. This time.
It's messy. It's way too messy.
Weapons taken away with a steel guard.
What the fuck is Forsaken's ult?
Space Boaster not removed. Kayaks from behind.
Bro, Forsaken's done the worst ult I've ever seen.
One tag. Lights up a few of them. Showstopper.
What?
It's going to be committed. And Alpha trying to hold his ground down.
I think Forsaken's helped Fnatic with this ult, right? Look at it. He's actually helped Fnatic. The fuck's he doing?
This time, unable to get that value he's done prior.
That's not Bosa's ult.
With a steel guard and Divide looking to try and reclaim some of that space. Boaster not removed. Kayaks from behind. Full control. Containment is ordered, and Fnatic have got it all under lock.
Divide towards the end.
Guess the wrong plan? No, I mean, you don't need to guess the wrong plan. All you do is you ult here. You just ult here. Across. And you never have to guess what plant they're doing. You should always ult the choke rather than align vertically. Unless there's like a really, really specific reason.
Has been back and forth, to be sure, but Fnatic are stringing together these rounds nicely.
So he said the only bad thing about this PRX win is that he adds another trophies to his achievements. I do want to write out my CV one day because it would be kind of funny to see what I've achieved. Because
it's him versus something. Oh my goodness, that's immediately the clone going to be taking that bullet for him.
And Alpha instantly gets on the line. Doesn't see a repeat though, and Boaster's calling for this regroup on A. Jing, danger player, tucked.
Danger player.
Playing a bait and switch.
I think no, don't.
Yeah, I don't love these kind of setups on PRX, honestly.
The timing drone forwards.
Like,
Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated.
every time I say I don't like something, it's like you can kind of see quite quickly why, right? Like,
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again. But Alpha continue.
PRX.
I called it early. They don't love A. They don't love A. It's a problem they need to solve.
Could have been a kill. Nana Swarm's committed. Anything to clear these players out up through the top section of B. This is Manic. This is KO. Into that 2v2 for
How the fuck have they made this messy enough to win?
Nana Swarm's committed. Anything to clear these players out up through.
They call Alpha.
This is Manic. This is KO.
Jason got a kill in that chaos.
Trying to take the fight straight to them. Opened up a bit of a mistake there. A lot of battle lines that are drawn out normally.
Kron's 1 HP running out with his knife.
Why are they not thinking there could be anyone on A?
Full knives out, and they've opened up a bit of a mistake here, as you mentioned. Patman upgrade.
It's not that Kron dies there, that's a problem, it's that he gives away his fucking gun, to be honest.
They're split up.
Boaster has the spike, 25 seconds, creeping around behind Patman.
Knifeful committed, Crashies pushed forward as a result of it. No one really ready for this one, but it's brought it into that 2v2 Fnatic. Trying to get a move on Crashies now. Rolls reversed, he's the one putting the pressure in the squeeze onto Patman. And he's earned his team a lifeline.
10 seconds left.
Great read as well. Divide though somehow manages to time that recon, but Crashies is aware. He's asked to do
It's nice by Crashies.
too much in that situation. Alpha gets caught on the B re-clear.
Oh! Hello?
That is a sick round from
Who is this guy?
He's asked to do way too much in that situation. Alpha gets caught on the B re
I have no clue where his pre-aim is right here. I don't know what this is. Well, that's not bad.
And Crashies has to push forward, dodge a fade ult, get a kill, cover. Also wanted Fnatic have been really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early though.
A bit of spam through the wall.
Ooh.
Dart overhead. Clone not broken
I
out,
don't
but
think this will actually works. I think they fucked up. I think there's a gap.
The utility's been really strong though at stopping something from being able to go up for these peaks.
Patman are brave, he's doing that solo.
A lot of the defense for PRX.
Okay, there's a lot of shit that PRX are doing okay, but like they could consolidate on this, on the advantages they're getting so hard, so much better. Again, it's around this area that they're kind of fucking up on.
in the raw aim and
I
mechanics
think.
carried him through. And okay, Chronicle going peeking Jing with the swing. That's not
Like, I don't see the point of putting this wall down if we're still gonna play A like this. Like, we might as well just have the wall here and just play for the wall rather than doing it for information. Like, what is the point of having deep information if you're not gonna like rotate away from it or do something else? Is basically my point.
Go for a peek into Kayak at B.
Like,
Fnatic bait out the wall.
Device not changed the way he would play, whether he used this passive wall or this aggressive wall. And that's not, again, I'm not calling him out individually here. I think this is like a team-wide understanding of like things that happen on A.
Oh, he spotted him. Oh, the ping's out. Deep position and target acquired. Alpha gone. Call for a pivot.
Yeah, Fnatic are trying to like pivot the map and like do things that their comp isn't the best at.
30 seconds left.
Like, they don't have a Viper to scale and they don't have a second initiator to scale.
Only just taking that timing now, but with 20 seconds stalled out by the Thorns, you've got to get a move on. Sidestepping through, brought down to the brink.
Is he gonna ult?
Weakened, damaged as anything in a flash and a
Christ.
delivers.
That flash is literally designed to make that play. It's kind of funny.
Never in danger when Device in an anchor spot. He does look so comfortable dealing with Fnatic when they actually finish on his side.
You've ordered chocolate-covered raspberries from Waitrose.
Sometimes they put themselves in two difficult positions.
Am I gonna watch probably any match this month? I'm not watching EWC, and then for stage 2, I'm in Berlin for the first 2 weeks for desk work. So then week 3, I might watch Party. The problem is that I get way more viewers when I VOD review than when I watch Party. So I think I will continue being the VOD review person and just have that be my niche. I think that more people's... I don't have to compete with people when I do VOD reviews. I get to watch the game in the way that I want to watch the game, and I get to learn about the game and like actually do homework, basically. Not quite to 100% level like I would do if I was by myself just watching, because like obviously I'm distracted, I'm talking, I'm not like concentrating fully all the time. But sincerely, like, I enjoy the VOD reviews more, and people seem to watch them more than the watch parties.
With info in mid or A. Oh, a bit of spray down with the rifles. There's a gap in that smoke. Time to play with it, but that cosmic divide is going to be fading. It's not going that way. It's traded out. Showstopper.
What's desk work? Analyst desk.
Forsaken. He wants to go for a peek of his own. Flash through in his face.
I'll be on the analyst desk for EMEA stage 2. Oh my fucking god. Quickly, let me just... So take A main control. Okay, I'm going to message Alex after watching this. I'm going to message Alex.
Don't really want to commit because they know that the stack is here, but they don't have another option. They don't have a lurker to go back to with info in mid or A.
Oh, a bit of spray down with the rifles. There's a gap in that smoke. Time to play with it, but that cosmic divide is going to be fading. It's not going that way. It's traded out. Showstopper. It's here for Jing. When the time runs short,
He's on holiday.
In dire straits.
I don't think they are.
Let's go for a peek of his own. Flash through in his face. TP into the back of Hordes. Kayak. Anything to deal with him? My God, man! Forsaken!
That ult didn't hit? That's crazy. I think they're off holiday.
A lovely risk. Exactly at the right time. And PRX bring things up with an opportunity.
Maybe do YouTube then too? I stream on YouTube, but I don't do videos yet.
Jing's very fast with a haunt up towards B, but Fnatic don't know too much about that. They're on the exact opposite side, facing Devi. And Devi has been excellent anchoring A.
Runs forward, dimensional drift, extra info gathered, and a peek from Devi, forcing the ult out into the hands of Alpha. Good tracking, locks onto it, something. What the hell are you playing at? Out. Dimensional drift, extra info gathered, and a peek from Devi, forcing the ult out into the hands of Alpha. Good tracking, locks onto it, something. What the hell are you playing at? Alpha is extra info gathered.
Yeah.
Good tracking. Locks onto it something. What the hell are you playing at? Alpha is taking
So good, bro. No, Kitty, Renault, welcome to Toronto. I just want to ask you your experience first, starting with you, Kitty. How's Toronto been?
Good time.
And the games are.
Getting back on Pearl, I plaisir.
So, what do you guys think about?
I think I've talked about these people. They're both nice people.
Let's head straight back into it. Anthony just flexing, really. And
I know.
Lorax is on board.
I mean, does the Lorax speak French? Do the trees speak French?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Up in his halftime. I mean, incredible stuff from him.
And they go into really get this ball rolling here. 7 to 5, Boaster, timing taken. Hello, right click.
Okay. So let's watch Fnatic's defense a little bit, because the implication is that they fuck up, and Boaster wasn't happy about it.
7 to 5, Boaster, timing taken. Hello, right click's not delivering him what he wanted. PRX are the ones who survive.
One sec, guys. One sec. I just need to check something. Oh, got a raid. Shit. Jing? Hey, Jing. Sorry, I just had to tab out for 1 second. I'll be 1 second. 1 sec. Yeah, someone's got a photo of the team chat where Crashes is literally like giving strats, talking about strats in the team. I'm not gonna look at it on stream. I think it's kind of a little bit disrespectful. It should be that stuff should be private, to be honest. Who am I messaging? Sorry, guys. How are you guys? How you guys doing? How you guys still celebrating the win? I guess you guys are still drinking, right? The PRX fans still drinking in first class. They've buying champagne. What's the train doing now, do you think? I guess it stopped. Taking a little relaxing. I like to think that it's just like taking a little relaxing detour somewhere, you know. Your first class seat got upgraded. The whole train can afford it's refueling. It's refueling for champs. Okay. It's refueling for champs. I like to think that, yeah, it's refueling, but I like to think that the train is now taking like some scenic route somewhere. And everyone's upgraded. Like the whole train is first class now. I'd like to hope that we can invest some of the money into not having to run on coal and human sacrifices. That might help things. Okay, so unfortunately for you guys, I'm actually gonna, like, Boaster was here saying that he thought that the problem with their defense was they should have played Sova B and played retake A. And obviously PRX win. So I'm looking at these two ideas that Boaster has. And you know, I'm a bit of a rat apparently, but I'm actually going to see if I have solutions for them. I'll give them some freebies if I notice anything, you know? That's how nice I am. I'm not gonna give them freebies, absolutely not. Okay, so we did a mid strat and they just contained us and beat us. Oh my god, Alpha. They just crunched us here, it's kind of cool. It's kind of weird that they've got 3 people here already, but it's whatever. Anti-eco.
which is mad to say. It truly is.
Done forwards again, forcing the issue. Boaster from behind. Quick work there with a stinger.
Okay, so we tried to get aggressive in Link again because we got class 6, that's fine. Ultimately, easy for Fnatic to clean up though. Okay, right.
Don't have to be an amazing Pearl team, they just have to win once. Right here.
That puts all the pressure onto PRX.
So they lose from this position. So PRX going for a B split.
4-round lead for Fnatic.
Straight exec B split. Problem number 1 for Fnatic is that they've started their game playing 3 people A when they don't have a read as to what PRX are about to do. And the problem with playing 3 people A... Okay, how do I explain this? Bosa seems to think that Sova B retake A. He's half right. He's half right. I think the problem here is that, like, if they're gonna go for this A main stuff, you need to do it with the Yoru, so the Yoru can TP back this way, and then one of these agents should be B. So, like, instead of it being Yoru here, if they want to go for some kind of A main stuff, Yoru should be here. Probably leave the Neon, and he's probably right that it's Sova here. And then the Yoru TP's back, and then Astra, Sova, and Yoru already B in a triangle when the Astra falls back. In the meantime, I think the Killjoy being here is fine. If they get A main control, then there's less pressure to hold the center of the map. I'm not going to go into detail about that stuff though, because...
I don't think PRX can afford to lose this one. I mean the round and the map.
Tuck to the side, that's something as a deep TP. Claims a life. Fnatic.
Yeah, so I think their sub is... I'll be interested to see what they do in the next rounds, but right now... What they're doing is essentially what I tried to help PRX out with a little bit on Pro. Is... They're playing Yoru like a jet, fundamentally. They're not playing it like a Yoru. Playing a Yoru like a jet means holding passively and then TPing out when there's contact. Playing like a Yoru is like doing something on the map and then TPing away, or taking really, really deep lines and being able to use your TP. Like we saw Ilya doing that mostly, where he was taking like really deep lines. We didn't see so much of him hand-holding other agents to get space on the map to TP away. But I do recommend that they do that more. So again, I would say that having Sova or Neon or even Killjoy, I'd personally have Astra here, Killjoy here probably. I'd have the Neon Sova Yoru combo here. I do their A main thing that they want to do if they want to do an A main thing, and then the Yoru dips out and becomes this sided, you know. And we leave the Neon and the Sova. The Neon can take A main. The Sova has the choice to actually like re-clear throughout with the recon and the drone and shit. So I think that's actually a freebie that Fnatic can have.
And I don't think PRX can afford to lose this one.
I'm not going to go into that level of detail. And if you can't keep up with that, it's whatever. I think that both still keep up with what I just said.
Forwards though, drifting to the side. Boaster looking to see if he can stay alive. Alpha! Deep dash forwards, and now you're seeing signs potentially that things are going a little bit skew with, not quite as practiced.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, there's
Oh, hello, Kukuka. You have there's a doppelganger in my chat. I keep thinking that you're in my chat a lot. There's someone called Big Dick Bayer. And I always think it's you.
Both Fnatic players in the same position. Waiting for the dart timing. Thorns.
Is a big map like Crow bad for teams like Fnatic, considering their slow-paced gameplay? No.
Good flash timing too from Divide. Completely catches Chronicle. And 3 rifles saved.
I think that people misunderstand Fnatic a lot. To just judge a team based on their pace is very, very shallow analysis. Fnatic are one of the best teams in the world at execing. And they're more than capable of execing. I think that during the Teo meta, if they had actually had a decent read on it early with Teo Breach, they would have become the best Teo Breach team in the world probably. Because the micro they have on XX is disgusting. Yeah, just because they go slow doesn't mean that they don't know how to all in. If you look at maps like Split historically for them, Fracture historically for them, a map where they play double duelist, a map where you play like a breach here, like watch their XX on these maps, like, it's beautiful, you know? So I don't think you can just look at pace as a reason why Fnatic might struggle on a big map. A big map is usually a map that's going to require some good execing on, and I think that they're very good at execing.
All 3 rounds, we've seen him slide in, trying to play something
Thank you
else
for
and
leaking
have a
strats,
rest
no
in.
problem.
And this time, Jing wise to it. And look, the eco's a little wonky here for Fnatic again. Alpha with a judge. I do like this play. Seen PRX go for this before. Recall smokes, horn, flash. Allows Jing to get set up. Very difficult to contest A main against.
Right.
And then seen PRX go
So yeah, we're just seeing, yeah, the Fnatic are doing. I thought that Boaster would know better than this.
for this before.
I thought Boaster would know better. They're doing the basic bitch Jet macro basically, which is we hope the Jet can hold B by themselves, and then we play 4 people here. And I think that it's very good against teams that do not know how to play the map. And it's very bad against teams who do. PRX, I'm going to have to see how they deal with this though. Because like there's times where I think the PRX look beautiful, and there's times where I'm like, sometimes they make decisions on attack where I'm like, I'm not sure. And their comp is essentially just run it down with the double duelist, which is good, but like right now, if Fnatic have lost the round, like if PRX decide to exec right now, Fnatic have lost. They have nobody in time for B. To hold this B site, you need multiple members or a good utility. They have no star, they have no sentinel utility, they have nothing to hold, and this B site is an asshole to retake. Like, retaking A is like, it's pretty decent. Retaking B is just a cunt. Like, I think it might be the map with the biggest disparity between retaking an A and B. I think. I'm thinking in my head. Split A is easier than B. Split might be. It's one of the bigger ones for sure. I don't know if it's true, but it's one of the bigger ones. Bind is pretty bad, and Split is pretty bad. Abyss is not that bad. I think Abyss is bad for both. But... So I might be overstating it a little bit with that bit of hyperbole, but the point still stands. Retaking B is an asshole, and retaking A is like pretty fun. So round 1 is just macro's fucked. Like this is just fucked. Like they can't win. Their attempt is to just run through the judge, I guess, which is interesting. It was a nice try. So we'll see if it was just a bonus round kind of idea, low buy idea, or sorry, a low buy idea, or if it's a consistent theme. And right now it's looking like a consistent theme. The saving grace is that Neon is fast enough to rotate across, but you know, still. PRX not committing this time. They're rewrapping, doing a little bit of lurking, a little bit of prodding. It is an anti-eco though. It's not like really a full buy from Fnatic. Fnatic are in a decent position to win now though. The problem with PRX is they don't condition the map well enough to make the opponent respect their finish changing, if that makes sense. So they death ball towards B at the start of the round, and Fnatic just have a decent read that they're going to continue with that death ball towards B. Even with Ilya doing the little bit of pressure towards B link, it was not enough for Fnatic to think that there was anything other than a B exec happening at the end there. I want to see what the adjustment is here. The adjustment is just Euro Neon B. An operator on the Neon.
Scramble together a bit of a buy here with the money. Operator in the hands of Alpha. Far back position though. Dimensional drift is going to be increasing the pace. PRX. I'll take it towards them. And I just exit. Far back position.
The first minor problem here is the TP not being in time, but the other problem is that gonna? They could. I'm not gonna say.
Notice dimensional drift is going to be increasing the pace. PRX.
Yeah.
Take it towards them. And I just exit.
Okay. Their style is basically. I'm interested to see this later on as well. Their style is gonna be to play for this a lot. It looks like they're not gonna bother with any of this space. They're just gonna play for this. It's not bad. It's not good. It's better than most teams, but it's still not amazing. In my opinion. And they kind of understand that retaking is pretty easy. So as long as they contain this space, they're just saying that they're going to retake, which is fine. But they lose some value from never being able to do anything here. I'll be interested to see what PRX do in future rounds and what Fnatic do in future rounds. Because if they just leave space that easily, they're going to have some problems. The only thing is, Devil's Advocate is that PRX did use the Euro ult. So like the Euro ult is pretty scary. They could have just been like, fuck it, we'll play retake fully. But I'll be interested to see how much they play for those full retakes.
What a response on the backside of that timeout.
It is a big round for Fnatic to be able to get, but I think you can't watch that and not have questions about the way that something plays this. He comes dry out of his ult, no utility used, and just tries to catch Boaster while he's throwing down utility. I mean, that's got Alex furious. The information that he gathered was good as well. If he'd been able to bail, they probably still have full control of the A site. Can't be making mistakes like that.
Kayak. The operator flashing your face though. Just get away from that
The
spot.
rotations on Crowd ironically lean up with Pro. I'll talk to you later about that because that sounds interesting. I don't fully know what you mean. I played Crowd twice in ranked yesterday and I was fucking annoyed. But okay, so again, yeah. There are things that we did play this map and practice it for Champs 2023, and I would say that some of I thought.
The operator flashing your face though. Just get away from that spot. Even go over the repeat as a flash. Adjustment, tries to snap to it.
Yeah, they're not very good at Pro. they're not good. They're not very good at Pro, at least on defense. Attack side, I'm impressed with how Boaster was able to call a slow game given the composition they had. But I think that PRX have some holes on their defense too that they're going to need to solve. Both teams, like, more comfortable on attack, it looked like. For Fnatic, I think it'll be fine because they will fix this. They'll fix this. They're just playing some really basic bitch macro though. That doesn't really make sense. Like there are times where like on a map where the macro is like the meta macro is just not good.
Step closer to trying to draw it level.
Bro, it's been over a week.
I think Boaster needs more assistance.
I will take this jersey off when you play a good pro defense. I'll take this jersey off when you guys show me a good pro defense. I will take it off. Until then, it's staying on. Because this is fucking shit. You're playing 2022 macro in 2025. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. This Kayak might not be having the best game ever, but like he's being asked to play a 2022 Jet in 2025 as a Yoru.
Radar flashing your face though. Just get away from that spot.
That's the last time we played it.
Over the repeat as a flash. adjustment, tries to snap to it.
Look, I've given you guys enough information. I'm not giving you more information. I flamed you enough. You guys go watch back the first round. You've got a problem with the way you're playing Euro, and you're playing the wrong macro. And it's got nothing to do with Kayak as an individual. I don't have the full solves for some of the details around this part of the map, but that's more PRX's issue than your issue. You have that issue too, I think, but
Spike not planted. Chronicle and Kayak still with a small opportunity of intercepting somebody.
I was speaking code for the time being.
Seeing it, waiting for that util to come back online. Kayak trying to play the luck of the draw with a shot like that.
The shirt is never coming off. No, I think they'll be fine. I honestly think they should be fine. Someone DM me, Crashes, like someone's DM me with a picture of you typing what you typed in the fucking team chat before the game with, like, you know, the anti-eco bonus, etc. I'm not gonna reveal that, but the fact that, like, you know they're doing that level of work means that, like, they'll very quickly solve some of these issues, to be honest. Like, I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, they exposed your screen. Yeah, they. Honest, like, I'm not gonna, like, I'm not gonna show that, because that's, honestly, it shouldn't be exposed. That's just the problem with having the fan zone, is that if you type in the chat, you're getting exposed. But yeah. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that, like, there's a foundation they can work with here. I don't think they should play Neon Yoru, but I guess Alpha did farm. They just need to activate Kayak in the macro.
This time, Alpha is going to choose.
Honestly, if KO doesn't get played very much, just put him on fucking Chamber and put this guy on Vice. GG, I've sorted your pro act for you.
Different op position, taking it instead of Kayak as well.
I'd be surprised if you didn't do that anyway, to be honest. But Sage on Pearl when? I unironically don't mind Sage on a lot of maps, but I think there's just too many good options.
PRX really do cook with these flashes through smokes to set up Jing.
He's misleading them.
He's amazing.
Why not Crashies on Fade? Fade and Sova are both viable. I think I've always preferred Sova as an agent, but I think Fade might actually be slightly stronger on some maps now. I think something to do with that is just that people are better at defaulting now in a way that you need the Fade. But the other thing is that Cypher seems like less valuable, and shocking Cypher trips seems less valuable than it's ever been. Because Cypher's just struggling, I think, right now a little bit.
Something relocates, Boaster moves forwards. Smoke, though,
I still think it's very even though between Sova and Fade. And I always do prefer Sova in my heart. You think Vice is overplayed? I think Vice is underplayed, personally. I think Killjoy is slightly underplayed and Vice is underplayed. I think Cypher is overplayed. Sorry, let me go back. I didn't catch anything here. So he's just dashed in and killed Kron.
They've got so many of them. Spots a lot, but is worried about Art.
I was going to hear about it. The rumble here. He's being boosted. Close tug. We've seen his angle get value. Stuns forward. Fnatic.
Crashes is close.
Players are waiting for it, and Crashes could be that playmaker. Time to deliver it.
Okay.
Just the one before the trade is through. 50 seconds left. PRX moving forwards now, seeking to try and at least split up this squeeze.
Yeah, Kron dying here is quite big because they got Killjoy ult for retake. It's kind of rough for Fnatic. It's kind of unlucky for them. A little bit unlucky, I'm not gonna lie.
The
the more we're starting to see them pull out into the lead.
Since you've worked 1 day of GC, does that mean you're coming to Korea?
And it's a good job because we were talking.
We were discussing this earlier. The
Fnatic on Icebox. This one,
if any clips
it is a must-win
get
for
sent to
PRX.
producers, then I guess not.
Situations so often when they're in a big
I'm also
final.
I'm trying to worm my way. My current plan is to sign up to a team as the head coach at the start of the off season. One of the teams that's going to Red Bull home grounds, because I want to go to New York City, and then as soon as I land, I quit the team, and I enjoy a holiday in New York. That's my current plan. GC, I would be surprised if I am asked to desk for Korea.
10 to 10.
I think.
Money is knocked down for Fnatic.
I would be surprised.
Trying to put Alpha in a position where he can take a fight and still have some level of backup. And Alpha, he does have the hot hand.
Unless I start flirting more with, if I start flirting more with Boaster and Crashies, we'll see. But
Jin's going to be looking to rain down some destruction. It's a full group up. PRX. They're going to be committing.
oh wait, that's not how that works either. No, that's not gonna work. I don't know. I would need to do drastic things.
Could be pivotal for Boaster to be able to play around if he can get inside it and dominate it.
Already in.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be desking for Korea. I would like to do. Korea's a weird place for G. No, it's not. No, it's not.
And another clean B execute for PRX.
I thought it was in Turkey, but it's not, right? It's in, I think Turkey has EMEA finals.
Should be huge.
Doesn't Turkey have no, GC finals, sorry, in Turkey? And then GC champs is in Korea.
How they're packing he and Jin is putting the squeeze on Fnatic's brains. They need a timeout.
Leaked.
Just use one. You know what they want?
I did leak this, by the way, to someone once.
Forsaken?
Yeah, getting flustered.
I did leak this information, but I had the information wrong, and so I just didn't leak correct information.
I think forgot to buy armor.
Yeah, no armor whatsoever.
Someone I know who works in GC asked me where asked me where an event was, and I was like, I think it's here, and then I was wrong. So even when I do naughty leaking, I'm not even good at it. So
Try to put a little bit of spam.
I would make a really good reporter. Reporter.
That's really not.
Okay, so Fnatic are still doing their let's stack A thing.
Guessing.
He's thinking about it. He's pinging it out so that Alpha can watch it. Try to put a little bit of spam.
Okay, but they're now playing more of a retake style on A with art control.
Confirms. And there's a damage. That's really
This should be around for.
Very good
Okay, this is what I'm interested in. What does this look like? They've smoked too early. I call this the G2 smoke. I think G2 were the ones who did this kind of smoke first. It should have a slight one-way in it where like they can see the feet and stuff. They've done it too early though.
And it's been the B execs really that have been the problem for Fnatic.
And I think Jabos has not done the smoke correctly.
Forwards again. Sees just about dodge.
Okay, yeah, never mind. You can't beat that. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I don't have the solve for that. Bosa's solve is just play retake A. I think they need more than just retake A. I think the solve needs to be more than just retake A. I think the problem is that the smoke was too early here, and I think that the micro was slightly off. I'm not sure. And then the restart here was a mistake. He should restart here. He gave him too much space to walk up. I'd rather to just keep that smoked, I think. But even then, it was pretty rough. Raze with Judge in a double Judas comp is kind of annoyingly good. When Alex told me that they were gonna run this comp and Jing was gonna buy a judge and and run at people, I was like, okay, fair enough. I didn't realize it would be this good.
And he goes for the push on the cross. And things were tense earlier on for PRX, but now it's all smiles.
Alpha's just solo. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, we've not seen many rounds where Fnatic have been in a good position, to be honest.
Levels it out. Through the back of the side, Jing already has that space.
The one round they played like more closer to like, I think the kind of mid round they need to. Jing's ran at them with a judge and just destroyed them. Jing's bladder buff.
Damage done. The rifle rings out anyway. Something. Straight back in and a nightfall as well.
100 gifted and you leak the champs location next year. I don't think I know the champs location.
And Forsaken the one to deliver it. The death blow potentially here on this map. And Forsaken.
I don't think I know the champs location. I think that I'd happily split it 50-50 with Kukuka because I'm pretty sure she would know. Oh, it's in China? That sounds reasonable. I think I know where the other two are. I think I know where the other two are. I think I know where the masters are. I'm not saying.
No pull required. Forsaken gets them over the line at 13-10. Way tougher than they might have thought it was to get past Fnatic on their permaban. That was
I think I have watched this game, by the way. So I have watched this one. I need to just double check some stuff quickly, though. I might need to go. Let me just double check some stuff quickly. One sec. Yeah. Sorry, I also saw Flynn message me. So Flynn was talking about Fnatic's exec speed and then being slow to exec on split, even though I said that they're good at execing. I don't think that I'm like. I guess what I'm trying to say is they don't, just because they don't start rounds immediately with an exec doesn't mean that they, like on a map like Split, a lot of the time I feel like they end up not just wanting to run into a gamble, if that makes sense. Like at one point I think that I'm gonna have to ask myself when I think about Fnatic is execing at the start of the round, when is execing at the start of the round better than being slow and kind of prodding and pretending that you're not going to exec and then just exec? because I think it's part of probably my coaching and part of like Boaster's vision for attack sides is like, why would you gamble immediately in exec if you don't need to? And then their exec is going to be ludicrously strong anyway after that. So there probably are details I'm not thinking about so much off the top of my head as to why. What the opportunity cost is of not immediately execing. But I would say that if you are the more skilled team, it's probably best not to just immediately gamble an entire exec. Even if you're playing like a very good exec comp. Or if your style relies on that, that's all. Sorry guys, one sec. Sorry. Watch PRX vlog. I might be able to after. Stop guessing Masters. Masters North Korea. Chris, sure, you need to calm down, man. I might want to work I might want to work a Masters event one day. Can you not harm my chances, please?
2 opportunities to close here on map. In a spot like this, they've never led a grand finals, even though they've been in 2 of them. This is their 3rd. They won map 1. They're now up 2-1. 2 opportunities to close here on map 4.
I think for some reason North Korea feels like a politically correct okay joke to make, because it's almost like everyone agrees that that's fine to make that joke for some reason. There's other countries are more controversial to make that joke with, even though, you know, you know.
Chronicles head is gone. PRX as well, taking a lot of C-mount control, able to open this door at any time. Oh God, what a third. They won map 1. They're now up 2-1.
Yeah, I've watched this game, so I might be skipping through it a bit more. Ilya starts the round with just that, so fair play.
Oh God, what a beginning. Okay, straight through. What a prediction, and Chronicles head is gone. PRX as well, taking a lot of C-mount control, able to open this door at any time.
Where's Yinsu at? Yinsu, why are you not wearing the crop top? I'll be honest, Yinsu, I think, so my plans right now is that I've been going to the gym and I'm trying to get fat. I'm trying to put on weight. And so the crop top probably isn't the best time for me right now. Not right now. Can you wait? Can you give me like 6 months? Because I got a bit of a belly right now. The crop top ain't gonna look amazing. Like, I am actively trying to get, I say I get fat, but it's like I'm trying to bulk up a little bit, but I'm trying to get fat. January 1st, 2026. I promise I will wear the crop top for a certain amount of subs at a date in which I am not trying to get fat. Hello, PRX. I don't have a crop top, and I would hope that you would be able to gift me a crop top, PRX. Mr. PRX, please. 100 if you take your top off right now and swing it around like a football yup. I'm not that desperate. The problem is that I would, but where's the line? Where is the line? If the only reason it's worth 100 subs right now for you is because I am not that kind of person. And if I just become that kind of person, then the value of that shrinks drastically. 200 subs. Nope. You're not going to be able to, nah, there's no amount of subs. currently for my body, my body image, I think that the upper half of my body looks pretty good. Shoulders areas up here is looking alright. It is the crop top area that is struggling the most right now. Prove it. Ask Boaster.
These front B players, but they don't have anybody inside giving them info. No turret to play off either.
Creeping and crawling forwards.
Boaster's going to get caught by this, surely.
Yeah.
It's just there's no way of knowing that there are 3-4 players ready to.
Boaster said you're a little munchkin bitch. I can't wait to knock him out when I'm in Berlin. Can't wait to knock him out. Okay. So Alpha made a great play into heaven, getting that pick back. But ultimately still a 4v3 retake for Fnatic. You can see Fnatic understand that they have to do something. Like they're trying to desperately find something to do. Kayak fucked up. It was really nice by him, but he's just fucked up. Like if he literally kept his gun out or like just held ground, he probably was doing very well there. It's nice by for a second. Okay. All of that came down to Ilya hitting a shot through a smoke though, to be honest. Fnatic got unlucky. How much of an impact do you think it had on Fnatic that they were having much more fun on the previous series than they did in this series? There was much less smiling in the grand final. I would say that it probably had an impact. I think one of the reasons why their team is doing so well this year post kickoff is because of the vibes. Yeah, I think that if you were to like stack up the rosters historically and look at like the advantages and disadvantages of all the rosters and iterations, I don't think it's necessarily just like Crash's Kayak. I think that Boaster has had a mentality shift when it comes to his position in Valorant and being a leader. So I don't think it's necessarily a roster specific thing. Obviously having Crashes in the team is someone that he is vibing with, but I think a lot of it is just Boaster accepting that sometimes vibes matter more than other things. So yeah, I can't believe that I get thrown under the bus as some kind of like sucker out of fun. like I get fucking strays for sucking out of fun apparently, but who doesn't love a 2-hour VOD review? Who doesn't love sitting there being yelled at for 2 hours?
2 flashes to navigate as well.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Forsaken, of course, with his paranoia. Just walking up. All of this really just to try to bait PRX.
I would say as a coach, I think there is a, I think sincerely it's a big joke, and I don't think that like I don't think I had a negative impact at all on the atmosphere at all. But I would say as a leader, there are times in which my pessimism makes me act in a certain way. Like I'm a very pessimistic person, and I think there's ways in which I could be better as a leader by covering that out at times. But in terms of atmosphere, I definitely wasn't a negative person.
Takes a time and against it. Paranoia sweeps. And they're doing a good job again of disrespecting utility. Something determined to keep this positioning.
All the Fnatic players say it. Shut up. Look, if they seriously come out and say stuff like that, I've got dirt on all of them. We'll play mutually assured destruction. I'll be Russia and they'll be America, and we'll both have nukes. And if they want to throw some nukes, I'll throw some nukes. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Let's get Crashy. Let's get. I don't have anything on Crashies, so Crashies can fuck off. But like Boaster can come back. And we'll have some mutually assured destruction. I'm not negative. I'll throw nukes at all of them. Yeah, that's
Hopes dashed early. Fnatic, what a response. Some of that to do with the outlaw purchase, but a lot of these kills just coming off the back of being able to fight people with pistols.
Did you rub it in that Bosa only won with you? No, of course not. I don't take very much credit for PRX. I think that I did have an impact, and probably more than I suspect, but less than the community probably thinks. I think that it was mostly a happy accident, though, that I joined it at the correct time to help them. So, if I truly believed that, like if I did like a full anti-strat on Fnatic and they beat them through a whole anti-strat, then of course I'd be rubbing it in Bosa's face. When he's emotionally available for me to do so. I think right now might be too soon. I think right now is probably too soon. But
his utility cleared out Patman, who was playing at front B. Now Chronicle could absolutely lose his life here. There's a crossfire set.
wait, I didn't even notice it. I forgot. I haven't watched it. Yeah. I said this to PRX before, that their anti-eco on Lotus defense was like one of the first things I was like, guys, we kind of suck at anti-eco defense, Lotus. And I don't think that was ever solved, to be honest. That wasn't ever solved. I think it's the map they lose the most anti-eco on.
Disrespecting utility, something determined to keep this positioning.
He's definitely going to be careful from that spot. Still crashing to the
I think this is mental. Yeah, that's not really like a thing to solve. That's just like Jing being a maniac. So yeah.
Pick it up and see if you can do what Chronicle's doing. PRX fighting over towards
You're gonna hold me responsible for the win. I appreciate you holding me responsible.
But there is always this flash.
Any comment on Lotus being more defense side than attack side this year? It shouldn't be. The reasons why it is if it is because teams are playing Viper Senti and being much more comfortable on their defenses without having rubble control. Like, so
Actually refight.
Yeah.
You know that PRX are going to try to get pushed up and take risks.
Bucky in hand. Tools going to be heard. What a read.
Would you say the playstyle of PRX counters Fnatic? I think it's interesting that at times I think that Fnatic's playstyle counters PRX, and at times PRX's playstyle counters Fnatic in a weird way. I don't think it's like one or the other. Fnatic's playstyle is like Gen.G have a fairly similar style to Fnatic, and Gen.G beat PRX quite a lot. It's just that maybe Gen.G are better at using their methodical style against PRX because they know PRX better.
What was really catching Fnatic when they played against Wolves. Recently lost on this map.
Get right back into it. Alpha doesn't want to contest with it. Shots are fired. Forsaken. It's a bullet to the dome. Caught.
It's not, yeah, fast versus slow is not the only metric in which this matchup is interesting, although it is a big narrative.
There's a swing from Device. Going to be calling this one out though. Body spotted, and Fnatic want nothing to do with it. Evacuation over towards A.
Like, this matchup narratively has so many, it's like from an in-game point of view, it's setting it up in many different styles. Like, you could be like IGL versus like no IGL kind of thing. You could have or like an IGL that's like very, very micro focused versus like an IGL that's like a bit more like it's a very democratic system. You could have fast versus slow. You could have heavily structured protocols versus like loose micro, like fight together death ball style. Like every single angle you look at both these teams is like very, very interesting. There are overlaps in interesting ways. There are some overlaps. Like, at the end of the day, if you're playing good Valorant, there are going to be overlaps that I think get missed sometimes. Some of the defense-sided understandings, I think, both teams. Again, this was before I joined. There was a lot of good shit they did on defense, PRX, in a way that a lot of teams don't. Like, the way I would describe a bad defense team is a team that literally just rotates horizontally, as I call it. They just rotate this way. Both of these teams understand a lot of the time when you should be pushing out and creating rotations by pushing, or like creating pressure on the map by pushing. Bad teams simply hear noise C, rotate to C. Like, good teams think a bit deeper than that.
Now, getting towards the end of this series, map 4, map 5, these are where you get both teams in very strong parts of their map pool. Lotus, pretty excellent for both squads, though Fnatic did lose just recently to Wolves. And one of the ways that happened was by punishing these kind of classic things that Fnatic loves to do, like the A reclear behind the Viper wall.
The sidestepping most of the util.
That happened was by punishing these kind of classic things that Fnatic loves to do, like the A reclear behind the Viper wall.
The sidestepping most of the util. Odin spam down the one line, Forsaken trying to hold this one back, and we'll respect the horn. Kayak. One Satchel used because of it.
And I think the more disrespectful PRX plays, the better.
Spam down the one line.
Punishing these kind of.
It's kind of sick, I'm not gonna lie. I love the little adaptations they do. So you see that, like, make it feel like there's 4A. Throw a random Euro flash. Ilya's put a TP. I wish this TP was slightly different, but I think it's fine. He puts a TP down for him to immediately take the mound line. I think Divine needed to be here. It's kind of cool. They're never going to expect now a Yoru to be sat behind mound. They do, yeah, this is cool. Like, this is... When I was first watching Ilya's Yoru, this was one of the maps I identified as them playing the Yoru very well on. And I remember, like, trying to explain that, like, on some of the other maps, I think you just need to play it more like Lotus. Like, the stuff you're doing on Lotus is like how Yoru's played. And I felt like they were hesitant around their Lotus at the start. It felt like they didn't realize how good their Lotus was.
Next up, Crashies, at least there with a trade, but the showstopper's now going to be removed from this round.
Yeah, and you've also lost Alpha as well, who could have potentially played towards a lockdown. So both massive ults.
The man bringing your chocolate-covered raspberries and strawberries on the way. Bro, the fact that you're ordering it too is kind of funny.
To put people in one and dones or re-peak angles. Classic re-clear here for Fnatic, going over towards where Forsaken's jiggling. Takes half of his health though. Fnatic might well realize that A is open for business.
Doors opened up, they got no choice though. Gotta land here, gotta end it here. PRX already getting into position to try and flood their way back in. There's 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Taking a peek. Ghost is gone. Up through heaven and lost control of this one. And Forsaken with that near sight. The paranoia, Odin in hand. Putting the pressure and applying it onto Crashies.
Sorry. Would you say PRX's B hold is weak for a rush off the rip? I would say that most teams are going to leave a bit more of a gap on B in general because it is a site that's fairly simple to retake compared to the others. And the problem is like if you do randomly have some kind of B set up, it's like quite fun to hold that site. So I think a lot of teams probably could be abused B, but slightly more than they are. But it's not a consistent thing to just be like, we're going to go B every round.
Here though, Fnatic waiting to see if PRX are going to be fighting heavy towards Rubble. Figuring out where they should be sending these ultimates, and PRX have swapped up the defense.
And then this is the other thing. When they do... A lot of the time, Patman is just going to be here, and he's a bit of a beast when it comes to playing this position. Like I was saying earlier, he won't let go of this space unless he really, really has to. So it's not always a weakness. So PRX switch their setup. Fnatic should have the clear read that they should be able to take A space now, because nothing's happened on A. And Devi is going to just play retake with ult, I guess. If Fnatic are smart here, they will use the fade ult to take site and then save the raise ult for the retake or the post plant. Against PRX, they kind of need to commit the fade ult just because PRX don't always play with ults in a very like, you know, we're gonna play retake with the ult. Sometimes they just stay on site still. So like now you see like they're not playing retake with the ult. They're just literally fighting. So now I don't like what PRX are doing. If PRX if Fnatic literally just fade ult, they catch people on the ult, they just use the raise ult, they should win the red. It's a weird but the Odin is the Odin, so
very early, but as the clock starts to tick down a little further, remember that they still have to get through a Vixel and the showstopper.
The wall's going to be propped up already, and that's that showstopper. Kayak! He can't get it done. My God, man, PRX. He slammed that door shut in their face.
how did that hold work?
The wall's going to be propped up already, and
Oh, this is perfect. I mean, Kayak needed to aim the ult here. Technically, but it is what it is.
He can't get it done. My God, man, PRX. He slammed that door shut in their face, and Boaster. Left to do it all from that spot. Completely separated from the rest of his team. Alpha and Crashies.
A mad scramble, a pivot into B, and something waiting.
This is one of those moments where like Sideshow did a video about this, and I need to think about it more. It's like technically they should be playing retake with their ults, but at the same time, it doesn't make it doesn't make sense to here either.
The wall's going to be propped up already, and that's that showstopper. Kayak! He can't get it done. My God, man, PRX. He slammed that door shut in their face, and Boaster. Left to do it all from that spot. Completely separated from the rest of his team. Alpha and Crashies.
I just think about it more. Well, I think it can get a bit obvious if you're just going to play full retake a lot in those situations.
And it's knocked Fnatic down onto a half buy.
Why doesn't it make sense? Because if you concede the full site every single time, and then Fnatic have potentially any kind of ult to work with in the post plant, you're essentially just trading you're trading space and now the time. You're gifting all the space and time to the other side. And like it's easier to defend the chokes on a retake usually. And so you're basically, unless you have an ult that's like so ludicrously good that it's going to guarantee you the win. If they ult you back, if Fnatic just like save this ult and then ult it back, they might win the round pretty easy. If that makes sense. The problem is that my theory is a lot of like, I genuinely think you should be playing retake a lot more than not. It's just I think that in my game, I think I need to, in my way of seeing the game, I need to add some moments in which you can make more dumb plays. So like for my vision on the game, I would want to play like almost like a perfect style, but the players I had were the kind of players that aren't going to play that perfect style all the time. So they naturally add a little bit of like texture to the way you're playing. It's a bit like in poker when you can play perfect style, but you need to mix it up with some imperfections in order to like not be readable and stuff. Like, and the way that I would basically do that is that I knew that I had players that could just do that for me. Like Alpha's going to do some dumb shit sometimes. I don't need to plan that out. Whereas I think that there are times where I need to think about this like my ult retake theory, my ult theory is like too perfect sometimes, I think. And it needs to be a bit more, you need to sometimes throw in weird shit. Playing for retakes is incorrect because you don't force the other team to invest ults. The thing is that I'm presuming still that the other team is going to use at least an ult. Like the problem is that when I say perfect, I mean like we still would have a lot of protocols around trying to bait out the opponent's ults and then immediately using our ults to retake. Like, so I'm not even talking that level, you know what I mean? There's just something about holding against ult sometimes, if you do it right, that seems to work. It's stupid. There are stupid situations, but if you understand the micro on some of the sites really like well enough, I think that you don't have to play so perfect. If that makes sense.
Gives a little wry smile.
Against Fnatic though, a lot of Fnatic strats are perfect to the point where if you try to do dumb shit, you're gonna get owned. But they can't do that every single time on every single site.
Before the util lands for Fnatic. And Fnatic confident up. I think if you ask somebody who was just tuning in for the first time which of these teams was known to fail in big moments and which team had won back-to-back of big squads, you know, maybe people would be thinking the other way around. PRX are looking good here today. They're looking confident. They're looking down to take the fights to Fnatic.
Bit of presence shown by Fnatic. That's out towards A and then making a move on now. Now we're in your face, Patman. Be using some util, season and eight. Wraps it round the corner.
I remember watching this. This is so beautiful from Kayak. It's very unlucky from PRX, but this satchel back is beautiful. Like he recognizes that he can like get out of it almost.
Escapes. Really nice movement though to get himself out, and Jing tucks in. So if Fnatic continue to try to re-clear over towards B,
Fnatic got so many ults. I'm surprised they're not just going C.
Ultimate for information. Something's going looking. Can't spot anyone just yet. Looking to try to work off this paranoia.
Two more players forsaken. He's opened the door and he's trying to step forwards. Denied them their chance. Bullets are raining down. It's a hellish scenario for Fnatic to try and get their way through. Kayak across the wall. And both players going to be stepping forwards. Alpha alongside it.
See, like here's a situation in which I guess it doesn't make sense to play full retake, even though it kind of does. Like, so because Devi's by himself, he probably shouldn't play to fight. But the fact that we're letting them in the site without using these ults means that it's now going to be rough. So like, even though Devi has his ult and can play for retake, it's kind of like we haven't got anything from the C exec off of them, and now they have all these ults for post plant. So that's kind of what like Wendler was saying. Is like, if you do play for retake, you have to at least bait out their ults before you retake with your ult. So I mean, they kind of got an ult here, but this gives a lot of space
You already know that they're going to be coming back through the nightfall.
for a nice plan.
Alpha pushing forwards, has to give up that space for the Prowler in his face.
It's a good plan. Open for Mound, but forsaken.
Kayak trying to hold on to the back. There's that nightfall, and here it is. The pressure mounting. PRX trying to put on that squeeze.
Jason opened the door too early.
Coming into this one with a little bit more fire, but off onto the Mound. Against that Odin spam.
Yeah.
Nothing to hold the back. Fnatic. We're in the comfort zone.
And Chronicle didn't even have to use his ult.
Comfortable comfy. So the whole game plan for PRX is going to be to put people out. No ult though for the defending team.
Watching for it. Alpha holding, slight angle, alarm bot placed. Spotted out.
It's the police.
It's Alpha's job to try to put pressure, or at least get information over towards Mound, and he's going to ping right into this, right into the op.
Is that Mini? Yes.
Something's handed a freebie.
You're arrested, mate, for leaking strats.
And look how aggressive these setups are. Something getting posted on this angle. Forsaken deep over towards Rubble as well. Fnatic have no space on the map.
PRX are eager.
I'm surprised Alpha is this stupid here. He just peeks immediately after them breaking alarm bot. Like it's kind of too obvious a bait that I'm surprised. It might be so obvious a bait that he's like, there's no way there's an op here.
Right into this, right into the op.
Swings into it. Something's handed a freebie, an easy one.
I celebrate 4th of July. Yeah, I do. I celebrate. I celebrate giving America back to America, because why the hell do I want America?
No space on the map.
PRX are eager. Denied them every single inch.
I don't know what July 4th is about, to be honest with you. Is it in the independence from us? I think something to do with. Independence from the British, maybe? Is that it?
But Jing immediately reinforcing the position, tucks himself into a bit of a one and done. But if Jing does get one, Showstopper is online. Patman meeting Boaster.
Oh my, Boaster.
That's unlucky.
He's cracked the code, I think, perhaps of that.
But look at the clock. Less than 30 seconds and 3
Yeah, the clock is we have to go B kind of clock.
Some things there, but the operator in hand has to dodge and juke and hide away. Here there's a seize, just keeping him locked into place. Showstopper against the back wall. Jing!
That's it.
He's a menace!
I mean, Fnatic are taking way too fucking long. What have they done in this round to justify being this long?
To pull out. No ults though for the defending team.
Watching for it. Alpha holding, slight angle, alarm bot placed. To it.
I mean, they're 4v5. I guess it makes sense.
He was. What a player!
Rocketed Jing to the top of the scoreboard for his team with a play like that.
New 13 colony lead. I don't actually understand the reference fully, but I get it. I get it.
But it's so predictable, these late round pivots.
That's
from
funny.
A to B. It's what we've seen day in, day out, and look at that!
The anti-ecos. Yeah, the anti-ecos.
Of all rounds.
To be going forward is relentless. It's the PRX of old.
I mean, it's a mad play.
Don't want to give up any sort of space whatsoever, but they have given up.
Mr. Papman. Look at him, look at him. I bet he still peeks. He'll keep still peeking. Go back, go back. Go for it, go for it. Look at him. It's my B side. I am the Watcher. I am Batman.
Attack side round called for. Slow, steady.
But it's this control over towards Mound that's just killing Fnatic right now.
Crashes.
Bro, they're taking. I'm getting bored. Usually when I watch Fnatic play, I'm like, oh, it's actually kind of fun and cerebral, but I'm actually getting bored.
40 seconds left.
It's the first time I know how you guys feel.
Realizes it's a fake, and you keep the defenders over towards A.
And Patman with the peak. It's Kayak gone. Spike drop down. Raining down with the bullet.
And realizes it's a fake, and you keep the defenders over towards A.
And Patman with the peak. It's Kayak gone. Spike drop down. Raining down with the bullets. They'll punish inside. Crashes is isolated on a bloody island.
All
likewise for Fnatic. They're not slowing down here. All the way up through the gut. TP back at B.
This is nice.
3-round lead.
So the problem with Patman, oh, you see the play? So Pat's done a reveal like here for Jing to go into A main, but the problem is that Fnatic rushed B, which means that Pat's fucked, you see? So the reveal gets inside and then Jing can go for like an instant kill. But because they're so close on B, they just get jumped on. Jason does his best.
A change of pace for Fnatic, really getting aggressive, putting people in aggressive positions.
God almighty.
Jing's right there though, and that has stopped the plan, but he's revealed his hand.
Don't know wall my exit. What?
Fire necessary now, but it's being slowed down. The K is kicking in.
Very tough situation for Jing and something to get back in with. They need a kill to just come randomly through the smoke.
I mean, teams are still being manipulated in their rotations against Fnatic. It's still better to, to some level, be manipulated in rotations and to avoid the first cycle of utility hitting you, in my opinion.
Not doable.
Press down. Big tools to work with. And they're going to try to push back these defenders on C.
What's the point of throwing in the center of B instead of on the choke? It's hard to break and allows you to flood in, I guess. Like, I guess this one's going to get all of, like, here, right? And so you can kind of flood in a little bit. It's not amazing, but it looks okay. I'm not sure. It's kind of the thorns where, like, someone's right there. It's like sometimes having slightly strange micro like this is more about like the fact that like the attack has to adjust to it on the fly, whereas the defense knows exactly what this does. So like there's times where it's like, okay, well, the defense knows exactly where the gaps are on the thorns and where the attack will be scaling, whereas the attack might see this for the first time and be like, oh shit, I guess we go this way, and then like that might be a trap. I don't think it's a good example of it, but it is something to consider sometimes. It was something in Counter-Strike when I worked with some guy who would come up with really weird ideas. It was like he'd throw like a weird smoke that only we knew the intention of, and it would force the attack the T side to like path in a way that we knew how they're gonna path and punish them for it. And so like sometimes it is just about knowing. Sometimes it might not even be great. It's just that you know what's gonna happen if they do the thing. It is a delay for the plant.
Can he do enough to get them back into this game?
That man can feel it. Net's closing round him. Timing just missed there, and his guns.
They're rifling, and there's the horn, grabbing value too.
Fnatic are trying to take it all the way to them.
Okay, it's not a bad half from Fnatic so far. And they make a correct read to just rush B. Killjoy ult for post plant is gonna be good for them. If Jin can take an ult, that's pretty unfortunate. Okay, never mind. How did Ilya get two? Oh, he's Fade Euro ult combo in the middle of all that. Crashes looked at him and didn't realize.
He had to do it for in post plants. It's knife out for Pac-Man. He doesn't have the gun ready. Doesn't have it at all. Chronicle.
And Ilya wins the 2v1.
Play time. Play their lives. Far back.
They fucked this up, man. This is yeah. That's a hell of a shot, by the way. What the fuck is that?
But a deep breath and a big play. The Red Bull clutch pushes PRX ahead. 7-5 at the half when it looked like Fnatic was about to draw things level.
The pressure is on the shoulders right now. Could be the final round.
I mean, that's a hell of a round from Ilya. Yeah, they should have high load. They probably should have high load. It's Chronicle, not Crashes.
But Fnatic are still behind. Oh my god, that is a loud train. One more time though, we gotta stop the train, Fnatic fans. 3, 2, 1, Stupefy! And one more for PRX, and we're gonna stop it right here.
I didn't hear anyone say Stupefy there. That's good. Like, Ivan's doing a good job.
3, 2, 1, Stupefy!
I didn't hear it. Wait, I saw an oil up. CMV oil up.
Is voted what they need. Change the entire narrative. Potential.
Yeah, I mean that. I think fans made. I don't think there could have been a better thing for him to get the Fnatic fans to shout out than Stupefy. It's just that you couldn't really hear it. Okay, what's Alpha doing? So it looks like they're going for a trap play on C. But this is the thing about this site sometimes. It's like, why bother going for a trap play when they are likely to just execute and you could just paranoia on this line? Like, is it better to trap this, or is it better to just hold 3 here and just have the paranoia to like actually deal with the exec and just let them come into you? It's something I think about sometimes. It's like, great, yeah, we paranoid them. Like, yeah, great. We're dead. Okay. The hold technically works though. It's just the trap was kind of crap.
2 players though, still with tons of health here, divying something. It is absolutely winnable.
That's a nice.
What a perfect wall bang from Kai.
The C's also hit there, but he didn't get an assist for it. It's kind of funny. Oh, it was after. He doesn't win this, does he?
Something not planned for him. And Kayak defusing, sticking half off of it. Swapping sides, something needs the kills and he needs it now.
Forcing up the outlaw too.
Yeah, he's picked up one of his own. Trying to take that big as a flash in your face, Kayak. None the wiser, barely gets control of the rifle in time.
Doesn't have a lot of health to be able to play with. The rifle might be better off in somebody else's hands. He's actually swapped it over to Boaster too. Faith in the leader. And that'll allow Kayak to go for more of an aggressive peak without having to worry about bolstering the PRX arsenal. Fnatic's chances.
Too direct, letting it.
Sun going through the upper bracket. The map veto. Double map back.
It's just
And PRX.
Ray's judge. Honestly, it might go like in terms of like in terms of judge Ray's usage in the world, it might go Jing. In terms of like rounds played, it might go Jing then Sliggy. This is in terms of like rounds played with Judge and Rays. In terms of skill, it's obviously Jing. And then there's probably like a huge number of people, and then Sliggy's like down here somewhere, you know. But in terms of actual rounds played, like Sliggy's kind of on meta. Was he? How do you say his name? Wisey?
Where they have the economy advantage and are expected to win.
The wall just went up. I think Chronicles revealed his position here, and as a TP forward, Kayak defends.
Okay, if I was watching this live, I think this was over. And Fnatic won the game.
And not a deep teleport either.
Satchel's in your face though. Alpha! It's Clay Pigeon shooting.
Okay.
Out of the skies.
Where's he going? Gun's not down, he's right in front of you. Hold on.
Did they didn't throw this round, did they? Please don't tell me that PRX won this game because of that.
Starting to form up a bit of a barrier. Fnatic, they need reinforcements.
Boasters rotating over with
Oh, they did, man. They lost this round because of that. How close? They lost the game because of that, bro. That's kind of stupid.
3v3, what an opening given to PRX. This round looked disastrous for them.
Shadows traveling. Random spam and hoax. Flash forwards divide with the peak. All trying to cut this one up here with the paranoia. Is picture perfect, but not the clear indeed. Boaster straight there with the Odin. Trying to trade this one out, but the bullets are running dry. And Patman and Dubai not to be outdone.
But Boaster has kept this Odin though, and is looking to do a little bit of chip damage to PRX as they come through. It's not that tree sight line though.
All grouped up. Paranoia horns. Up and over the top. Something forced respected. Boaster, there it is.
He knows the angles.
Like the back of his
But this Odin's kind of cool. I didn't realize you could buy the. There's a water Odin.
Smoked off the turret.
I need to sneeze so badly. What's the point of the smoke, by the way? Do we really think we're getting away with smoking the turret?
Smoked off the turret.
Surely not.
Chronicles waiting for it.
Putting pressure now across all fronts. Fnatic looking to contain, looking to maintain. Forsaken's forwards though. With rifle in hand, Boaster is out in the open.
Yeah, Fnatic look a bit clueless here. So they have a nice little crossfire going on here, but Forsaken completely bypasses it by TPing to this corner. And then Boaster's like, I don't know what Boaster's doing. So this is fine from Boaster. But as soon as Crashy dies, he takes a massive risk here. The timing was pretty annoying for him, to be fair.
Jing just choosing a timing there through the smoke, catching Boaster
out like the back of his hand. It's the first kill that goes away for.
I wouldn't have hated Chronicle to join Raze here, and then when that TP happens, they just explore out.
They need that energy. Smoked off the turret.
To be fair, it was smoked. To be fair, Bosa didn't know how many people were in the smoke. Like, there can be 3 people in the smoke right now. Well, there could be 2 people. And that could be a Yoru. Like, this is not... Like, to give... How do I explain it? Just because something's smoked doesn't mean that it means that it's a bad place to go through a smoke, by the way. Like, just because PRX disrespects smokes more than other teams, and people think that that's stupid. In this instance, Boaster should know that, like, going through this smoke, especially with the agents they have alive, and he doesn't know where anyone else is. Like, he knows that, like, it's a very likely play when they go through the smoke.
With rifle in hand, Boaster is out in the open.
Comes the title that's for the region. The blind service, domestic results. They barely squeaked into Pacific playoffs this time. They were not dominating their region. They were the 3rd seed. But the train does not care about any of that.
I want to know my win rate
It makes no
for Fnatic and for...
PRX are looking to send it flying over
My win rate in APAC is now really high. Like 75% or something? 80%?
Boaster is in hot water. Side and pass though, he's got that bucket in hand and he's going to try and take that timing. Forced to reveal it, lining them out. Alfia does deliver, but something is right there. Crashes open onto the sideline against.
No, I won't get a title on Gun Buddy. I won't get a title on Gun Buddy. I'd be very surprised. I like Mind Freak will get one, 100%, and he deserves it. I don't deserve one, and I shouldn't get one.
Something in his comfort zone. Delivering on these important kills, shutting down the ecos.
I started consulting for PRX. Like, the timing of it is hilarious.
Boaster's been in spots like that before, dejected, and still found ways of being able to turn it around. You
Here. Here.
The trophy is in your hands.
Like, after the boom loss.
Here and now, and that is not the best beginning. Alpha's gone, Kayak. Watching too many angles on one.
Christ.
Here and now, and that is not the best beginning for it. Alpha's gone, Kayak. Watching too many angles on once. What is that?
Something punished for those over to.
So what are you supposed to do in this moment? I guess Bosa shouldn't be smoking anything, right?
Watching too many angles on once.
Yeah. He doesn't realize the Euro ult is A. Yeah.
For those over towards Pearl, and here he comes up with the goods. Kayak tries to respond.
Do you think PRX wins Toronto if he got Sliggy instead of you? They wouldn't have made it to playoffs in APAC. The team would have disbanded by now.
Papman has found it. Stepping forwards, Crashies looking to see if he can make the difference, turn it around, jump it around. It's whimsical in nature, and PRX, maybe showing signs of the old mistakes. Clearing through, Crashies will be happy to capitalize.
Actually, I got a photo. This is. I just asked my ethical AI to come up with what would it look like if Sliggy took over PRX instead of me. This is what it gave me. This this is what the trade would look like right now. I'd be dead in the call room, and that's what the trade would look like.
Left to pick it all up. Left to pick it all up into the 1v1. Him versus Divide. Pits online. Divide. Absolutely Divide.
How was that close though? Why was that close? Sorry.
Oh boy. Papman.
4v2. It got close. Crashes goes up close and gets the kill. Oh, Crashy gets out.
It's whimsical in nature. And PRX.
Okay.
Maybe showing signs of the old mistakes. Clearing through, Crashies will be happy to capitalize. The 5 HP is not much to work with in Chronicle. Left to pick it all up. Left to pick it all up into the 1v1. Him versus Divide. Pits on live.
On for his 4.
Together. It's a pushback that's cobbled together.
I need a shorty skin. I need a shorty skin. I need an operator skin.
Something's just looking for a reaction.
Can you get good shorty skins? You get the little fishy one.
This is the kind of util disrespect we keep seeing from PRX. And it should allow
Operator, what's a good operator skin? I don't think I like any operators. The Ion one's really popular.
C is really weak.
Reaver?
It's all on Alpha. Post has been cleaned. Alpha in through the back.
Reaver. Is that the one that Devi's using literally right now? What role was I play? I consulted as a coach for them.
40 seconds left, still guarded in the back pocket. Precisely for moments like this, and they want to step forward. Something hungry for the kills. Lockdown even being committed. All on his shot.
It should allow them to realize that the A pressure's fake.
Door opened up. Divide.
Poster, though, he's still keeping so many players on this side of the map. C is really weak.
It's giving up a lot of info here. It's all on Alpha. It's all on Alpha. Poster's been cleaned.
How did they fuck this up?
Pot shots feeling like risky.
Razor, Viso, Veto. I mean, can we just use an ult? What the fuck are we doing? Can we just... Oh, hello? Just ult. Shorty, you just Razor into the side. And instead, we did that. Okay.
How are they making this one work?
40 seconds left, still guarded in the back pocket. Precisely for moments like this.
We don't use ult against ecos. It's not really an eco, though. It's like...
Hungry for the kills. Lockdown even being committed.
The nice thing here is that if Fnatic use a bunch of ults, then it should be a free game win. But they have to use multiple ults.
Easily deny the defuse. Jing could send it splashing against the back here.
That's what he's waiting for. Pre-aim, nightfall.
Okay, it's fine. Only 2 ults, but it's whatever.
Best chance in a long while. 3 rounds to use the Fade ultimate. So Fnatic, with the raw exception of Kayak, has been in a spot like this before. They know what it takes to win.
Crassy's just trying to rally the troops. Caesar's avoided, disjointed.
Yeah, this Odin's cool.
PRX fully grouped up though. Nightfall to re-clear, flash in the face. How do you respect this one? Paranoia, avoided,
what?
sidestepped. There's a showstopper, you're blinded right back. Kayak, he's gonna do it all. Patman
Kayak whiffed.
drops him in place and a DTP forward. Something is way ahead of the curve.
Chronicle might have an idea. He's going to clear this. All depends how diligent he is.
Did he really need to make that play? Did Ilya really need to make that play?
Applies and the thorns on top of it. Head not clean off.
Bit of a fumble is Divine Impact. Round 8. This makes PRX opportunity to fall on the right side and see if they can get up to tournament point.
Operator and a flash in the face. 9 at angle.
Pretty passive setup here from
Gate crash forward on top of it.
So Fnatic have shifted to like a Sentinels on A kind of setup. Playing more like a Mounds control. Sentinels on A. I don't love it. What is the reasons for that? Is it because they're struggling with their A holds? And C's kind of weak? Like C, they don't care about C that much? They think they can just retake C? And they got a Viper ult, so that helps.
Alpha, yeah, he's going to be under pressure soon, but there could be no better player for Fnatic.
The fuck? He got a bit lucky there, come on.
Finally coming online here.
They couldn't push through B. Crushed underfoot. Sometimes, though, these comebacks can stumble against an eco round, and PRX can take more risks in moments like this.
Forward again. Flash, Prowler. Most is ready with it. Already that paranoia going to be sweeping forwards.
Nice try. Kayak didn't get up. He is quick with it though. Those like quick scopes he's really good at.
Kayak's got to hit a shot. He really does under that pressure. There's a TP into the back of the side. He misses just wide. Kayak giving up that space.
A Boaster doesn't have the health really to be able to support him. Fnatic with a player advantage, but no massive ults to be able to help this retake. It is super possible that PRX can pull this off. Every fight is going to be in a good range for the Stingers and the Judge.
I don't think they win this round, right?
Here for PRX. TP Boaster rejoining him.
Just threatening that he could be trying to...
That operator is quite nice. It's pretty basic though.
So heads on the swivel right now, PRX.
Yeah, Jing didn't want to break the haunt with the Judge. I get it. He thinks that his teammate's gonna break it for him. I get it. So yeah, so Fnatic basically have no respect for PRX's C, but they're not playing enough people A, if that's the case. How do they... Okay. Yeah, that was too easy. LeCron James. That's funny.
And Alpha, it was so complaint. At least they have something to come out with a huge Yoru ult. He's been...
Alpha's bought operator.
Let's say.
Operator Alpha.
So goodbye.
TP forwards, and that's what that dimensional drift spots it out. Something. Guiding the rest of his team in.
I think that Viper, I know it's a very subtle, but Kron's orbed very early here. Like he knows that no one is through, and he's orbing up before anyone's through, so he's wasting a lot of toxin here. I wonder if that... It'd be interesting to see if that actually impacts the round at all.
Not far behind him, a bit of spam into the back of the box. This is it. Play for OT, play for map 5. All on the line for them. Something with the exit all the way out. Alpha's all the way in.
I think unironically it probably did have a slight impact, but not too much. 3v3.
But the two huge players from Fnatic dropped. Kron and Alpha
I mean, this favors Fnatic, but Jason literally kills Boaster through a fucking wall. I'll be honest, I think that Fnatic should have won this map. They got... I don't think PRX deserved this map. Is that fair? I think that's fair. I think Fnatic played better on this map than PRX did. Like, I am considering the last round as well.
12 to 12.
That's fair if you also think PRX should have won Icebox. No, I think... I don't think that either way. I think Icebox was fine for both teams. I don't think one team deserved to win more than the other, really.
And with the way that he's been playing, almost destined to get it in overtime. He's going to step forwards though into a stack.
It's not PRX's fault if Fnatic started to choke now. I think people, when I say things like this, people get very defensive very quickly. I feel some defensiveness. It's more than it's fine to say that a team played better and still lost. Like, it happens all the time. I think that Fnatic played this map better than PRX did, and they were unlucky not to win this game. It happens.
Baited out, TP's in. Boaster going to be rejoining Kayak, trying to take control of this. Smart to the corner, but you're out in the open.
And I'm glad to be in a position where it doesn't come across as snarky or biased. Like, genuinely, like, I should be... It would probably be better for me to say that PRX deserved to win, but... I think this map, I think Fnatic played better.
And now full speed ahead. Fnatic Baited out, TP's in. Boaster going to be rejoining Kayak, trying to take control of this. Smile into the corner, but you're out in the open. And Forsaken hit the vibe, collecting all sorts of kills and attempt to even it out. Kayak still has that control.
I think Alpha did the only counter argument I think is that like Alpha had some monstrous hero moments that probably weren't like it was just digging them out of a hole quite sometimes. Why is this? Sorry. Oh, okay. This is like a protocol thing. I know it looks weird for Boaster, and he's gonna get flamed for this, but they. I guess it's not. I guess he's fucked up. I guess he's just fucked up. I think he's just fucked up. I can't really defend him. There are protocols we used to have where like he tried to plant in the corner and we'd have people cover him, but no one's covering him, and I don't think anyone was in a position to even cover him. So I don't think it's really. I think it is just his fault. But I always give a bit of benefit of the doubt because he's not stupid enough to just make that play for no reason. You know what I mean?
It's within touching distance for them now. PRX take front B control. Knocking on the
Aren't
door.
both hero moments and individual mistakes part of how you play as a team? In the context of me saying that a team played better, I'm just saying that Fnatic were in better positions to win the game than PRX were. The mistakes that Fnatic made to lose the game were mistakes that I don't see them doing again. Whereas the good stuff they did, I think they will continue to do. Does that make sense?
But it's all about the execution and the delivery. We saw in OT before it went deep.
And yeah, maybe that way too. So the rounds that Fnatic won, I think, were more convincing.
Fnatic are going to be forced to dig deep here. Pressure mounting. PRX putting it on them. Alarmbot dealt with the paranoia, swings forwards. Alpha. Playmaker once more. Him and Chronicle.
Like this kind of round, you mean? Like this is just, you know, something if Forsaken played as well. But let's be real for a second. Fnatic don't lose this again.
So much space though given to these two on PRX. And we've seen what they can do in difficult spots. Would be a magical conversion of a 2v4. Everything that Something and Forsaken could have dreamed of. And
the interesting thing about Forsaken's play to me is that these plays happen more than people think. It's just that it's a grand finals last map, like big round, so people are going to break it down more, you know what I mean? Like it is a good play. But I would... There's two things here. One thing is these plays happen more than people suspect, so but it's a massive moment, so like I get it. I do get it. The other thing is that there's this thing where like Forsaken plays this well, but for an elite level player, I would expect him to only play it this way. I don't like this. There's times where we like, I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but it's like, if he played this round any differently, I'd be almost like, okay, well, he fucked up. Like, maybe my standards are too high, but he's a world-class player. He should play it exactly like this. Like, he needs to get... He isolates the duel here, which is just normal. And then immediately dipping back is completely... It is the standard play. If anyone got this kill and stayed here, I'd be like, they're just a noob. They don't know what they're doing. Him coming back in here is smart, but it is completely the standard for an elite level player. The nice thing about this play is that the smoke bleeds in a way that he doesn't get seen coming back through. Like, that is cool. And I don't know if he thought about that before he threw the smoke, but like, that is what makes this work. The timing of it and the actual instinct to come back out of the smoke is completely standard for a player of his caliber. Something getting a kill and then stopping is perfect. Like, he should get the kill and then stop. And now let them come out and let Forsaken work. Like, if something now peaks before Forsaken now shoots, I think something's made a mistake. He's got all the distraction on him. They don't know Forsaken's here. Forsaken now gets the free kill. Like, and it's because Forsaken gets the free kill, they look this way, and then he swings on whoever he doesn't kill, you know? Like, it's... So, yeah, exactly. So they played it textbook perfect. The elite level thing that maybe is something that I think is better than what is standard is the smoke bleeding out in a way that he could go back through it. But to me, if I saw a player play that clutch any differently that I was coaching, I'd probably be like, I would maybe have a comment to make about it, you know? The smoke was the quickness of deciding to smoke himself off is the part that is very, very, very good. Is the part that I wouldn't expect even just a normal elite level player to make that decision that quickly. I think the play to isolate the duel and then the walk back through the smoke is completely standard afterwards though.
It took everything, pushed to overtime. This one was not easy. It never is. But this
Something holding heaven, not on the angle in which it mattered. Something holding heaven had nothing to do with that play. Because that, I don't know, like, he can be seen. Like, if he's here, Forsaken's holding it from here. Something's holding it from here. Forsaken can be seen from this angle. And something can't hold that angle. So, there's nothing to do with something. If anything, he needs that smoke to go down to make sure that he needs that smoke to go down to make it work.
They've changed the narrative here to a hell of a challenge that Fnatic put up.
Okay, I did watch back the interviews because Victoria was flaming Alex to me, saying that, like, why did he say that? Because it's funny. I'm gonna skip ahead of the interviews a little bit because there's a funny part where instead of Alex saying nice things about his girlfriend. Watch.
In your career, you've taken down every hurdle, every challenge. How on
like
earth
this is what not to do in an interview when you when your girlfriend's watching.
win that final today? That was a crazy four mapper.
I mean, we have a lot of people to thank. But first and foremost, I think I would like to thank Victoria.
So it starts off great. It starts off great. He's thanking Victoria. Thanking Victoria. This is perfect. He's done it.
Because she basically forced me to reach out to Mini.
And then he's fucked it. And then he's absolutely fucked it. He's absolutely.
And that really kickstarted everything.
So I really thank Alex for the shout out. Like I'm very sincerely grateful for the shout out. But in terms of an interview VOD review, he's fumbled that one. It's almost like I'm more important than his girlfriend, which is hilarious. And then he didn't go back and kind of...
After that, I think all the streamers behind us, Sliggy, FNS especially...
He basically, yeah, put me over his... To be fair, I think Bose has done far worse in his interviews, so... He'll get there one day. He'll get there one day. He thanked her properly in the press conference. Oh, okay. 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 That's okay. Victoria is the canon event. I mean, technically, I guess, yeah. If you were to give MVP to a PRX player, who would you give it to? For this event? I mean, what? I don't know. What do you guys think? Devi had a very good final. I think it would be there genuinely there is there's a weird world where like I could see some people thinking even Pac-Man. What am I trying to look for here? I'm looking for his Toronto stats. Jing comes to mind. Forsaken comes to mind. Yeah, I mean those are the two people statistically that farm the most. I think you could. Devi's not far behind though. But I do think that I do think it's between Jing and Forsaken for me personally. Yeah, I think Alpha was the MVP of the tournament. Like he was the most valuable player, but it gets you into tricky territory. I think I do agree with this idea that like I think that the winners should generally be the ones who take the MVP. I think that if you, I know that the counter argument is yes, but it's the most valuable player. But then you could go down tricky logic of me being like, yeah, but in the group stage there was a team that literally had a player that literally dragged them through to playoffs and lost immediately in playoffs, and I think they were the most valuable player. So it is like kind of difficult. It definitely has to be a grand finalist for sure. I think that 99 times out of 100 has got to be you know, it's got to be the team winning. But yeah, if Alpha doesn't get an MVP for this performance, given that he, I mean, it feels rough, but I think it's a coin flip. I don't hate Alpha getting the MVP, to be honest. Like this is, I didn't quite realize how disgusting this is. Like this is ludicrous. This is ludicrous. Like this isn't acceptable. Textures on a tear. Textures on a tear, but look at. He's playing Neon. He's playing Killjoy, and look at this. Like it's ludicrous. And when he is on Judas, he's 182 ADR. Like it's stupid. I think it's not good narratively at all. But if you can give the MVP to the second place finisher, then Alpha was absolutely the most valuable player at the tournament. Yeah, I mean he was playing. Yeah, these stats are better than Tokyo. This might be the single greatest performance that it might be the single greatest performance that players ever played. Like I know it's not that fun to say because he didn't win, but it might be. Like these numbers are not human. You can say Kong Kong, but I think Kong Kong had less ADR and less of this than. Okay, let's actually look quickly before I go. I just felt. I think you guys be surprised here a little bit. Look at that, Trex is fucking sick, man. Was this the MVP he had? This? He's not particularly close. He's not. God fucking hell. Should I do it this way around where I just look at like this? In terms of like, you gotta remember, he's playing his duelist agent and won the tournament. So this team were probably the best. He's not playing the duelist most of the time. Like this, I think this is like I think it's not. Chi-Chi should have been MVP. I agree with that take. I do agree with that take. But look at the difference. I don't think you guys realize. Do you guys not realize? Like, look at the fucking difference. You think that Chi-Chi should have been MVP of champs, and Alpha's done this. Almost 20% more ACS. 15% more ADR. Like, slightly better KD. I know their rating is slightly different, so maybe that's... Maybe I'm just using mini scouting brain logic, where it's like just numbers of fucking kills and shit matter most, where like... I'm looking at like just pure raw firepower numbers, I guess. Anyway, I think statistically this might be the most impressive tournament. It'd be interesting to see like the RWR. Like, I know there's a few... I know people love that round win rate thing that the Analyst did. That's got their website. There's definitely more metrics than just that one though, because I think right now it's a good metric, but I think it might just be overtaking things in a little bit too literal fashion, without people realizing exactly what the algorithm he has does. I swear Minnie said he was busy. I am busy this weekend because my family are visiting me. Check Demon 1 stats champs. I will, and I guarantee you it doesn't look like this. Demon 1 had a phenomenal champs though. The thing about Demon 1 is that I don't think he played amazingly before champs. Like, I think he was very good, but I think his champs performance was ludicrous. Oh shit. His champs performance was ludicrous, but I think that before that it was just like his rating is higher and his KD is higher, so he's dying less. So it's comparable. It's comparable. I think Demon 1 at champs and Alpha Year at this tournament might be the two best performances of all time. Check Ye stats. Ye is the best. Ye is the best, like, peak of all time. But I don't know if it... He's the best peak of all time for a year, and the best peak of all time during a meta. I don't know if it'd be the best peak in a single tournament, but for sure I wouldn't be surprised. Which tournament did he play the best one at? Was it Copenhagen champs or what? Or Reykjavik? I mean, Mako, look at that. Scream. This, genuinely, Scream might have had the best performance ever at LAN at this event. He didn't have the sample size for it, though, really. Well, kind of. Where the fuck did I put Alpha? Fucking... So. Like, look at the difference in numbers from back then, though. Like, everyone... Like, look at the numbers, like, from, like, this upwards. Like, Hoodie is apparently fucking farming. Look at these numbers. How... This is rare nowadays, to see this level. For so many players. Like, the game was just different back then. So much harder to do this nowadays. Yeah, so Scream's actually kind of close. I think that this is just like... This is just one of those things where it's like, this is kind of farmer era. It's just a farmer era. Like, Jet's broken as fuck. Mako's probably actually played the best this event by far. Considering he's playing smokes. Like, they're just playing broken Jets. Like yeah, tens at Reykjavik would be interesting. But honestly, like people, I saw people being like he was playing farmers, which I agree with, and then people being like, "You what? Durka and Boaster are farmers." Like, no, Durka wasn't a farmer back then, but the rest of Fnatic was. Like, we weren't very good. Like, we weren't very good at the game back then. Like, I was almost a little bit embarrassed with like the level we were at that event. I thought that people would be like, "Oh shit, Valorant's not very good, is it?" People didn't realize though. Yeah, I mean, Tenz's performance at this event is probably the greatest in terms of like the difference between him and the rest of the competition. The thing is he is literally farming against noobs. Like, he is playing against noobs. Like, I know that my teammates are not noobs. I know that Mystic, Magnum, etc. are not noobs, but they hadn't. It's just the experience difference back then was too much. It was too much. Yeah. Is there any interesting people here? Coach for Genji, Mr. Solo. I didn't realize Cruz was at this event. Derek was pretty good ACS and ADR, but his rating was poor because he died a lot, I guess. Like, look at the KDs. 1.5 KD. Like, technically speaking, Mystic was our best rated player. Patty Fan was underrated? No, he wasn't. Everyone knew how good Patty Fan was. It's just, you know, he got his arm broke or so. His wrist got injured or something. Bangkok Durka. It's very, very good. Very, very good. But Nats is doing just as well. Almost as well playing Sentinel. So, like, and then Chichu's doing almost as well playing Sentinel. So, it's ludicrous. Yeah, I mean, he did get heavily buffed here. 155 rounds and 155 rounds, and then like a lot of the rounds he went plus 26 here, but it's still really impressive. I don't think you could take that away. I think you could take that away. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna be done. I got some work to do. My parents are coming down this evening, and we'll be hanging out this weekend, so I might not be able to stream much because I need to be a good person and hang out with them. I might be around a little bit, but probably not too much. Next week, though, I will be around for sure. I need to start preparing for stage 2. So I think I'll mostly be doing streams that prepare me for stage 2 so that I don't have to worry about preparing later on. So it might be some streams where I am literally trying to figure out the narratives that I would like to talk about for stage 2. And it might be you literally watching me do preparation. And so it might not be WOD reviews all the time. It might be just me sat there trying to think about segments or whatever. I think if people want to join me, maybe I'll invite some people on. Like, I know that Kim had an idea that me and Kim were gonna like do some stuff maybe at some point, and there's some other people I've talked to about maybe like preparing together on stream or something. But yeah, I'll figure that out at a different point. Who should I raid? What do I think of Trex joining Team Liquid? I think there is a fantastic pickup for Team Liquid. Cows and ranked. No, she got my raid yesterday. I can't keep raiding Carol. Meg is online. I could raid Meg. Let's raid Meg. I don't know what the fuck she's doing. She's playing like Fortnite or something though. So traded or inspire. I don't really know Baby J, and I don't know who traded is. I'm not gonna raid people that I don't really know. Radka, I could, but I'm just gonna raid Meg. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna raid Meg. I'll see you guys in a bit. I don't know Chobra. I do. I just know Meg much better. Like all the people you're suggesting, I love, but I know Meg very well, so I'm gonna raid Meg. If you like what she's doing, go hang out, chat, be nice. I'll see you guys in a bit. I'll be back next week for some stuff at least. I might be around this weekend. Have a good weekend. If not, see you guys in a bit. It's that awkward thing where I'm raiding and it's like, I'll wait. Oh.